Chapter 7:13. To those who remain in the South Sea Demon region, death. Chapter 7:13. To those who remain in the South Sea Demon region, death. Revolving core martial artists were much easier to kill than life-destruction martial artists. Not only were they slower, but their ability to resist was next to nothing. As long as Lin Ming was able to find one, he would instantly kill them. Lin Ming flicked his finger at the sea surface, and a massive spout of water shot up. Then, a moment later, a bright red ripple spread out, and a corpse slowly surfaced. Lin Ming shot out a fireball, instantly turning this corpse to ash. That had been the last of the escaping revolving core protectors. He had hid underneath the surface of the water. But to Lin Ming, he was no different than an ostrich that buried its head in sand. Up to now, over 20 revolving core protectors and 6 first-stage life-destruction elders had been completely wiped out. The only person remaining was the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign. Lin Ming tracked the location of the Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign, and then his lips curved up in a sly smile. That old fox had actually returned to the South Sea Demon region's 3 demon islands. He had run away, but then he returned to the South Sea Demon region. It was said that the most dangerous places were often the safest. If he hid in some secret location within his sect, it truly would be difficult to find him. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming returned to the Demon region's 3 islands. At this time, the Demon Region Islands were nearly emptied of people. The South Sea Demon Region shouldn't have been reduced to this ghost-like state just because of the invasion of a single person, but after seeing the several life-destruction elders run away, the other disciples naturally wouldn't stay. Lin Ming silently arrived at a seemingly common and inconspicuously small building. Then he swept out his spear, the spear light surging hundreds of feet away. Bang! A muffled explosion occurred. The entire building collapsed. Earth cracked and stone crumbled. A black beam of light dropped down from the heavens. The basement of the building was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. A shock wave of true essence detonated in the air, bursting outwards. Within the chaos, a silver-masked man ran out in a panic, surprised to see Lin Ming standing right outside. He had been hiding in a secret chamber with an array formation that was able to isolate away all perception and probing. He didn't believe that Lin Ming had any way to track him. That was, unless he had some sort of tracing mark on his body. But before this, he had already examined his entire body, not discovering any sort of energy mark. So what was happening? Brat, don't think that I am really afraid of you. The Eastern Faction's sovereign grasped a 10-foot-long war halberd, his eagle-like eyebrows slanted up in fury. Lin Ming remained silent. Without a word, the heretical god force opened, and his battle spirit poured into his spear. He thrust straight at the Eastern Faction's sovereign's throat. Seeing this unstoppable spear stabbing towards him, the Demon Region Eastern Faction's sovereign roared out, his entire body revolving to the limit with true essence, heavenly demon suppression. In that instant, on top of the Eastern Faction's sovereign's halberd, a great black giant demon phantom rushed out, snarling as it clawed towards Lin Ming. However, just as the giant demon phantom appeared, an invisible force field crashed down with overwhelming force. The giant demon phantom broke apart in this force field, like a shard of ice dropped in boiling water, instantly reducing to less than half its size. The Eastern Faction sovereign was startled. He fiercely bit down on his tongue and spat out a spray of blood essence on his halberd edge. The light of that halberd immediately became much more dazzling and radiant. Lin Ming's simple spear clashed with the giant demon phantom. With a sizzling sound, the giant demon phantom was easily pierced through with the battle spirit-infused spear light. It paused for the slightest instant before piercing towards the Eastern Faction's sovereign's throat again. Demon Shadow Division. The Demon Region Eastern Faction's sovereign's eyes flashed with a cold light. his body turned into 3 phantoms as he dodged Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming was startled. His spear strike right now didn't seem particularly special, but in truth it had contained the concept of space as well as his battle spirit. In the midst of this fearsome strike, he had even locked the space around the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign, making it incomparably difficult to defend against. Still, he never expected that the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign would still manage to avoid it. It seemed that a second-stage life destruction elder was indeed quite special. After his body split into 3, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign didn't pause at all. He turned in 3 different directions and ran away. This sort of secret escape technique would have confused a normal martial artist, but to Lin Ming, it was simply a frivolous action. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign already had Lin Ming's battle spirit mark on him. With just a thought, he had already locked onto the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's true body. Lin Ming took a step forwards, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly appeared a mile ahead. As he took another step forwards, he flash-stepped right in front of the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign. Chasing thunder. The white spear sparkled with lightning. Lin Ming's spear had reached the pinnacle of speed. The keen electric light hadn't even reached the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign, but it already made him tingle. Lin Ming, I have no grudge nor enmity with you. The one responsible for annihilating your divine Phoenix Island is the Xian clan's Xian Wuji. That had nothing to do with me. So why must you chase me down and not let me go? In the face of a speed and striking power that far surpassed his own, the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign was exceptionally anxious, but at this time he could only brace himself and face this calamity. Clang! The sound of striking metal sounded. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's halberd was actually cut in half by Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming's spear was already a much higher grade to begin with the addition of the increased power from the battle spirit, cutting apart the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's treasure halberd was easy. Ah! The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign gave a crazed shout. He threw the halberd pieces at Lin Ming, hoping to force him away. Lin Ming didn't even bother glancing at these halberd pieces. He stabbed out his spear. Puff! The long spear pierced through the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's jaw, angling into his throat, and cutting through his neck even as his spinal cord was completely crushed to bits with a simple twist. The Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign stared with wide eyes, disbelief on his face as he looked at Lin Ming's chest. When he threw those halberd pieces just now, they had pierced through Lin Ming's chest. Although his attack had been done in haste, and there wasn't much true essence within it, it was still 30 to 40% of his strength. Still, even though it struck Lin Ming, it hadn't even broken through the skin. Was this boy even human? This was the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's last thought. In the next moment, Lin Ming swept his spear out, directly beheading the second-stage life destruction elder. Lin Ming rubbed his right chest. He was quite satisfied with his current defensive capabilities. That sudden attack just now from the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign was equal to the all-out attack of a peak first-stage life destruction powerhouse. In the face of such an attack, he hadn't even needed to defend himself with true essence. He was able to block it with just his mortal body. Besides some slight pain, there wasn't even the slightest injury. These were the effects of the profound gold divine fruit. Not only had he absorbed the profound gold divine fruit, but he had even opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates. This had caused his mortal body to be comparable to that of a top Earth step treasure. Lin Ming calmly put away the Demon Region Eastern faction sovereign's body and spatial ring. Then, holding his long spear, he continuously twirled it in the air. Spear light shot out, shredded massive sections of rock in a far-off mountain cliff as large letters began appearing on it. To those who remain in the South Sea Demon region, death. These words contained Lin Ming's death god force field. If a martial artist with a low cultivation saw these words, their life would instantly be extinguished. Even a Xiantian or revolving core martial artist would be affected by the pure killing intent. It would be impossible for them to continue looking at these words. After leaving behind these words, Lin Ming released his perception that had casually swept through the islands of the South Sea Demon region. Nearly all the revolving core martial artists had fled. The only ones left over were the small fry minions that he had no interest in. Displaying his movement technique, Lin Ming left the demon region's 3 islands. 6 hours later, deep in the South Sea, 100,000 feet underwater, a middle-aged martial artist was quietly suspended. His breath and heart rate were slowed to an extremely low rate. This middle-aged martial artist wore black clothes, and his 2 straight eyebrows slanted ferociously high. Underneath these 2 eyebrows was a pair of deep eyes, their intense stare penetrating through the sea, as if they could see past all illusions and lies. This black-clothed martial artist was Xian Wuji. He had already been floating here for several days. His perception was locked onto the giant Leviathan in the deep sea trench. As long as the giant Leviathan surfaced to 250,000 or above, he would then reinitiate his attack. Although he couldn't kill the giant Leviathan, if the attacks on it accumulated, one day, sooner or later, it would die from exhaustion and blood loss. Xian Wuji, we've already waited here so many days. How much longer will we keep guard here? The one who asked was a golden-furred ape. He was the patriarch of the turquoise-eyed ape clan. Xian Wuji didn't even glance back at the turquoise-eyed ape patriarch. He said without any hint of emotion, as long as half a year and as short as a few months. Sooner or later, the giant Leviathan will fall by my hands. Ooh, good. Then this king will accompany you here for half a year. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The giant Leviathan was a kind of saint beast recorded in the ancient texts of the turquoise-eyed ape clan. If they could take its heart and spine marrow, refining it into a pill with their clan's secret techniques, then they could use these pills to directly enhance the physique of their turquoise-eyed ape clan's martial artists. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had great faith that if he could obtain these treasures, then there would be high hopes for him reaching the divine sea. When that time came, he could rule over a large region of the deep South Sea. He could even take a portion of the resources from the entire southern sky spill continent. As Xian Wuji and the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch were speaking, a current of water twisted into a spinning orb in front of them, followed by a radiant blue flash of light. This was the light of an underwater sound transmitting talisman. The voices of the South Sea Demon region scouts entered Xian Wuji's ears. After hearing the message, Xian Wuji's body shook. In the next moment, his eyes grew so heated they seemed to spill over with flames. The South Sea Demon region had been crushed. 7 life destruction elders, including the second stage life destruction Easter faction sovereign, as well as 20-some-odd revolving core protectors, most of them at the mid and late revolving core realm, had died. Over 30 individuals had been completely wiped out, and before Lin Ming fled, he even left behind a few words within the South Sea Demon region to those who remain in the South Sea Demon region: death. Because of these words, coupled with the fact that Lin Ming had raised a bloody storm of death within the South Sea Demon region, many of their martial artists had already fled. A demon region martial artist cared only for themselves. No one would take their life as a joke or gamble. If they were targeted by a death god, who would still dare to stay in the demon region's 3 islands? Lin Ming. Xian Wuji roared. All of the water around him suddenly stirred, creating a violent vortex. Because of a single person, because of Lin Ming, nearly every South Sea Demon region life destruction elder had died. The only ones left over were Xian Yuqie and Xian Wuji. A 5th grade sect took life destruction martial artists as elders and revolving core martial artists as protectors. Now that there were only 2 life destruction martial artists left over in the South Sea Demon region, there weren't enough for them to be considered a 5th grade sect anymore. Solely through Lin Ming's strength, he had chopped the 5th grade South Sea Demon region into a 4th grade sect. Chapter 7:14, Name of the Death God. Chapter 7:14, Name of the Death God. That very night, news of the assault on the South Sea Demon region spread out like a tide. Upon learning this within the 5-element region, Zhang Yunjian, the Sunfire Princess, and everyone else was happy and excited. Lin Ming just gives too many pleasant surprises. I thought that after Xian Wuji left seclusion, Lin Ming might be suppressed for some time. Perhaps even that Xian Wuji would have managed to take back the giant Leviathan. But I never imagined that Lin Ming would kill his way through the South Sea Demon region by himself and turn that 5th grade South Sea Demon region into a 4th grade sect. The Sunfire Princess giddily said. Zhang Yunjian took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, "It's not just falling to a 4th grade sect. If Xian Wuji doesn't return to the South Sea Demon region, then the entire South Sea Demon region could disintegrate because of Lin Ming." When Lin Ming returned, he wasn't yet strong enough to match a 2nd stage life destruction master. But now, after just several months, he was actually able to reach this point through his strength alone. How ridiculously unbelievable. Several months ago, Lin Ming had broken into the South Sea Demon region the 2nd time. He had trotted in on the giant Leviathan and had dug up the entire medicine garden, including the spiritual earth. In front of Lin Ming, the 5th grade sect was like a lamb in front of a butcher, only able to lie there to be slaughtered. The first time that Lin Ming had broken into the South Sea Demon region, he had also relied on the strength of the giant Leviathan, managing to kill a massive amount of low-level disciples. Both the first and second time he had gone to the South Sea Demon region, the disaster had been the cause of the giant Leviathan's strength. But now, this 3rd time, he had actually relied on his own combat strength, killing only high-ranking martial artists. Out of the 7 great life destruction elders, none had been spared, and over 20 revolving core protectors had been buried along with them, most of them at the mid and late revolving core realm. Also, it had been reported that after Lin Ming had killed his way in, all of these people had scattered, running into different directions. No one was an idiot. They would naturally wish to escape. Still, even so, none of them had been able to escape the fate of annihilation. For all of them to scatter and yet be completely killed. Was this a demon? This ability to kill others far exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. It was so great that the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region were left fleeing away in abject despair and fear. Then, before Lin Ming left, he had also jotted down a message to those who remain in the South Sea Demon region: death. These words seemed to contain the concept of slaughter. A weak martial artist would be severely wounded just glancing at these words. Now, there was not a single life destruction elder remaining in the South Sea Demon regions, and those words still stayed in the South Sea Demon region sect. No one had dared to erase them. Following this, the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region began, escaping in droves. The reason why a martial artist joined a sect was for its training resources and its spiritual land. Now, nearly all of the training resources of the South Sea Demon region had been destroyed by Lin Ming, and the rest had been looted. If they couldn't even keep their lives, then what was the point of staying in such a sect? People were easily affected by general opinion. Once one martial artist decided to escape, of course, many others decided to join him. After all, in this vast and endless world, there were more sects than only the South Sea Demon region, but there were some martial artists that still knew that Xian Wuji and Xian Yuqie were still alive and stayed to show their loyalty. Even so, they did so with trepidation and fear. None of them dared to return to the demon region's 3 islands. They only hid on the surrounding islands, lest Lin Ming came back to look for them. These people's so-called loyalty was actually that, seeing a massive number of people leave the South Sea demon region, they hoped to gain some benefits by staying behind. But this was far from true loyalty. If Xian Wuji or Xian Yuqie didn't return to manage the chaos, then these people would leave sooner or later. This was why Zhang Yunjian said that the South Sea demon region might be ruined by Lin Ming alone. As for Xian Wuji, if he returned, then there was naturally no way for him to continue chasing the giant Leviathan. It's really like a dream. Just 4 years ago we attended revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet with Lin Ming. Although there was still a difference between us and Lin Ming's levels back then, it wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. I really wonder just what Lin Ming experienced these past years, said Arctic Ice Palaces by Aoshuan as she shook her head. She was no longer able to fathom what boundary had Lin Ming reached now. Several days later, Lin Ming had been given the title of Death God. This news spread throughout the entire South Sea. Even in the Great Zen region, over 1 million miles away, there were still people who were aware of how Lin Ming had ravaged the South Sea demon region 3 times. Flower Coil Restaurant was a restaurant with over 1,000 years of history. It was located in the heart of Zen City. Zen City was subordinate to the #1 sect in the Great Zen region, Great Zen Temple. Its city lord was a life-destruction powerhouse, and throughout the entire city, it was easy to spot Xiantian martial artists, and even revolving core martial artists. Zen City was a land of martial artists. Although Flower Coil Restaurant seemed ordinary, it was actually constructed from metal used to forge earth-step treasures. Since Flower Coil Restaurant had been built, it had withstood the tests of time, passing through wind and rain and calamities, but still emerging bright and new as if it were freshly constructed. At this time, in a luxurious room on the 2nd floor, there was a young man wearing an extravagant Kirin robe with a purple gold crown nestled atop his head. He had a young girl on each of his sides. One seemed like a maid, and the other seemed to be a cute little nun. On the opposite side of this purple gold crown young man, there was an astoundingly beautiful and elegant young man. This youngster was dressed as a scholar and held a folding fan in hand. When one looked carefully, one could see there was something particular about this young man. He didn't even have an Adam's apple, and his fingers were extraordinarily slim. This young man was actually a young girl dressed up as a boy. This strangely dressed young girl was quickly swinging her fan. She tittered and said, "Brother Yifeng, during this time's outing for adventuring, I heard that there was something fun happening in the South Sea. I wanted to go and join in on the fun, but now it seems as if it's been stirred up by this Lin Ming, and it's not as chaotic as it was before. So boring. But this Lin Ming fellow is called a monstrous genius. Perhaps he might not be any worse than Brother Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, what do you think?" This young girl dressed as a boy and the man opposite of her, called Li Yifeng, both originated from the 4 divine kingdoms. Li Yifeng was one of the sons of one of the 4 divine kingdoms' emperors. They had come out to journey and gain experience, and had especially chosen the South Sea demon region. But never would they have imagined that just as they reached the Great Zen region, they would learn news that the situation within the South Sea had changed so suddenly. As for main lead who had caused all these changes within the South Sea, it was Lin Ming. Thus, they had set their sights on him. Li Yifeng didn't speak. The young maid, however, didn't seem to be convinced. She said, "Humph, these South Sea country bumpkins have never seen the wide world. A fairly decent young elite came from their ranks, and now they're bragging so much. If they came to the 4 divine kingdoms, then their chins would probably fall off in awe." As the young maid spoke, she had a very smug and satisfied expression. If those small-time people came and saw what happened in the 4 divine kingdoms, it was the same as a country bumpkin coming to a major metropolis. Besides this young maid, the other cute little nun also nodded vigorously. Although she didn't speak, her eyes and face were clearly full of confidence in Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng smiled and lazily stretched out. As he bit on a toothpick, he said, "It doesn't matter. Struggling all day and all night is so silly. To live a great life, have fun, eat and drink to the heart's content, make love under the stars, that's the stuff. What use is there in struggling every day to be number one? Try too much, and your head will explode." This Li Yifeng, with his purple gold crown and Kirin robe, seemed noble and handsome, but his personality was actually the opposite. He picked up a jug of wine and took a gulp before exclaiming, "This Flower Coil restaurant's millennium-old falling autumn leaf wine is actually quite good. I'll have to make sure to bring along 2 extra jugs with me. But what a pity without some young girls singing and dancing. This Zen city is just too old-fashioned and boring for me." "No fun, totally no fun," Li Yifeng said as he shook his head. Hearing Li Yifeng's completely unreliable words, the young girl disguised as a boy suddenly had a frosty expression. With disgust, she said, "Li Yifeng, for this time's outing I will make sure to record every word you say and everything you do. I will report this all to your Sir Shangchen." Li Yifeng nonchalantly said, "Ma, go ahead and report all you want. I've already violated around 800 rules, or so anyways. I'll have you know lice do not fear being bitten. Go, and add a few more faults on my list." Li Yifeng had a very go-ahead and bite-me expression. It was truly aggravating for one's nerves. The young girl clenched her shining teeth. As for the young maid near Li Yifeng, she covered her mouth and laughed. The young girl fiercely said, "Li Yifeng, if you go too far, then Sir Shangchen will bring you back." "Heh, that depends on whether he can catch me or not. Do you know how hard it is to find a chance to come out and play? How could I go back to being surrounded by that group of old men? F***CK. Ever since I was born, those old men have been bothering me all day long, touching me left and right. Shit, if I have to go back, then I'll really be driven insane," Li Yifeng said as he leisurely drank his wine. Then he seemed to think of something. A devilish smile crossed his face, as if he were thinking of something naughty. "This Lin Ming is quite interested. Our next stop will be the South Horizon region. I'll go and visit him first before deciding on what to do next." At this time, deep within the South Sea, Xian Wuji was suspended in the pitch-black waters. Xian Yuqie didn't even dare to speak or look ahead. Her hand on her chest, her head bowed, she waited for Xian Wuji's orders. Xian Wuji indifferently said, "Yuqie, go back first and stabilize the will of the people." As Xian Yuqie heard Xian Wuji's order, her heart tightened. Go back. If she went back, that didn't necessarily mean she would be able to stabilize the situation there. The key was her own strength. Facing Lin Ming, she might not even be able to persist for 5 moves. Once she encountered Lin Ming, death was inevitable. Wasn't this just sending her to die? Xian Yuqie's lips twitched. She wanted to say something, but a cold light flashed in Xian Wuji's eyes. "What? Is there a problem?" "No," Xian Yuqie exhaled, feeling her heart turn cold. To Xian Wuji, every person was just a pawn in his great game. This was her sorrow, the sorrow of the weak. She bit her teeth and asked with despondence, "Should I lead the disciples somewhere else?" "Manage the matter yourself. You only need to support them for 5 months," Xian Wuji said, expressionless. Since the South Sea Demon region had already turned into this state, stabilizing the hearts of the revolving core and Xiantian martial artists was worse than focusing his efforts here to kill the giant Leviathan. As soon as the giant Leviathan died, he could grab hold of Mu Qianyu and force Lin Ming to face him. He had to take advantage of Lin Ming while he still hadn't grown up and kill him. If he couldn't and left him alive, then there would be no end to his future troubles. Haha, what wise words from Elder Xian, right? beside Xian Wuji. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch laughed as he said, "A real man must make choices. All those disciples that fled are unreliable and worthless trash." Although this disaster is a setback to the South Sea Demon region, it's also a good deed. Through this trial, those who left are all disloyal garbage, but those who remained are the extraordinary heroes. If you can take these heroes as your future foundation, then with Elder Xian's support, rebuilding the South Sea Demon region wouldn't be difficult at all. This king fully supports Elder Xian's decisions. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's goal was the giant leviathan's heart and spine. He definitely wanted to stay here with Xian Wuji to make sure they killed the giant leviathan. When Xian Yuqie heard the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's comforting words, all she could hear was the gloating tone behind it. She grit her teeth in hate, wanting to run a sword through the damned old ape. But right now, she could only endure the insult. She coldly replied, "I do not need your judgment on how my South Sea Demon region will pass this disaster." Heh, Sovereign Xian is truly like a thorn-filled rose. What a spicy attitude. The blue-eyed ape ignored Xian Yuqi's words, instead choosing to lasciviously harass her. As he was about to speak further, water twisted in front of him, and a blue light shined. A message sounded into the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's ear, the old ape's smiling expression suddenly freezing as he listened. After several breaths' time, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's monkey face turned blue, and then a deeper blue, and then green. Both of his eyes looked as if they were about to spout fire. A message had just come from his clan. His turquoise-eyed ape clan's royal palace had just been attacked by Lin Ming 8 hours ago. They had lost 4 life destruction princes and 20 revolving corps generals. In addition to that, hundreds of Xiantian and Hotian realm martial artists had died from the shock waves of the fight. Before Lin Ming had left, he had also left behind some words in the turquoise-eyed ape clan's royal palace square. "Stay in the deep sea. 10 lives a day." Only these words, and not even the revolving corps martial artists, were able to approach. That bastard. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's intestines twitched with rage. Lin Ming was threatening him. For every day he didn't return, Lin Ming would kill 10 people. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had never imagined that Lin Ming would attack their turquoise-eyed ape clan. Their clan headquarters were located 80,000 feet in the deep sea. At this depth, a human martial artist's combat efficiency, speed, and striking power would all be greatly weakened. But the turquoise-eyed apes wouldn't be affected at all. Lin Ming didn't have anyone to share a water-repelling technique with him. So just how had he been able to kill 4 life destruction princes? Within the turquoise-eyed ape clan's royal palace, there were now only 4 life destruction princes in their entire clan. If they were killed, then the entire clan might perish. Even if Xian Wuji went there, he would only be able to kill 1 or 2 at most. It was impossible to kill everyone. Just what method had Lin Ming used to efficiently kill those that he wanted dead, not even giving them the chance to escape? "Patriarch, what is it?" Beside the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch, a second-stage life destruction clansman nervously asked. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had obviously just received some terribly bad news. In truth, the moment he asked the question, he already had an inkling as to what had occurred, but he didn't know just how bad the extent of damage was. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch simply didn't speak. His mood was extremely poor. Originally, when Lin Ming had launched a massive massacre within the South Sea Demon region, he had relished their suffering. But in the flash of an eye, this dark star had been turned onto his own clan and people. As Xian Yuqie saw this, the corners of her lips curved into a happy smile. She was extraordinarily perceptive. It was easy to guess just what news the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch had received. She faintly smiled at the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch and asked with a concerned expression, "What's the matter? Could something have happened with your clan?" Chapter 715, King Level Smelting Trial. Chapter 715, King Level Smelting Trial. Facing Xian Yuqia's mocking taunts, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch grew angry with shame. He had made a joke of the South Sea Demon region at the start, but now it was Xian Yuqia's turn to ridicule him. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch coldly snorted and told the others behind him, "We are immediately returning." The turquoise-eyed ape clan was no stronger than the South Sea Demon region. However, the South Sea Demon region was a sect. If their disciples died, they could always recruit more. As for the turquoise-eyed ape clan, they had limited numbers. For every clansman that died, it was impossible for it to come up with more numbers at a fast speed. If Lin Ming was killing the outstanding elites of the turquoise-eyed ape clan, then the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch couldn't just sit idly and do nothing. He had to return. Otherwise, if Lin Ming came back and used his strange tracking ability, then he could kill dozens of revolving core martial artists at the very least. This was not a loss that their clan could afford. "Patriarch, are you planning to withdraw?" Xian Wuji frowned. If the turquoise-eyed ape clan withdrew from here, that meant he would lose a powerful ally. With him alone, it would be extremely difficult to deter the giant Leviathan in any way. Hearing Xian Wuji's question, the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch's face stiffened. "Elder Xian, my apologies, but this king must return." "Oh, you have to go back?" Xian Yuqia sneered. "Ape King, wasn't it you who said that a real man had to make choices? All of those fleeing clansmen are definitely worthless rejects. Since that's the case, the disaster of your turquoise-eyed ape clan is also a great fortune. Those who leave are disloyal, but those who remain are the extraordinary elites. At that time, you can use the remaining members to rebuild your foundation. Reforming your clan shouldn't be difficult at all. Our South Sea Demon region will also support you with everything we have. What do you think about this?" One of the world's most humiliating matters was having your words tossed back in your face. Xian Yuqia had deliberately copied the tone of the Ape King, leaving him speechless. "Humph, you were speaking so much bullshit in such a rude manner, and now that you're the one in trouble, you decided to leave. How laughable!" Xian Yuqia mercilessly mocked, seeing the turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch suddenly deflate. Xian Yuqia was very happy. As for Xian Wuji, he simply glowered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stayed silent. Lin Ming was much more troublesome than he had anticipated. The turquoise-eyed ape clan patriarch also didn't speak any further. He simply cupped his hands and left. Now, the only ones left were Xian Yuqia and Xian Wuji. Xian Yuqia lightly exhaled. She carefully looked at Xian Wuji, whispering, "Elder Xian, should we?" She hoped with every fiber of her body that Xian Wuji would decide to return to the South Sea Demon region and further consider matters. However, Xian Wuji's response left her disappointed. "You return first. If anything else pops up, then use a water sound transmitting talisman to inform me." Xian Yuqia's heart sank. She knew that saying anything else now would be useless. She could only reply in a quiet voice, "Yes, I understand." To Xian Wuji, his future breakthrough to the divine sea boundary was much more important than the fate of the entire South Sea Demon region. He had absolute certainty that there was a great secret regarding Lin Ming's body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make such frightening progress. Xian Wuji had already looked up Lin Ming and studied his background. Before 15 years of age, Lin Ming had been nothing but the most average of youngsters. But after he had reached 15 years of age, he had suddenly soared into the heavens. In a mere 6 short years, he had gone from the first level of body transformation to being able to kill a second-stage life destruction powerhouse. Within the entire Sky Spill continent, this was an absolutely unprecedented event. To deal with such a person, Xian Wuji could only attempt it before he grew any more than this. In Xian Wuji's eyes, Lin Ming was a resolute individual who killed with decisiveness. He had one weakness, and that was that he cared too much for the safety of his friends and family. This could be seen from when Lin Ming had gone to rescue Qin Xingxuan. Xian Wuji had already taken this point into consideration, and that was why he clung so tightly to the giant Leviathan. Those within were equal to his lifeblood. He believed that as long as he could capture Mu Qianyu and the others, then he could force Lin Ming to appear. Lin Ming, no matter what secret you have, I will find it. Xian Wuji clenched his fists, his mouth curving up in a brutal smile. At that time, 200,000 miles away, at Divine Phoenix Island. After the South Sea Demon region had looted Divine Phoenix Island, the entire land had become a dump. When Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill continent, he had rushed into Divine Phoenix Island, killing the Elder Station there even as all the little minions fled away. Now, the entire Divine Phoenix Island was a lonely and desolate land. Nowadays, Divine Phoenix had become a gathering place for wild birds and beasts. They nested in the ruined buildings, and the land was blighted with barren shrubs and the remnants of destruction. As the sea breeze blew over, the weeds swayed in the air as if they were testifying to the once great magnificence of Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming took step by step through the abandoned land. In front of him was a dilapidated building. There, on the roof, a group of crows and seabirds fluttered about. Because Divine Phoenix Island was a spiritual land, the vegetation, birds, and beasts all grew and bred at an extremely fast pace. Passing through these broken buildings, Lin Ming came to an empty valley. He carefully extended his perception, exploring his entire surroundings. This valley was the most precious treasure of the entire Divine Phoenix Island, the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. This mystic realm had been left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan, and it was also the very source of Divine Phoenix Island's spiritual vein. As for how long ago the ancient Phoenix clan had existed, how glorious they had been, what sort of magnificent history they'd had, or how powerful a martial arts civilization they'd had, all of this had long been lost to time. But what Lin Ming was absolutely sure of was that the ancient Phoenix clan was in no way inferior to those from the realm of the gods. It was even possible that they had come here from the realm of the gods. I wonder why the ancient Phoenix clan came to Sky Spill continent. Did they ever come into contact with that mysterious existence within the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He felt that 100,000 years ago, the area in Sky Spill continent's history which was completely blank, there must have been some heaven-shaking secrets involved. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about this. Soon, he arrived at the array formation of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In the end, Xian Wuji had not left the deep sea area. This decision hadn't surprised Lin Ming. Xian Wuji was an ambitious and cruel individual of the demonic path. Everything he had done, or would ever do, was in order to pursue greater strength. Even the South Sea Demon region was one of Xian Wuji's many chess pieces to reach higher peaks of power. If the South Sea Demon region would still be in its most prosperous state, then Xian Wuji might care a little bit about it. But now, the current South Sea Demon region was only a peak 4th grade sect without Xian Wuji. To him, it was simply nothing. If Xian Wuji didn't leave, then Lin Ming could only defeat him with his own strength. But now he had just broken through to the middle revolving core realm and had also opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates. It would be extremely difficult to greatly increase his strength in a short period of time in order to deal with Xian Wuji. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming had thought of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In a person's life, they could only enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm twice. The last time Lin Ming had entered, he had been thrust into the general level smelting trial, finally fully completing it. But this time, Lin Ming's goal was clear. That was the king level smelting trial. Chapter 716, Warriors of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. Chapter 716, Warriors of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. After opening up the surrounding protective array formation of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, Lin Ming walked into the valley, where the Mystic Realm was locked in. Here were also the words that Mu Qinyu had left behind. Thundercrash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. Even though he had already reunited with Mu Qinyu, seeing these words still filled him with emotion. After clearing up his feelings, Lin Ming followed the rules of the spell that he had learned from Mu Yu Huang, and then began to open up the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm a bit at a time. The last time he had entered into the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, it had taken the collaborative efforts of Mu Yu Huang and Mu Tianguang. Now Lin Ming was able to do so by himself. Forming different array formation symbols with both hands, energy vibrated, accompanied by the distant sound of wind and thunder. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to crazily surge, forming a twisting, black vortex in the air. This vortex constantly spun, finally turning into a black hole, wide enough for him to step into. After stabilizing the entrance, Lin Ming stepped inside. In an instant, Lin Ming's surroundings went pitch black before splashing with color again. Lin Ming had finally returned to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. In front of Lin Ming was endless red desert, interspersed with rocks. The ground was barren, and in between the rocks, flowing rivers of lava churned. The rivers glowed red from heat, and as the lava slowly flowed, massive bubbles burbled up from deep underground, making muffled sounds as they released the smell of suffocating sulfur. But behind Lin Ming, there was an endless field of ice that extended to the horizons. Blizzards howled, and massive towers of ice spiked the ground, shimmering with a chilling radiance. Lin Ming was familiar with the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. The last time he had come to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, these lands of fire and ice were considered a great trial, but to the current Lin Ming, these trials of fire and ice were nothing at all. Time was of the essence. Lin Ming launched into his movement technique and rushed into the vast land of lava. This crimson land was filled with all sorts of lucky chances, but these lucky chances were not important to Lin Ming. Flying with golden rock shattering the void, the scenery around him rapidly changed. Soon, Lin Ming arrived at the Ancient Phoenix Great Temple. The Ancient Phoenix Great Temple was constructed from dark red rock. It reached into the sky, and all around the great temple were various sorts of sculptures and totems. After the entrance opened, Lin Ming followed the familiar path in, coming to a grand jade platform. He placed the key in, and then dripped his blood on it. In the next moment, Lin Ming was enveloped in a warm light. Then, in a few breaths of time, he was transported to a completely closed chamber. This chamber was filled with all sorts of murals and totems. The last time he had come here, Lin Ming had fought against a fuzzy red people, engaging in a fierce gauntlet of battle before finally meeting the temple spirit that guarded the Ancient Phoenix Great Temple. But this time, as Lin Ming stepped in, the temple spirit immediately appeared. Energy coalesced into the image of a face, like a translucent ghost. The ghost said, "Trial Challenger, I am the temple spirit, and I protect this realm. We have met before." The temple spirit was part of the stone spirit race, and also the guardian of the Ancient Phoenix Great Hall. It had a lifespan as long as the rocks themselves. "Sir Temple Spirit, I apologize for disturbing you from your slumber. The reason that I come to the Ancient Phoenix Great Temple is to participate in the King level smelting trial. Also, I only have 6 months of time. If it's impossible to pass this trial in 6 months of time, then I would rather choose not to enter," Lin Ming calmly said, as he looked at the temple spirit. Half a year was already a very tight timeline. His current strength was incomparable to when he completed the final general level smelting trial, but correspondingly, the king level smelting trial was also much harder. It would be at least several times more difficult than the general level trial. It was hard to say whether or not he could complete it in half a year. King level smelting trial? The temple spirit thought for a moment. Trial challenger, after you placed a drop of blood onto the jade platform, the result of your bloodline test was only at the peak of the general level. Lin Ming frowned. Before, after having passed through the final general level smelting trial, he had obtained a drop of ancient phoenix blood as a reward. However, one drop was simply too low. Whether it was the blood of the ancient phoenix or the blood of the true dragon, both of them were extremely useful when Lin Ming's comprehensive combat strength was still weak. But now, after becoming that much stronger and reaching a level at which he could contend with a life-destruction powerhouse, these different bloodlines were only able to offer him limited strength. The reason was because the quantity was simply too low. According to Demonshine's words, there were certain god-beast clans within the realm of the gods where half their blood came from a god-beast. For a genius to be birthed in such a family, their degree of talent was unimaginable. Sir Temple Spirit, I remember that the last time I entered the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, besides the bloodline test, I also fought red figures in a chamber, finally earning the right to enter the general level smelting trial through my results there. How come that isn't possible this time? Lin Ming was very self-aware of the power of his own bloodline. Even after obtaining the rewards from the general level smelting trial, they still weren't able to compare with those that could enter the king level smelting trial. Thus, the only thing he could rely on was his own comprehensive talent in all other aspects. Within the world of martial arts, this so-called comprehensive talent wasn't one's martial talent, but rather one's integrated combat strength in comparison to their age. This was the standard method of evaluation of a genius. In this aspect, Lin Ming had complete confidence in himself. That is the qualification test for the general level smelting trial. The qualification test for the king level smelting trial is much stricter, the temple spirit said without the slightest hint of emotion. Much stricter? That also exists? Lin Ming noted the subtext to the temple spirit's words. He guessed that the ancient Phoenix clan also had extraordinary talents. However, they lacked bloodline purity and richness. If they couldn't participate in the king level smelting trial just because of a deficiency in their bloodline, then that would just be too unfair. Yes, but it is a life or death smelting trial. The mortality rate is extremely high. Failure means death. Life or death smelting trial. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He never thought that the screening requirements would be so harsh for the ancient Phoenix clan's royal family. Then again, after thinking of it some more, the animal kingdom was also the same. The royal family enjoyed far more privileges and resources. Thus the test they faced would also be that much stricter. Once they failed, that would mean death. This was all to ensure that the royal family remained absolutely formidable. Otherwise, they would just be the same as all the other clansmen. What right did they have to be part of the royal family? With a light breath, Lin Ming unwaveringly said, I can. The temple spirit glanced at Lin Ming. Your bloodline concentration is far different compared to the true royal family. The difficulty of the smelting trial is also very high. Are you sure? I am. Lin Ming gripped his fists together. Even if it weren't because of Mu Qinyu, Lin Ming would still have returned to the ancient Phoenix Great Temple to attempt the king level smelting trial. The life of a martial artist was filled with difficult choices. If he had the chance to choose, he would always choose to blaze forward. Good, then it shall be as you wish. The temple spirit's figure gradually rose up as it finished speaking. It ascended 100 feet into the air, looking down at Lin Ming. Trial challenger, In this battle, you must now face the heroic souls of the ancient Phoenix clan. They had once participated in the ancient Phoenix clan's king level smelting trial. These are the most outstanding soldiers of the royal family. Now, through the recorded memories of the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, they will be restored to their original form. If you defeat them, then you will obtain the qualifications to enter the true king level smelting trial. However, defeat means death. As the temple spirit's voice faded, Lin Ming saw that 100 feet in front of him a haze-red phantom began to emerge from thin air. Lin Ming's mind went numb. Past soldiers of the royal family, he never imagined that he would actually fight with them in this manner. Slowly extracting the long spear from his spatial ring, Lin Ming's heart blazed with a brilliant fighting spirit. He wondered, tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, at a time when the history of the Sky Spill continent is completely unknown, just what level did those martial artists reach? What sort of cultivation methods did they train in? He could discover them in this battle. The red phantom slowly solidified, eventually turning into a tall man holding into a dark red spear. His eyebrows were straight, and he had a handsome appearance. His chin tapered to a point, giving him a somewhat beautiful flavor. At the same time, the man's presence was imposing, dominating, as if he were a model carved from jade. First opponent of the smelting trial qualification test, ancient Phoenix clan, Nguyen family, fourth cousin of the 6th Crown Prince, general of the Fire Cloud Battalion, Nguyen Yu. Above the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, a flat voice resounded, informing Lin Ming who his opponent had once been. Nguyen family, Fire Cloud Battalion General. Listening to this, the ancient Phoenix clan seemed to be comprised of many families and factions, and the Nguyen family was just one of these. What sort of combat strength did the Fire Cloud Battalion reach? What cultivation were their soldiers? Lin Ming lifted his spear, his heart inexplicably filled with yearning and desire for the ancient Phoenix clan from hundreds of thousands of years ago, wondering just what that army looked like. When he saw the murals and images within the ancient Phoenix Great Temple, the normal soldiers had ridden vermilion birds and blue wands. Not just that, but those saint beasts had been far more formidable than those from Divine Phoenix Island. In such a war, how great and magnificent a scene it would have been. After Nguyen Yu fully formed into reality, he held his long spear, pointing it straight at Lin Ming. The soldiers of the ancient Phoenix clan often had to ride vermilion birds and other saint beasts in a battle, thus a majority of them used long polearms. For instance, the spear, halberd, and lance were all extremely common. This was completely different from the current Divine Phoenix Island that primarily used swords. Revolving core cultivation, Lin Ming discovered that Nguyen Yu's cultivation was only at the revolving core realm, but as to what boundary this revolving core realm actually reached, he found it difficult to guess. This was likely due to the differences in physique and training from those martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. There is no one in the Sky Spill continent who can give off such pressure with just a revolving core cultivation. I wonder just how old this Nguyen Yu was before he left behind this recorded phantom. If he was just in his 20s, then that would truly be terrifying. Lin Ming's expression turned solemn, his eyes filling with fighting spirit. Ever since he had broken through to the revolving core, this was the first time he had stood opposite another heroic young elite who was comparable to him. Swish. Without a word, Nguyen Yu thrust his spear at Lin Ming. All of the fire origin energy of the world was stirred up by this spear, forming a phantom ancient phoenix that flapped its wings, shooting towards Lin Ming. The phantom hadn't arrived, but a sweltering heat wave had already reached him. Come on! Lin Ming's eyes erupted with a fierce fighting spirit. Against such an enemy, he didn't have any thoughts of holding back. From the very start, he had opened the heretical god force, as well activating the death god force field, and Azura force field. Chasing Sun, A spear thrust out. This spear contained the concept of fire. This was a collision of concepts. Lin Ming wanted to see just how far off his own concept of fire was compared to those young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan. Bang! Nguyen Yu's ancient Phoenix phantom was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear, but Lin Ming's spear light was also melted away by those feverish flames. Both strikes disappeared into thin air, evenly matched. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He knew that just in terms of concepts he had already lost. The only reason he had been able to block that strike just now was because his battle spirit had been infused into his attack. Chapter 717. Qualify. Chapter 717. Qualify. In the skies above the battlefield, the temple spirit indifferently gazed on at everything happening beneath him. After all, the temple spirit was an existence that lacked all normal human sentiment. It was not surprised, nor did it exclaim aloud. It only felt it unusual that Lin Ming, whose cultivation was at the middle revolving core realm, was able to form a bronze-level elementary stage battle spirit, infinitely close to reaching small success. Perhaps he really might have the qualifications to enter the true king-level smelting trial. As the temple spirit thought this, it blankly stared on. Whether Lin Ming earned the qualifications or died, the temple spirit would never show regret or joy. It simply held the attitude of a spectator, bearing witness to all. Bang! On the battlefield, Nguyen Yu and Lin Ming fiercely collided. Nguyen Yu was tossed back hundreds of feet, his body shaking as if the energy that formed him was about to dissipate at any second. I see. That attack just now really consumed a great deal of energy. Lin Ming discovered that the phantom reproduction of Nguyen Yu had an extremely limited amount of energy. Every bit less was energy that the phantom would never recover. In just a few intense collisions, half of Nguyen Yu's figure already vanished. Lin Ming twirled his long spear, stepping atop golden rock, shattering the void, as he instantly appeared in front of Nguyen Yu. A spear shot out, containing the concept of thunderfire, penetrating rainbow. Kacha! The energy-formed spear in Nguyen Yu's hand was directly cut in half, and a chunk of his arm was ripped off by Lin Ming's attack, turning into sparkling starlight that vanished. After losing a part of his arm, Nguyen Yu was no longer able to withstand Lin Ming. Lin Ming's spear thrust through his throat, and Nguyen Yu vanished in a blaze of radiant light. I won. Lin Ming took several deep gulps, catching his breath as he stirred the black hole revolving core in his dantian to absorb the rich heaven and earth origin energy around him. That Nguyen Yu just now had left a deep impression on Lin Ming. If it weren't for the fact that the phantom copy had a limited amount of energy, if the fight had continued, Lin Ming would have had to pay a heavy price even if he won. The extraordinary heroic elites of the ancient Phoenix clan are truly formidable, especially in their understanding of concepts. In that aspect alone, I am far inferior to them. Lin Ming shook his head. His perception wasn't bad, but as his cultivation and strength constantly improved, he began to find that his perception was becoming a weakness of his. After Nguyen Yu's phantom dissipated, a new phantom quickly coalesced in front of Lin Ming. The phantom held a long war lance. Flaming red hair ran down his shoulders, and a sharp light shined in his eyes. With a single glance, he could see that hundreds of thousands of years ago, this man was once a dragon amongst humans. The second opponent of the smelting trial qualification test, ancient Phoenix clan, Nguyen family, second son of the sixth prince, Vanguard General Nguyen Hua. This Nguyen Hua appeared to be around 20 to 30 years of age. As for exactly how old he was, it was difficult to estimate. In the ancient Phoenix clan's king-level smelting trial qualifier, matches were arranged according to the trial challenger's age. The older the challenger, the stronger the opponents they had to face. Nguyen Hua lifted his left hand, and with a sizzling spark, flames combusted, coalescing into a fire shield. On Nguyenhua's body, flames lingered on his skin. After several breaths of time, these little flames turned into countless small scales that covered him, forming a complete set of armor. With this, Nguyenhua's entire body was protected. These scales burned a deep red. As they covered his body, they seemed like completely separate entities. On top of the scales were even mystical runes. These were naturally formed textures after the fire solidified into material from flame shield, flame armor. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was a technique that was recorded within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicles. Within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, there were recorded methods on how to form such objects as chains out of fire. Lin Ming had also casually learnt these skills, but because of the limits in the cultivation method and the strength and durability of the flame-formed chains were inadequate. As Lin Ming broke through to the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm, he slowly stopped using these minor techniques. But now, as Lin Ming saw the flame scales and flame shield on Nguyenhua's body, he could clearly feel the energy there that was compressed to an extremely terrifying degree. It was absolutely startling. Was this a high-level application of the concept of fire? Lin Ming took a deep breath. In these past few years, he had invested the majority of his time and energy into understanding and polishing the concept of space. As for the concept of fire and the concept of thunder, he had temporarily put those on hold. Lin Ming was well aware that as a martial artist reached a higher boundary, the more important it became to utilize things such as battle spirits, laws, and their corresponding concepts, abilities that one comprehended from touching upon the source of principles. Only the worst of all martial artists would depend on just their cultivation to fight. The more concepts one comprehended, the more combat strength and flexibility one would have. Although it was possible to bite off more than one could chew when one reached the divine sea boundary and above, it was possible to have thousands upon thousands of years of life. This was more than enough time to understand these things. Thus, it was always a good idea to lay down an early foundation. Whoosh! Nguyenhua's lance thrust out, and all of the surrounding fire origin energy was thrown in turmoil, completely overwhelming as it came enveloping down on Lin Ming. Against such a lance attack, Lin Ming didn't counterattack first. Instead, he touched his mind upon the heretical god force, relying on his powerful soul force and perception to analyze the mysteries behind Nguyenhua's attack. Chasing sun, when Lin Ming was covered in fire, he finally made his counterattack. Pung! Flames showered. Lin Ming flew out of the explosion, his hair charred and clothes smoking. In that quick exchange of moves, even though Lin Ming's spear strike contained his battle spirit, it still wasn't enough to make up for the disparity. Fortunately, Lin Ming wasn't injured thanks to his astounding defensive ability. Even so, some of the power of fire crept into his meridians, recklessly dashing about before the suppressive force of the heretical god seed came crashing down upon it. But the power of this flame wisp was much hardier and stubborn than Lin Ming had imagined. Even with the heretical god force tamping it down, it was still extremely violent and wild. It would take a short period of time before it was fully suppressed. This was the first time that the heretical god seed had encountered such a situation. Lin Ming certainly didn't think that the heretical god force arcane skill was insufficient in grade, but rather that his own realm was lacking. Compared to Nguyenhua, his comprehension in concepts was far too poor. Trying to steal a glance at the concept of fire in the midst of a fight, in the sky over the battlefield, the temple spirit indifferently watched everything happening below it. The king level smelting trial qualifier is extremely difficult. It is already a life or death battle, so you had better be careful. Don't lose your life just for a chance of comprehending something beyond you. In the temple spirit's opinion, if Lin Ming concentrated too much on comprehending certain things in this battle, then he wouldn't be able to fight with his full strength, thus having a situation just now where he had lost. In a battle between masters, any sort of hesitation like this was dangerous. I appreciate the advice, Lin Ming never intended to change his plans to begin. If he wanted to gain insights into this concept during battle, it would naturally consume a great deal more energy. He might even be injured. However, he had faith in his own endurance and defensive ability. If the situation took a turn for the worse, it wouldn't be too late to fully commit to the battle. Bang, bang, bang. With every exchange of moves, Lin Ming constantly gained insight from Nguyen Hua's concept of fire. Within his body, the heretical god seed began to absorb more and more power of fire. Under the confines of the heretical god force, this power of fire formed a crimson sphere that revolved near the heretical god seed together with the heretical god flame essence. However, it was impossible for the heretical god flame essence to absorb this power simply because the difference in level was too high. Although Nguyen Hua seemed as if he held the complete advantage, there was still a limited amount of energy within his body. After 10 moves, his voice began to fade away. After 5 more moves, Lin Ming's spear cut off Nguyen Hua's arm, a section of flame armor, and the flame shield fell into Lin Ming's hands. Gently feeling the shield with his fingers, Lin Ming sensed the traces of energy contained within. In this shield, it seemed as if the fire origin energy had a mind of its own. It was a structure of energy formed with countless tiny runes. Regardless of what direction an attack came from, this structure would be able to disperse the impact of the strike, ultimately absorbing the remnants of that attack with the flame energy. This flame law is truly amazing. Nguyen Hua's attack came once again. Lin Ming was no longer able to divide his attention in battle to study the subtle structures within this shield. With a counterattack of his spear, Nguyen Hua's phantom was killed, his body scattering into energy. The flame shield in Lin Ming's hand also vanished in a burst of fire, making him feel extremely regretful. After Nguyen Hua, new matches appeared, all from the Nguyen family. Lin Ming began to suspect that only the ancient Phoenix clan members from the Sky Spill continent were surnamed Nguyen. Perhaps the ancient Phoenix clan of the Sky Spill continent was only a tiny branch of the ancient Phoenix clan from the realm of the gods. The battles became increasingly intense. Lin Ming was already unable to discreetly study the concept of fire in battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue. After being swept up in the aftermath of his opponent's flames, Lin Ming thrust out his spear at this 5th opponent, killing him. But then 2 crimson phantom images appeared in front of him. Nguyen family left guard general Nguyen Dalei. Nguyen family right guard general Nguyen Sun. 1 against 2. Lin Ming's expression became solemn. Although his opponents had limited energy, having to face continuous fights in an ever-changing battle was still very hard on the trial challenger's energy consumption. If it weren't for the Gate of Healing supporting Lin Ming, he absolutely couldn't have made it to this stage. The ancient Phoenix clan's king level smelting trial is truly strict in its requirements. This is also only the ancient Phoenix clan's Nguyen family. I wonder what would happen if it were different races or clans. Lin Ming was well aware that there was no limit in this universe. There was always a higher peak. This was common sense. With his current talent, he far exceeded anyone in the ancient or current times of the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent. But in Demonshine's words, there were 3,000 boundless worlds, meaning that there were at least another billion worlds out there, all like the Sky Spill continent. Just being able to dominate a world like that didn't mean much at all. Lin Ming no longer bothered to gain insights into the concept of fire. He completely concentrated on this battle as he preserved his energy. Lin Ming's strongest strength lay in his endurance. Even if he had to fight multiple enemies, it would still be difficult to wear him down. In addition, he also had an astounding physical defense capability. And with the support of the heretical god seed, Lin Ming held a completely disparate advantage when it came to defending against fire energy. Like this, Lin Ming continued fighting. 6th match. 7th match. Eighth match. When the 10th match came, Lin Ming's opponent was a minor prince of the ancient Phoenix clan. This prince was several times stronger than his previous opponents. The prince wielded a golden halberd, and his control of fire was dizzying in its wonder. From the very start, Lin Ming had fallen into the inferior position after continuous collisions. He forcefully relied on the heretical god seed to control and defend against the flames. After 10 moves, the prince's energy gradually weakened, and then he was killed by Lin Ming. After defeating his 10th opponent, Lin Ming supported himself on the ground with his spear, his entire face dripping wet with sweat. His clothes were nearly burned off, and his body was covered with minor burns and spear wounds. At this moment, he had already used up over half of his true essence. The temple spirit came floating down from the air. It calmly said, "Trial challenger, congratulations on obtaining the qualifications to enter the king level smelting trial. Now, follow me." Chapter 7:18. A shocking trial ground. Chapter 7:18. A shocking trial ground. I've finally passed. Lin Ming let out a breath of relief. That test had not been easy at all. When Lin Ming had passed the general level smelting trial, he had been young. Thus the enemies he faced were correspondingly weaker. Even so, it had cost Lin Ming a massive amount of time to pass it, and if he hadn't brought enough vermilion bird blood essence with him, then it might have been nearly impossible to pass the smelting trial in any reasonable period of time. But now Lin Ming's age and cultivation had risen. Facing the king level smelting trial qualifier, it hadn't been as difficult to pass. This proved that the rate Lin Ming grew had exceeded the ancient Phoenix Great Temple's expectations of someone from the royal line. "Sir Temple Spirit, I have a question I would like to ask you. Those several successors and princes I fought, just how old were they?" This was the question that Lin Ming most wanted to ask. He desired to know how his talent compared to those geniuses of the ancient Phoenix clan, and just what degree the disparity between them was. The temple spirit said, "Trial challenger, your skeletal age is at 21 years. The difficult of your corresponding test should also be at the 21st rank. However, because your bloodline density is lacking, the true difficulty of your test was somewhat higher. Your matches were all 24 or 25 years old. They were all outstanding heroic elites of the ancient Phoenix clan's royal family. However, when their phantoms faced you, their energy and cultivation were also under heavy suppression. They were in no way at their peak condition. Thus, it is impossible to assess your talent in comparison to theirs." "I understand." Lin Ming wasn't too surprised by this. In the ancient Phoenix clan, their resources and talents were far from what the Sky Spill continent could compare with. For instance, the Nirvana Dragon Root was a rare and precious heavenly treasure that all life-destruction masters of the Sky Spill continent would go stark mad for. However, thinking about it some more, that Nirvana Dragon Root was in truth some unwanted medicinal herb kept in the demon god Imperial Palace's medicine garden by the demon emperor before he ascended into the realm of the gods. Although its value had surged because of the tens of thousands of years that had passed, when it was truly contrasted to the great sects within the realm of the gods with incomparably vast legacies, it wasn't even worth mentioning. There might be some half-god beast bloodline genius out there, using medicines and pills daily with a value that far surpassed the Nirvana Dragon Root. What they trained in were high-level realm of the gods cultivation methods that were in no way inferior to Lin Ming's, and they would even have the guidance of old beings from the realm of the gods whose cultivation far surpassed that of the divine seas. Lin Ming didn't find it strange that there would be many such individuals whose own comprehensive talent even exceeded his own. Destiny was also a part of one's talent. For a martial artist to be born in a great sect of the realm of the gods, or perhaps even a holy land, that too was a part of their destiny. But for Lin Ming, although he originated from the lowliest of mortal backgrounds in one of the 3,000 boundless worlds, simply one of a trillion ants scurrying about, he still didn't believe that his destiny was any less than that of an outstanding young elite from a realm of the gods' holy land. This was because he had the magic cube. Although the current Lin Ming hadn't been able to perceive the secrets of the magic cube, he had a faint feeling that the magic cube might be one of the greatest treasures within the entire universe. As he grew stronger in the future, he would be able to unlock more and more of the magic cube's powers, bringing him that much closer to the peak of all martial arts. Trial Challenger, we are here. As the temple spirit spoke, the space around Lin Ming began to suddenly twist. A slight dizzying vertigo overcame him, and in the next moment he was sent up to a broad platform. This platform was shaped like a massive circle, at least 10 miles in diameter. On its surface, there were a variety of mysterious, ancient runes engraved within. These were clearly array symbols. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that he hadn't seen a good number of these array symbols before. Lin Ming believed that he was skilled in understanding ancient array formations, but facing the patterns and marks on this platform, nearly everything here was completely unknown, making him feel a bit helpless. Was this an array formation laid down by the ancient Phoenix clan? Sir Temple Spirit, are these the grounds for the king level smelting trial? Lin Ming looked at the entire round platform. This platform emitted a simple, vast energy. It was startling. In addition to these mysterious, ancient runes, Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised if it was something similar to the 7 Profound Valleys' 10,000 killing array. Of course, this ancient Phoenix Great Temple's array formation was like the difference between heaven and earth compared to that of the 7 Profound Valleys. However, the temple spirit shook its head and said, "This is not the site of the king level smelting trial. Rather, it is the transmission altar that leads to the king level smelting trial." The temple spirit's words were unhurried, without any hint of emotion behind them. But as Lin Ming heard them, he was completely shocked. What? This was only a transmission array? A 10-mile-wide transmission array covered in countless mystic runes. Heavens! Where would such a transmission array lead to? In the broken world of the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had seen a massive, ancient transmission array that was hundreds of feet high with 108 grooves for true essence stones, with all sorts of array symbols covering it. It had been a large-scale array formation. That was the greatest transmission array Lin Ming had seen to date. But now, compared to this transmission array around him, it was absolutely overshadowed like an ant to an elephant. This array formation was 10 miles wide. Spreading out his perception, Lin Ming discovered dozens of fist-sized grooves around him. As for the transmission altar itself, that was 1,000 feet high. The entire altar seemed carved from burning red jade. Lin Ming had never seen this jade-like material, but he could feel the vibrant energy rolling off from it. This sort of transmission array. Lin Ming glanced at the temple spirit. If the demon god Imperial Palace's transmission array could send someone billions of miles away, then this transmission array could send someone trillions or even tens or hundreds of trillions of miles afar. Sir Temple Spirit, just where does this transmission array go to? If I can't complete the smelting trial in half a year, I would rather not enter, Lin Ming uneasily asked. If he went so far away, returning probably wouldn't be easy. Trial Challenger, I cannot guarantee when you will complete the smelting trial. The King level smelting trial is considered one of the core cultivation resources of the ancient Phoenix clan and is divided into several stages. You can only continue to the later stages if you complete the first stage of the smelting trial. Once you finish the first stage of the smelting trial, you may also return. But as for how long it will take you, I cannot tell. What's the fastest time that a martial artist of the ancient Phoenix clan completed the trial? Lin Ming quickly asked. The fastest was 72 days. As the temple spirit spoke this number, even though its nature was that of indifference, there was still a trace of respect and reverence in its tone. 72 days was a terrifying number. 72 days. I understand. Since there were people that could complete the trial in 72 days, then Lin Ming was confident that even if he could match that number, 3 months also wouldn't be a problem. The temple spirit shook its head and said, "Trial challenger, 72 days for completion of the trial is not an ancient Phoenix clan prince from my Nguyen family. That individual had a perfect Phoenix clan bloodline. That is, half of his bloodline came from humanity, and the other half came from a phoenix. His perception, talent, none of that can be measured with common sense. Perhaps you might not even have the qualifications to pass the very first stage of the smelting trial in 72 days. Perfect Phoenix, clan bloodline." Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. From the very first time he had stepped onto the road of martial arts, taking each step by step until he reached where he presently was, he was now finally able to approach those peak talents from the realm of the gods. Now, he would finally traverse the same path that the heroic young elites of the realm of the gods once tread, climbing towards the true peak of martial arts. Everything had to restart from zero. The road was now underneath his feet. Lin Ming's entire body burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. If he didn't come into contact with the realm of the gods, then he would never see where the peak of all martial arts lay. "I don't need to finish in 72 days. As long as I can pass within half a year. That's more than enough. Beam me up." "Good. It shall be as you wish." As the temple spirit finished speaking, from above the skies of the massive altar, hundreds of fist-sized crystals slowly fell down, fitting themselves into the grooves of the altar. Lin Ming had never seen these red energy stones before, but from the energy fluctuations, he could sense that these crystals were incomparable to true essence stones or blood demon crystals. This was also within reason. In order to mobilize such a terrifyingly large transmission array, how could ordinary energy stones possibly be enough? These red crystals were absolutely priceless. If just the consumption to transmit a young elite was so high, then the training resources they received could be imagined. No wonder the ancient Phoenix clan held such strict requirements to qualify for the king-level smelting trial. In order to train a single member of the royal family, this required a massive amount of resources. Even with Lin Ming's talent, he still hadn't obtained the qualifications easily. Bang! The red crystals erupted with energy. The entire transmission altar suddenly shook as all of the array symbols upon it lit up in dazzling succession. A beam of fiery red light shot out from the altar, straight into the skies. As Lin Ming stood on the transmission array, he felt an endless and terrifying pressure fall over him with overwhelming force, suppressing him to a nearly unbearable degree. Heavenly demon force field. Open! Lin Ming simultaneously released the Death God and Azura force fields. With their support, Lin Ming was just barely able to withstand this immense pressure. This secretly shocked Lin Ming. This transmission is truly extraordinary. If a normal Xiantian martial artist were to stand here, they would explode from the pressure. Bang! The transmission array suddenly trembled. More and more red energy surged forth, covering the entire altar. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt his body suddenly accelerate in a dizzying motion as the world spun around him. This acceleration was so sudden and fast that Lin Ming felt as though he would barf out his organs. Rays of red light wrapped around Lin Ming, the void shattered, and he was tossed into this incomparably chaotic space flow. Having experienced this scene previously, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This was also an opportune time for him to further hone his concepts of space and time. The chaotic space flow that Lin Ming faced this time were even more violent and terrifying than before. But Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased from the past, and his understanding of the concept of space had reached a very deep degree. Even if he couldn't directly withstand the violent space flows, he still had ways to avoid it, ensuring that he would be safe. After soaring through this space flow for an unknown period of time, even someone with Lin Ming's endurance consumed 70 to 80% of his true essence. Finally, he felt his body shake as he was kicked out from the space channel. Then, Lin Ming was able to clearly gaze at the scene before him. This was the true king-level smelting trial. Lin Ming was thoroughly shocked. Prior to this, he had imagined many times just what the king-level smelting trial would be like. Perhaps it was similar to the 10,000 killing array or the king's cage, or maybe even the Road of Emperor, but he never thought it would be like this. This was actually a city filled with people. Chapter 719, Time-Worn Phoenix City. Chapter 719, Time-Worn Phoenix City. Right in front of Lin Ming was an incomparably vast and deep valley. Lin Ming stood right on the top of a cliff hundreds of thousands of feet high. The cliff walls were smooth like polished mirrors. If one didn't have the ability to fly, then perhaps even a revolving core martial artist would be unable to climb this. Looking down from the top of the cliff, he saw an endless mist of hazy clouds, extending off into the distant horizon for thousands of miles. But within this fog, he could make out several mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet high, towering into the heavens as if they were pillars supporting the vault of the world. A magnificent crimson castle city was nestled within these mountains. Its walls were several hundred feet high, grand and majestic, and above the city massive flaming birds shuttled back and forth. On top of these flaming birds rode riders wearing scarlet sets of armor with lances in their hands. Besides these fiery birds, there was a massive spirit boat being ferried forwards by 10 golden crows, their bodies wreathed in flames. Each of these golden crows were much larger than the vermilion birds of Divine Phoenix Island. Their twin wings each extended 200 feet out, and their backs wide enough to fit 10 people standing side by side. At this time, this massive spirit boat headed forwards into that giant crimson castle city. As Lin Ming stood 100 miles outside, he could clearly hear the resounding cry of phoenixes, a melodious and valiant song that echoed endlessly between the heavens and earth. What a great divine city! Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Although he already knew that outside of the sky-spill continent there was the 3,000 boundless worlds, as well as the even greater and more illusory, unattainable realm of the gods, knowing was one matter. Seeing with his own eyes was another altogether. This scene was simply staggeringly breathtaking. It was only inferior to the phantom of the god-beast he had seen in the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming turned around, he saw that the temple spirit was following behind him, its form rippling like a watermark. Trial Challenger, this is Time-Worn Phoenix City. It is my Nguyen family's king-level smelting trial site. You may enter. Time-Worn Phoenix City. Nguyen family. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched upwards. He asked the temple spirit, Sir Temple Spirit, the Nguyen family is only part of the ancient Phoenix clan. So would that mean that the other trial challengers of other clans and families are also converged within Time-Worn Phoenix City? The temple spirit replied, yes, so it was true. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath of cold air. If he wasn't wrong, then the Sky Spill Continent's ancient Phoenix clan only comprised the Nguyen family branch. But within the realm of the gods, there was the much greater true ancient Phoenix clan. There was even a possibility that the ancient Phoenix clan was a holy land rank influence within the realm of the gods. Come, I shall lead you into the city, the temple spirit said. Then a blurry light wrapped around Lin Ming, and they flew together towards that colossal city. After half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming arrived at the great castle city. As he reached the city gates, he saw that they were 1,000 feet high, and at the very top there were 3 massive golden words emblazoned on a huge signboard. Time-worn Phoenix City. These 3 words emanated an unbelievably inexhaustible and vigorous aura. Just looking at it made his mind blur. Even though Lin Ming was confident in the firmness of his own willpower and mind, he still didn't dare stare for too long. This sign, the temple spirit said, the above words on that signboard were personally written by the 3rd patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. Within it is contained the root laws of all fire tribute energies. Normally, if a martial artist looks at it, they will feel dazed. Even those who have formed a battle spirit are no exception. I see. Lin Ming was startled. It wasn't said which family clan this ancient Phoenix clan 3rd patriarch came from. It was possible that he was the 3rd patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan from the realm of the gods. It was hard to imagine just what boundary such a person would have reached. "Come, let us enter," the temple spirit said before slowly floating forward. The great road leading to time-worn Phoenix City was over a mile wide. Along the way, there were a number of martial artists sporadically scattered about, all of them wearing red. In his black clothes, Lin Ming stuck out like a sore thumb. As Lin Ming sensed the cultivation of those young heroic elites he saw along the way, he was secretly surprised. Nearly all of them were at revolving core, or even at life destruction. There were several who were at the Xiantian realm, but they were obviously under 20 years of age. They didn't break through to the Xiantian realm any later than Lin Ming. As Lin Ming arrived at the entrance to time-worn Phoenix City, a soldier dressed in fiery armor stopped him. "Identify yourselves, name, and origin." At this time, the temple spirit fluttered down beside Lin Ming. It said without feeling, "Ancient Phoenix clan, Nguyen family protector from Sky Spill Continent. The trial challenger's name is Nguyen Ming." Nguyen Ming. Lin Ming was startled before relaxing. He was a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, and he had also obtained the inheritance of a single blood drop of the ancient Phoenix from the ancient Phoenix Great Temple. He could at least be considered an honorary Nguyen family member. Nguyen family? The city gate guardsman showed a thoughtful expression. He took out a jade slip, glanced at it, and then said with some surprise and consternation, "The Nguyen family has not sent any fellow clansmen to the royal family smelting trial for 150,000 years. "Yes," the temple spirit replied. Then, a simple token emerged out of thin air in front of it. The front of the token had the design of a phoenix in nirvana, and the back of the token and a single word written in the realm of the gods' language, Nguyen. The city gate guardsman looked at Lin Ming strangely. He then took the token and nodded. "You truly are of the Nguyen family line. You may enter." Lin Ming stepped into time-worn Phoenix City with the temple spirit. As Lin Ming formally entered the city, he felt a great vague pressure come pressing down on him. This caused all of the true essence within his body to immediately weaken by at least 20%. Looking up in the sky, he could see countless red clouds surging in the heavens, constantly forming a variety of mystical patterns that seemed as if they contained the endless, profound principles of the universe. The fire origin energy here is too rich, too pure. Lin Ming gasped. He felt that what he breathed in was not air, but the purest and most primal of fire origin energies. This fire origin energy perhaps shouldn't be described with the word rich. Rather, it was power that was closest to the law of fire. If I train here, it can't even be described as twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The great sects and holy lands of the realm of the gods were truly flush with resources, but as to what degree it was hard to consider with just his imagination. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he could only sigh for the disparity that existed between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. In time-worn Phoenix City, even if one didn't train, One would always be undergoing a baptism of fire energy, making the energy within their dantian even purer. If one supplemented this with cultivation, the ease of perceiving the law of fire could be imagined, especially for the people here. They all had a formidable bloodline power. Their own compatibilities with the law of fire were extremely high to begin with. Follow me. I shall bring you to the time-worn Phoenix City Protector. He will guide you to the first stage of the royal family smelting trial. Lin Ming followed the temple spirit to the Temple of Protectors. Along the way, they passed by many red-clothed young men and women. If any one of these people were placed in the Sky Spill continent, then they would be existences that Duan Mukun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian wouldn't be able to compare with by far. These people all come from the realm of the gods. Lin Ming asked, "No." The temple spirit shook its head. Most of these people come from similar mortal worlds like the Sky Spill continent. Only a small portion of them come from the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods is an incomparably broad land, but there are even more people within it. When someone decides to practice martial arts, their lifespan will become longer, and the number of descendants they leave behind will swell in number. After a long time, even the near unlimited resources of the realm of the gods would find it hard to support such a great number of people. At times, there will be some branch families of certain sects and clans that will pass through space cracks, entering into the lower mortal realm where they settle down. The ancient Phoenix clan within the Sky Spill continent was in this situation. As the temple spirit spoke, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. Humanity's ability to multiple was truly terrifying. If a martial artist lived for 10,000 years, they could have dozens or even hundreds of children. These children would have their own children, and then the rate of population would increase exponentially. Quickly, a sect's spiritual land would not be able to bear this. At that point, it would be a wise choice for a branch of that sect to settle down in the world of mortals. So, the Sky Spill continent ancient Phoenix clan's Nguyen family was also the same. Lin Ming had never understood why various ancient ruins from the realm of the gods had appeared within the Sky Spill continent. For instance, the divine Phoenix mystic realm road of Emperor, Eternal Demon Abyss, or even the various array formations of the Demon God Imperial Palace. All of them came from the realm of the gods. Yes, once upon a time, the Sky Spill continent also had a brilliant and storied past. Although it was not comparable to the realm of the gods, it still had its moments of magnificence. As the temple spirit spoke to hear, it seemed reluctant to keep talking. Lin Ming also didn't want to push the subject. He had a faint feeling that 100,000 years ago, a time at which the history of the Sky Spill continent had been wiped out, it also had something to do with the fall from brilliance that the temple spirit had implied in its words. Lin Ming had long thought something was strange. Although ancient texts could last thousands of years at most, the large sects should have methods to preserve their history. For instance, specially crafted jade slips. It shouldn't have been possible for everything that happened 100,000 years ago to suddenly vanish. I wonder what the matter with the Eternal Demon Abyss is. There are obviously life forms from the realm of the gods that reside there. Above the Eternal Demon Abyss, there are also the Road of Emperor, King's Cage, and the 12 Sky-Split Towers. All of that should have been built by those existences within the Eternal Demon Abyss. But why did they do that? And why had they retreated to the Eternal Demon Abyss and never left? Is this related to the fall from glory that happened 100,000 years ago? Lin Ming remembered that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a massive, beastly claw that emerged from the Eternal Demon Abyss, instantly killing 12 Emperor-level powerhouses. He also remembered that ancient great beast he had seen in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Its body had spanned for thousands of miles, and there was even that goddess in her tomb sleeping, unblemished and undisturbed for all those years. Without a doubt, These were not mysteries that should exist in the Sky Spill continent or Holy Demon continent. What kind of secret was there in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming felt that he had just glimpsed the very tip of the iceberg. Well, at least he now knew generally how the divine phoenix, mystic realm, and eternal demon abyss had come about. We're here. This is the Hall of Protectors. Trial Challenger, I shall wait for you here until you have completed the first stage of the trial or are eliminated. Perhaps you might even die. The temple spirit finally stopped at a red-domed building that was hundreds of feet high. On the very top of the dome, there was a massive statue of a phoenix, its wings spread out in flight, as if it were a living creature trapped there in time. You may enter. Thank you, Sir Temple Spirit. Lin Ming took a deep breath and walked into the flame-hued hall of protectors. In the deserted corridors, his footsteps echoed loudly. Chapter 7:20 Ancient Phoenix Totem. Chapter 7:20 Ancient Phoenix Totem. Within the Temple of Protectors, Lin Ming saw several red-clothed martial artists milling around in the main hall. The majority of them were humans, but there were also some Fae and other races. They all had different surnames and origins, yet they all shared a single common ground, and that was that they all had the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. Are you new? As Lin Ming stepped in, a red-clothed martial artist walked up to greet him, speaking with the common language of the realm of the gods. Where are you from? Sky Spill Continent, Nguyen Families, Nguyen Ming. Lin Ming replied. Sky Spill Continent? So you're also from the world of mortals. Me too. Ha ha ha. Let me introduce myself. I am from the Yellowrite family. Yellowrite Min. The diminutive red-clothed martial artist smiled with a sense of warmth and camaraderie when he heard Lin Ming was also from a mortal world. Lin Ming discovered that on Yellowrite Min's chest there was a badge there with the word Yellowrite written on it, surrounded by burning flames. Within the hall, everyone else had badges on their chest too, labeling and displaying their respective families and clans. But near the center of the hall, there was a group of 6 young martial artists that seemed slightly different from the others. They clustered into an isolated group, completely ignoring the other martial artists around them. Those 6 fellows are from the realm of the gods. Yellowrite Min noticed where Lin Ming's eyes were, and he curled his lips in disgust. He said with a true essence sound transmission, Those realm of the gods fellows all have an ingrained sense of superiority, so they stay in their little clique and don't bother conversing with the rest of us. They think that their status compared to ours is the same as nobles compared to commoners. Yellowrite Min's voice held an obvious hint of irony, as if he viewed these 6 people with a great deal of disdain. Realm of the gods. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Coming from the realm of the gods doesn't mean all that much. Yellowrite Min shook his head. This time-worn Phoenix City is also located in the lower realms. In the realm of the gods, there are special royal family smelting trial sites. If they were truly the top talents of the Phoenix clan, then there's no way they would have come here. Oh. Lin Ming was startled. So you're saying that this time-worn Phoenix City is not the ancient Phoenix clan's best trial area? I heard that time-worn Phoenix City's signboard was personally written by the 3rd patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan? Well, yes, that's right, but that's because the 3rd patriarch also came from the lower realms, and he completed his royal family smelting trial at time-worn Phoenix City. The most outstanding heroic youths of our lower worlds of mortals aren't necessarily much worse than those from the realm of the gods. Come, let me introduce you to the others. As Yellowrite Min spoke, he led Lin Ming around to meet some of the other martial artists from the mortal world. This is Man Ka, he's from the Kobe Star. And this is Wu Yuan, he's from the Sky Cicada continent. The few people that Yellowrite Min introduced generally nodded coolly at Lin Ming. All of these individuals were the most favored children of heaven in their own worlds. It wasn't strange for them to be prideful. Rather, it was Yellow Right Min whose jovial nature was different from everyone else. Lin Ming didn't mind. He secretly noted down everyone's age and cultivation. Nearly everyone here was under 25 years old, and they all had a cultivation around the life-destruction realm. From each of them, Lin Ming could feel the same powerful energy and aura. Anyone that could arrive here was not an ordinary elite of their generation. At this time, a slightly aged voice echoed out in the temple. Everyone, head to the Ancient Phoenix Totem Training Ground. Ancient Phoenix Totem Training Ground. Lin Ming was surprised. He glanced over at Yellow Right Min. Hee, it's finally time. You're quite lucky. Everyone else here had waited all day to enter the Ancient Phoenix Totem Grounds and to choose their own training area to comprehend the laws. You've made it just on time. This Ancient Phoenix Totem is Time-worn Phoenix City's treasure. As Yellow Right Min mentioned the Ancient Phoenix Totem, his two eyes began to brightly shine. These totems were left behind by some unrivaled powerhouses of the Phoenix clan. Some of these totems were shaped in the primal chaos of the forming universe. These stone totems are known as treasures that can touch upon the very source of the great Tao. If you can thoroughly comprehend them, you can become someone within the entire realm of the gods with one of the deepest understanding of laws. One could become an individual with one of the deepest comprehensions of laws within the realm of the gods just by meditating on these totems. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. That seemed too exaggerated to him. What exactly are those primal forming chaos stone totems? Listening to Lin Ming's query, Yellow Right Min revealed a look of deep longing. In a respectful tone, he slowly said, in the legends, before the universe was conceived, all there was in existence was chaos. The 3,000 boundless worlds and the realm of the gods hadn't yet formed. This is the so-called primal forming chaos. These stone totems are carved from the traces of source energy and principles during the time when the primal chaos was taking form. In Time-worn Phoenix City, there are 3 of these primal forming chaos stone totems. Each one contains a trace of the root of all laws. Hearing Yellow Right Min's explanation, Lin Ming was notably shocked. If this was true, then Yellow Right Min's views from before weren't exaggerated at all. Would a primal chaos carved, stone forged, in the beginning of the universe really be left behind in the lower world of mortals? Wouldn't the major forces of the realm of the gods be envious? In Lin Ming's view, these sorts of stone totems should only appear in the core training areas of a realm of the gods, Holy Land. Yellow Right Min said, these stone totems, although they are extremely precious, aren't up to the specialized standards of the realm of the gods. The primal chaos of the forming universe was endlessly broad and limitless. There was an unending amount of source energy. Countless of these sorts of stone totems were shaped at that time. The 3 stone totems of Time-worn Phoenix City are only a square foot in size. As for those stone totems in the realm of the gods' holy lands, they are far, far larger, and the inherent mystical principles contained within are even more profound. I see, Lin Ming said with an understanding nod. Thank you, brother, Yellow Right. Haha, we martial artists of the lower realms must mutually support each other. As Yellow Right Min and Lin Ming conversed, they finally made their way to the transmission array, where the Ancient Phoenix Totem was. This was the center of the entire Time-worn Phoenix City. Because of the limited resources and the massive amount of outstanding heroic elites, every round of meditation was only allowed to last for 3 days. The reason that Yellow Right Min and the others had been waiting here was to be next in line. Within the Ancient Phoenix Totem Training Grounds, a red-robed old man was already waiting there. As he saw all the young elites arrive, he said, "This is your first time coming to the Ancient Phoenix Totem Training Ground. Here, there are a total of 35 Ancient Phoenix totem stones. All of you have 2 hours to choose which totem stone you would like. In order to prevent conflict of choice, All of you will be judged on your attainments in laws and concepts, and the ones with the highest comprehension will have the first choice. After you choose, everyone can enter their training area to meditate for 3 days. 3 days later, no matter what you have perceived or what result you have, you must leave. Now, let me give you some choice advice. The primal forming chaos stone totems are excellent, but if you wish to perceive them, it is simply impossible with your qualifications. Do not aim too high. Now, we shall start comparing comprehension of concepts to decide the priority of choosing. Chapter 721, Test of Laws. Chapter 721, Test of Laws. When the red-robed man spoke about comparing comprehension of concepts, all of the young elite's eyes present began to shine with a brilliant light. All of them were outstanding individuals of their generation, and they all had absolute self-confidence in their understanding of laws. When such extraordinary youths gathered together, it was natural for them to wish to outdo each other, all of them hoping to have a chance to show off their superior abilities. And this comparison of concepts was exactly the best opportunity to do so. A competition of comparing our concept of fire? I have complete confidence in this. Yellow Reitman excitedly rubbed his palms together, as if he couldn't wait to start. All of the young elites present seemed eager to start. The red-robed old man didn't bother with any more small talk. He drew out a red picture scroll from his spatial ring. This picture scroll seemed to reveal an atmosphere that made one feel the vicissitudes of life. It was tied together with a simple red thread. That's the Ancient Phoenix Testament. It truly is the Ancient Phoenix Testament. I've only ever heard about it in my clan's ancient texts, but today I've finally seen the real thing. A heroic elite's eyes shone. This Ancient Phoenix Testament was left behind by a patriarch from the realm of the gods' Phoenix clan just before he underwent nirvana. He had written several dozen of these pieces, but there shouldn't be more than 2 within time-worn Phoenix City. Besides the totem stones, these were the next most precious treasures. Wah! The red-robed old man unfurled the crimson picture scroll, and a burning hot energy suddenly emanated outward. On the picture scroll, there was the image of a phoenix hidden within, twisting about as if it would escape the confines of the scroll at any moment. Who's first? Me. Several young elites impatiently raised their hands, waving them about. You. The red-robed old man casually pointed at Yellow Reitman's face, immediately filled with excitement. A chance to perceive the Ancient Phoenix Testament was very rare. Stand before the Ancient Phoenix Testament and comprehend the power of the laws within. I shall judge your individual comprehension, compatibility degree, as well as your attainments in the concept of fire. The final outcome shall be decided by me. Now, start. Yes, sir. Yellow Reitman stepped forwards, his eyes rapidly widening as he stared steadily at the crimson picture scroll. After several breaths of time, it seemed as if he had fallen into a peculiar trance, reflected in the pupils of his eyes. All sorts of enigmatic flaming lines began forming, smoldering with all kinds of profound principles. Yellow Reitman stood in front of the Ancient Phoenix Testament for 20-some breaths of time. Then beside Yellow Reitman, several weak orbs of light appeared. These tiny spots seemed very common, but Lin Ming could sense that they were made of the purest fire origin energy, an energy that approached the source of fire laws. After 10 more breaths of time, these pale orbs of light slowly converged into Yellow Reitman's body before vanishing out of sight. Yellow Reitman shook, suddenly waking up from his stupor. Those brilliant reflections of fire in his eyes faded away, and he dripped with sweat as he gasped for breath in heaving gulps, his eyes filled with excitement. Too mysterious. Really too mysterious. If I could read this Ancient Phoenix Testament, then I would definitely be able to understand the origin of all fire laws. Yellow Reitman's face was filled with happiness and longing. There wasn't just one ancient Phoenix testament. As long as his talent was high enough, then he would have the chance to enter the realm of the gods' Phoenix clan, and there he could perceive the other ancient Phoenix testaments. When that time came, his comprehension of the concept of fire would reach an astoundingly high degree. 5 breaths of law fusion. The tiny amount of fire attribute source energy you absorbed is barely passable. Your result is second level, C grade, the red-robed elder said without any expression. Hearing the red-robed elder's evaluation, Yellow Right Ming's burning heart suddenly cooled down with disappointment. The tiny amount of fire attribute source energy he had absorbed was just passable. This evaluation really stung Yellow Right Ming's ego. He had been very proud of his strengths in the comprehension of the concept of fire. In fact, he had even surpassed the potential of an emperor-level powerhouse, and none of his peers had ever been able to catch up to him. Yet his evaluation here today had been classified as just passable. 5 breaths of law fusion can only be considered subpar. Among the other young elites, a young man with scales between his eyebrows muttered, obviously looking down at Yellow Right Ming's results with disdain. Yellow Right Ming's face flushed. He was about to snap back when another man interrupted him. Stop fighting. Here, results are all that matter. I'll give it a go. The martial artist who had spoken was also from the lower realm of mortals. His name was Man-Ka, and he originated from the Kobe star. Earlier, Yellow Right Min had introduced him to Lin Ming. Man-Ka and Yellow Right Min might have come from 2 different worlds, but as martial artists who came from the lower realms, they naturally banded together when faced with a common opponent. Man-Ka stood before the ancient Phoenix Testament and opened his eyes as wide as he could. For 4 breaths of time, he seemed to enter into some strange trance. Then, after another 30 breaths of time, a very weak fire energy formed around him. It slowly converged into his body. Man-Ka shook, then awakening from his stupor. The red-robed man said, for breaths of meditation, with the small amount of fire source energy you absorbed, your comprehension of laws is barely above average. Your result is second level, B grade. Another second level evaluation. Ma-Ka frowned, obviously not satisfied with his result. In the group from the realm of the gods, the man with red scales between his eyebrows faintly smiled. He said to a grinning, red-clothed young man beside him, Huoping, why don't you go up and try? I didn't want to go on stage and embarrass myself, but if Brother Long asks me to, then I should humbly accept this opportunity. The red-clothed young man sounded modest, but his face was fully confident. His wide smile wasn't able to hide the obvious disdain he felt for the others. As he casually stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament, only 3 breaths of time passed before traces of fire lines and flaming clouds reflected in his pupils. Then, after another 30 breaths of time, all around the red-clothed youth, dozens of rice-sized orbs of luminescent red light appeared, flying into the red-clothed youth as if they were a swarm of birds. The red-clothed youth awoke from his meditation and said a bit breathlessly, "That felt great." 3 breaths of meditation. The little power of the fire source energy you absorbed can be considered just satisfactory. Have you looked upon the ancient Phoenix Testaments before? The red-robed old man calmly asked. His eyes were extremely sharp. He easily saw that this wasn't the red-clothed youth's first time reading the ancient Phoenix Testament. "Yes, sir. I saw it once, just 2 years ago," the red-clothed youth confidently said. He originated from the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods. It wasn't strange for him to have had a chance to have viewed the ancient Phoenix Testaments at some point. The red-robed old man said, "If this was your first time witnessing the ancient Phoenix Testament, then I would have just barely graded you at the first level, C grade. But now you can only be considered at the second level, A grade." Hearing the red-robed old man's evaluation, all of young heroic elites from the lower realms, in particular Yellow Right Min and Man-Ka, had extremely ugly complexions. Just a casual youth from the realm of the gods had embarrassed them both. The young, heroic elites of the lower realms weren't convinced by this. They all came up one after another. And the result was that the majority of them were at the second level C grade, with a small number of them making it through to the second level B grade. Such results were truly shocking. All of these young heroic elites present had been peerless youths of their own generations. Now, for them to have such a result, all of them experienced acute mental anguish. Brother Nguyen, your comprehension of the concept of fire should also be good. How about you go up and give it a try? Yellow Right Min tried to encourage Lin Ming to step forward. He was counting on Lin Ming to obtain some magnificent result. Lin Ming was also left a bit speechless. In the comprehension of concepts and laws, he had considered himself quite proficient, but that was only compared to the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. If he had to compare himself to these geniuses from the ancient Phoenix clan, especially in the concept of fire that they all specialized in, then he was completely unsure of himself. He suspected that if he went up, the most he would obtain was a third-level C-grade result. Third-level B-grade didn't seem likely for him. Looks like I won't win the chance to choose first. Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't mind much. To each their own. What he received would be what he received, whether or not it was too extravagant. I'll also try. I haven't seen the ancient Phoenix testaments for a long time already. I wonder just what sort of result I'll have. After over 90% of the martial artists had finished, the youth with red scales between his eyebrows finally moved. He walked before the ancient Phoenix testament, casually standing there. Ugh, just seeing that man's face disgusts me, Yellow Right Min said, as he saw the youth's confident expression. But he also understood that since that youth was able to become one of the leaders amongst that group of 6 from the realm of the gods, he naturally had areas where he excelled. As the youth stood before the ancient Phoenix testament, his gaze suddenly focused. As he faced the ancient Phoenix testament, it was like he was facing a mortal enemy in a battle where life and death were on the line. Within the temple, a burst of wind suddenly appeared out of thin air. The scales between the young man's eyebrows suddenly shined with a brilliant red line. Then, images of fire began to reflect within his pupils. 2 breaths of time, the red-robed old man that managed this test finally began to show some emotion. Any young elite who could start fusing the power of laws with just 2 breaths of time would be considered quite good, even within the realm of the gods' central ancient Phoenix clan. The young man stood in front of the ancient Phoenix testament for a bit less than half an incense stick of time. Then small bean-sized orbs of red light began to form, lighting up the temple as they wandered about like fireflies dancing in the night sky. When Yellow Right Min saw this, even he had to admit that the difference between him and this red-scaled man was too great. The source energy this man had managed to condense was several times, or even dozens of times, what he had accomplished. After several breaths of time, these tiny lights rapidly flew into the red-scaled man's body. Then the man's body began to shimmer with a faint blood-red light. A moment later, he let out a light breath, but not exhausted on the ground, heaving in great breaths like Yellow Right Min had been. Instead, he seemed refreshed in a much more comfortable mood. Seeing this, Yellow Right Min could no longer remain angry. Compared to this red-scaled youth, his own performance that he had been so excited about was probably no different from a country bumpkin messing around. It was no wonder that he had been looked down on by others. The disparity in origin was simply too difficult to make up. The martial artists from the lower realms were left with bad tastes in their mouths. This red-scaled youth had obviously looked at the ancient Phoenix testaments multiple times before this. As for them, this was their first time gazing upon it. There was simply no way to compare. This was the disparity of resources. 2 breaths of law fusion. The moderate amount of flame source energy you absorbed is indeed satisfactory. Your result is first level B grade. The red-robed old man stroked his beard, smiling as he spoke. First level, B grade. All present couldn't help but be convinced from this. Besides this red-scaled man, none of the other martial artists had achieved a first-level result. Without incident, this should be the best result. Now, for those who haven't been tested yet, come up. The red-robed old man glanced over the remaining martial artists who hadn't yet come up for the test, among whom Lin Ming was included. Chapter 722, Perceiving the Source of Fire. Chapter 722, Perceiving the Source of Fire. Because the red-scaled youth's performance was too dazzling, there was an awkward silence for a time afterwards. No one wanted to try right after. I'll give it a go, too. With a clear sound, a woman dressed in red stepped in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament. She was also from the group of geniuses from the realm of the gods. She wasn't too beautiful, but she had a very dainty appearance. She serenely looked at the red-robed old man and said, "Realm of the gods, Huiclan, Huiyu? Okay, you may begin." The red-robed old man showed the ancient Phoenix Testament to the woman dressed in red. A sharp light shone in her eyes, and then an incomparably burning hot, crimson true essence suddenly erupted. In the next moment, flaming lines appeared in her pupils, a trace representation of the source of all fire principles. 2 breaths of time. She also took 2 breaths of time. The successive realm of the gods' martial artists had only taken 2 breaths of time to fuse with the fire attribute laws. None of the lower realm martial artists were exasperated by this, though. The disparity between them was too obvious. The woman dressed in red took several dozen breaths of time, and then rice-sized grains of red light appeared before sinking into her body. 2 breaths of time in meditation. A small amount of fire source energy absorbed. Your result is the first level C grade. The red-robed old man said with a satisfied expression. For 2 new trial challengers to have a first-level comprehension was already a very good result. After 2 first-level results suddenly popped out from the realm of the gods group, the lower realm martial artists could only look at each other in blank dismay. For a long time, no one went on up. Going up now would only emphasize the great disparity between them. The pressure was just too great. If one couldn't achieve an eye-catching result, then one couldn't even hold their heads up anymore. Those martial artists from the realm of the gods had already all gone up. They happily looked over at the martial artists from the lower realms. The pressure on those martial artists who still hadn't gone to determine their talent was suddenly enormous. After several awkward breaths of time passed, Lin Ming moved towards the ancient Phoenix Testament. "Brother Nian, it's not too good if you go up now. The pressure is too great." Yellow Right Min kindly reminded him. He didn't know how well Lin Ming comprehended the laws of fire, but he likely wouldn't be able to compare with those 2 monstrous geniuses from the realm of the gods. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming didn't care if others made fun of him. His concept of fire wasn't too impressive, let alone his concept of fire. Even his concept of space wasn't comparable to the others. His advantage lay in his dual cultivation of law and body, and his foundation that was solid to the extreme. As Lin Ming stepped forwards, everyone immediately looked at him. A boy from those lower realm dregs is coming up. If he has the courage to come up, then he should have some skill. If he does well, he might reach the 2nd level B grade. Maybe even 2nd level A grade. Although those lower realm martial artists are mostly trash, there are occasionally 1 or 2 that are passable. If he can reach the 2nd level A grade, then that's about the same as you. A realm of the gods martial artist teased Huiping. Huiping had been the first martial artist from the realm of the gods to go up. His evaluation had been at the 2nd level A grade. Humph, 2nd level. A grade isn't that hard to achieve either, Huiping dismissively said. He didn't like that others were comparing him to Lin Ming, a mere boy from the world of mortals. Lin Ming ignored these conversations. Instead, he stood in front of the ancient Phoenix Testament and reported his name, Sky Spill Continent's Nguyen family Nguyen Ming. Begin, the red-robed old man said without expression as he showed the ancient Phoenix Testament to Li Ming. As Lin Ming looked straight at the images and words of the ancient Phoenix Testament, he didn't feel anything at the start, but after looking at it more carefully, he only felt that it contained infinite mysteries. Those strange lines and letters that looked like dancing dragons and phoenixes seemed as if they contained the very source of the great Tao, from when the universe began forming. The truths and principles contained within were far too profound. For a time, Lin Ming fell into a trance. This sort of feeling was like his mind had been suddenly stuffed with a massive amount of information. It made his head ache and his consciousness blur. Lin Ming bit down on his tongue, and the battle spirit in his spiritual sea trembled. It was only then that Lin Ming was able to calm his mind. 1 breath of time, 2 breaths of time, 3 breaths of time. At the 4th breath of time, no images of the fire laws reflected yet in Lin Ming's eyes. This caused Yellow Right Ming to be nervous for Lin Ming. If he couldn't show fusion with the fire laws at 4 breaths of time, then at most he would obtain a 2nd level C rank result. If he had this result at the very start, then it wouldn't have been too shameful. But to have this result now, after those 2 realm of the gods' geniuses had shown off, then others would simply laugh at him. The realm of the gods' disciples grinned as they saw this, talking amongst themselves. Hu Ping had a smug expression as he said, "How mediocre. Although I didn't reach the 1st level, a 2nd level, A grade is still a degree of glory that these lower realm martial artists will never hope to achieve." Lin Ming still remained immersed in perceiving the laws of fire. 5 breaths of time, 6 breaths of time, 6 breaths of time. Yellow Right Min was shocked. 6 breaths of time was certainly breaking a record, but it was the record for being the worst. Out of everyone whom had gone up so far, no one had surpassed 5 breaths of time. 6 breaths of time. What? 6 breaths of time. Most likely means he doesn't have the qualifications to reach the 2nd level. He'll be at the 3rd level. How could such a person have crossed the king level trial qualifications? As a realm of the gods, martial artist commented. Even the red-robed man, who was managing the test, slightly frowned. He too suspected whether or not Lin Ming had the qualifications to pass the king level smelting trial. Was it possible that his bloodline was light, but his combat strength was extraordinary? 7 breaths. 8 breaths. No trace of flame principles yet appeared in Lin Ming's pupils. All of the martial artists had strange expressions on their faces. Where did this fellow come from? This performance was just too disappointing. Did he come here to waste everyone's time? Finally, at the 10th breath of time, small flickering lines finally reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. People thought that Lin Ming had finally fused with the flame laws, but what followed afterwards left everyone speechless. That little trace of flame source principles hadn't even spread out when they had already hidden themselves again, vanishing without a trace. This, even Yellow Right Min couldn't continue watching such an embarrassing sight. To use 2 breaths of time to finally achieve fusion with the fire laws and still fail at the end. What a joke. 11 breaths of time. 12 breaths of time. The tiny traces of fire source principles appeared again. But just like the last time, these traces didn't even grow before they disappeared again, restoring Lin Ming's pupils to darkness. Good heavens, he failed again. This fellow's comprehension of the concept of fire is simply at a trivial level, a realm of the gods, martial artist impatiently exclaimed. Sir Protector, he's obviously wasting our time here. I have no idea how he got in, but his understandings into the concept of fire might as well be the same as a 13 or 14-year-old child. Another realm of the gods, martial artist said. If he continues being unable to fuse with the fire laws, Do we just continue watching? The ancient Phoenix Testaments are handwritten scriptures left behind by our ancient Phoenix clan's patriarchs before they died and ascended to nirvana. Thus, their numbers are limited. Even a genius might not have a chance to perceive them, and yet it is currently being squandered on this fellow here. This is truly a waste. A martial artist said in a gratingly harsh voice. The red-robed old man's face became gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "This old man is the director of the test here. Whether or not anyone has the qualifications to participate in the smelting trial, do you think that is something you can comment on? When a trial challenger is meditating on the source of fire laws, no one can fight, no one can cause a disturbance. Otherwise, any and all offenders shall be expelled from time-worn Phoenix City." As the red-robed old man spoke, he released an invisible aura. As the pressure pushed down on that realm of the gods' martial artist, his face paled, and he suddenly dared not speak further. The truth was that even if they fiercely argued with each other, Lin Ming wouldn't have heard them anyways. At this time, he was deep in meditation. He had sealed off his five senses and wasn't even aware of the passing of time. With the support of the ethereal martial intent, he was completely focused on comprehending the source of fire laws. Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of fire could truly only be considered at a very basic level. Within the ancient Phoenix clan, it was equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. He had to use a full 10 breaths of time in order to touch upon these principles, producing a trace of it in his pupils. However, just as these tiny traces formed, they had actually vanished. To Lin Ming's surprise, he discovered that these trace principles were actually being absorbed by the heretical god seed. After these traces were absorbed, they sealed themselves on the surface of the heretical god seed, forming a small circle of totems. Lin Ming had never imagined that this would occur. He continued to perceive the source fire laws from the ancient Phoenix Testament. After several more breaths of time, he once more became faintly aware, producing yet another tiny trace of fire principles within his eyes. However, after another brief moment, these traces were again absorbed by the heretical god seed. This repeated itself several times. More and more runes were engraved on the heretical god seed, becoming increasingly clear. Lin Ming carefully observed these engraved flame seals on the heretical god seed and found that they were similar to those of the ancient Phoenix Testament. However, there were some slight differences. The ones within him were even more mysterious and incomprehensible. Lin Ming was shocked. He continued to perceive them. He faintly felt that within these capricious, mysterious, the most enigmatic power of source laws sealed, there was slowly beginning to open their doors to him. A vast and vibrant breadth of the great Tao seemed to blow out, the mysteries of the universe's essential laws wrapped within its grasp. 20 breaths of time, 30 breaths of time. As Lin Ming was in meditation, he felt that all the mysteries of the ancient Phoenix Testament were being engraved onto the heretical god seed. In half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming still didn't move. Now, it wasn't just the realm of the gods' martial artists who were becoming impatient. Even the martial artists from the lower realms were also growing antsy. They had come to time-worn Phoenix City in order to perceive the root of flame laws, not see someone meditate on the most elementary level of the concept of fire. However, because of the red-robed old man, no one dared to speak. Yellow Right Min looked at Lin Ming, his mouth crooked. Just what was Lin Ming doing? If he couldn't even fuse with the power of laws within half an incense stick of time, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime performance that really defied the heavens. Just how had he managed to mingle himself into time-worn Phoenix City? While Yellow Right Min was lost in thought, at this moment, Lin Ming's body suddenly shook. Within his eyes, complex lines of fire began reflecting within his pupils. These lines were constantly evolving and changing, as if they contained the endless riddles of the universe. The less knowledgeable young martial artist didn't seem to think anything was strange, but as the red-robed test director saw this, his eyes lit up and he held his breath. "This is—" the red-robed old man muttered to himself. But at this time, around Lin Ming, a crazy amount of flame source energy began rapidly condensing. A group of fist-sized red orbs of light grew at a noticeable pace, illuminating the dark hall with a luminous glow. What are these lights? The martial artists present were all stunned. Could this be the power of fire source energy? Is this a joke? Hu Ping was bewildered. The red-scaled youth from the realm of the gods had only been able to form a bean-sized amount of this energy, but Lin Ming had formed those the size of a fist. The energy contained within was dozens or even hundreds of times richer. Chapter 723. In stark opposition. Chapter 723. In stark opposition. Kia. Although it was hard to believe, all of the martial artists present were masters of fire laws. How could they not recognize the power of fire source energy? Those round balls of red light contained a staggering amount of pure fire source energy. Not just that, but they were still continuing to grow. The red-scaled man from the realm of the gods sucked in a deep breath. Compared to these energy orbs that Lin Ming had conjured, his own had been like fireflies in a bright night's moonlight. They were simply incomparable. Where did this fellow come from? How could he have such a terrifying source energy compatibility? In studying the ancient Phoenix Testament, the process was divided into two parts. The first was a martial artist's perception and the degree they were able to perceive the laws. The higher one's perception was, and the higher their attainments in fire attribute laws, then the speed of their fusion with these laws would also be higher. The second part was a martial artist's compatibility with fire source energy. The easier it was for a martial artist to fuse with this source energy, then the more source energy they would absorb after meditating on the ancient Phoenix Testament. Lin Ming's current situation was that he had taken nearly half an incense stick of time to fuse with the laws. This proved that his comprehension of the concept of fire was only at the most basic, elementary level. However, what was surprising was that after he fused with the laws, the source energy he absorbed was over 100 times that of the red-scaled man. This gap left all of the realm of the gods' martial artists dumbfounded, all of them unable to utter a word. No one had heard of such a strange and wonderful situation like this happening in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. At this moment, the last flame totem pattern finally etched itself onto the surface of the heretical god seed. Then, the entire pattern flashed with a bright light, and all of the surrounding fist-sized source energies began flocking towards Lin Ming's body like a pack of phoenixes. For a time, Lin Ming's entire body burned, emitting dazzling rays of golden light that stung the eyes of everyone present. They could hear the very source of the great Tao crying out from within Lin Ming's body, sending out that vast and infinite aura, as if a phoenix itself was undergoing rebirth through nirvana within his body. As the red-robed old man saw this, he sucked in a deep breath. He looked at Lin Ming, all sorts of thoughts flashing by his eyes. All of the other martial artists in the hall weren't sure just what to say, or even what had happened. As Hu Ping saw all those incomparably precious red lights completely absorbed by Lin Ming, his heart heated with frustration. To take half an incense stick of time was the result of a 14 or 15-year-old child in their clan, but his ability to absorb fire source energy had actually thrown off everyone here by countless miles. For a martial artist, it was possible to use time to slowly make up for their degree of perceiving laws through meditation. But a martial artist's compatibility to fire source energy was something they were born with. It wasn't easy to increase. The higher compatibility that a martial artist had, the easier it was for them to move the massive amount of fire origin energy present in the world, their endurance, restorative ability, and striking force was a level above those martial artists with a lower compatibility. For a time, Huaping's heart surged with jealousy and a deep abiding sense of helplessness. He gritted his teeth and said to the red-scaled youth, "Brother Long, this king level smelting trial is our first battle. If we already lose to others here, we won't even be able to apply to return to the realm of the gods for the second stage of the trial. If we continue to be pressured by this boy, then even if our result was originally good, then it still becomes garbage." For many cases, results were relative, not absolute. In their world, the only result that mattered was becoming number one, because only the person at the apex would be noticed by others. For the person that obtained second place, even if their results were better than the one in first place, they would still be overshadowed. This was why some people thought that it was a sorrow to be born in the same generation as a peerless hero. The red-scaled youth named Brother Long said, "We can't compare to him in compatibility, but on the other hand, his comprehension of the concept of fire is far inferior to ours. Both of us have our own respective strengths. As for who will win in the end, no one knows. I guess that this fellow's perception shouldn't be that great." As Huaping listened to the red-scaled man speak, his eyes lit up. That was right. Because of that one blow from Lin Ming, just now he had nearly forgotten how much more superior he was to begin with. Lin Ming's affinity with fire source energy was indeed extraordinary, but if his perception and comprehension of the concept of fire was horrible, then he would never be able to perceive higher level of abilities and skills, and all that compatibility would be wasted. Thinking of this, the crestfallen Huaping gathered up all of his collapsed confidence again. Brother Long is right. His perception shouldn't be any good. Otherwise, his comprehension of the concept of fire wouldn't be poor to that degree. Moreover, in the king-level smelting trial, one must meditate and perceive the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones. Perception is too important for this. We have the advantage in this aspect. This fellow is likely a simple-minded boy with a great body and nothing else. He certainly shouldn't be able to perceive any sort of pattern. Someone with such a monstrous talent for compatibility, with fire source energy having such poor perception, is truly a waste. Huaping said, incensed, "If only that fellow could hand over that monstrous compatibility to him, then life would be great. Our talents have already been tested. We should be choosing our ancient phoenix totem stones soon. Huaping, with my understanding of you, it would be a good decision if you chose the profound gold flame totem left behind by the 12th patriarch." The red-scaled youth began to remind the young elites from the realm of the gods with true essence sound transmissions. The red-scaled youth had a very good understanding of the totem stones in Time-worn Phoenix City. "All right, Brother Long, I'll listen to you," Huaping happily said. Everyone would only have 2 hours to choose which ancient phoenix totem they wanted. Choosing the best totem stone for oneself in a limited time span wasn't easy. It was much better with guidance from someone. "You are called Nguyen Ming, correct?" The red-robed man had a faint smile hanging on his face as he looked at Lin Ming. "Yes, sir." Lin Ming cupped his fists together, replying in a respectful yet pleasant manner. "Your compatibility with source energy is good, but it's just a pity that your comprehension of fire laws are lacking. This is the first time that I've seen a situation like this, so it's not possible for me to give you an accurate evaluation. For now, I'll temporarily judge you as first level, A grade." As the red-robed old man slowly drawled out his words, the red-scaled youth slightly frowned. A first level, A grade evaluation meant that Lin Ming would have the first choice. Of the 36 ancient phoenix totem stones of time-worn Phoenix City, there were several choices that were obviously better than the others. If Lin Ming chose the same one as him, then he would have no choice but to give it to Lin Ming. "Thank you, sir." Lin Ming could feel the goodwill from the red-robed old man's words. He had disregarded his elementary comprehension of laws, and had even evaluated him at the first level, A grade, giving him first choice. "Nguyen Ming, Your situation is certainly rare in my ancient Phoenix clan. I shall give you some advice. Perception and comprehension of laws are often more important than your compatibility with source energy. You must not be complacent just because of some advantages you have. Within the realm of the gods, where the main clan is, there are those who have a perfect Phoenix clan bloodline, and there are many monstrous youths that have a compatibility and perception that far outstrip you. Since your perception is poor, you must practice and perceive the laws through meditation every day. Do not waste your compatibility with source energy. As the saying goes, a lack of talent can be made up with hard work and effort. Make sure that you try your hardest. As the red-robed old man slowly spoke, all of the other martial artists in the hall grew jealous. The red-robed old man had clearly taken a liking towards this Lin Ming, otherwise he would never have given such useful advice. The advantages were obvious in obtaining the recognition of a senior from time-worn Phoenix City. Yes, sir, this junior understands. Lin Ming deeply bowed to show his thanks. The red-robed old man nodded with satisfaction. I should also mention that if you can catch up in the aspect of comprehension of laws after you reach the divine sea realm, then I can recommend you to go to the realm of the gods to complete the second stage of your trial. Of course, the basis of this is that you can obtain the number 1 spot in the first stage of this trial. As the red-robed old man's voice fell, everyone was shocked silly. As long as he could obtain the number 1 spot in the first stage of this smelting trial, then he could go to the realm of the gods to attempt the second stage. The king-level smelting trial grounds of the realm of the gods was where many outstanding young elites of the ancient Phoenix clan wished to go, but many didn't have the qualifications to do so. As for the ancient Phoenix clan martial artists of the lower realms, obtaining these qualifications was simply wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ming actually had this chance. How could they not be jealous? Many martial artists couldn't help but glance at the red-scaled youth from the realm of the gods. In order for Lin Ming to obtain the top spot, he would have to surpass that youth. Lin Ming's compatibility was indeed high, but that red-scaled youth's perception was abnormal. This was a battle of compatibility versus perception. They stood in stark opposition to each other. The red-scaled youth looked intensely at Lin Ming. He had thought that he would easily stroll through the smelting trial of time-worn Phoenix City, but he didn't imagine that events would rapidly devolve to this degree. The red-robed old man's words were obviously spoken to stir up some conflict. When astounding talents went all out to defeat the other, they would be able to bring out their maximum potential through competition, breaking through their own limits. This battle was one he must win. Not only was this a matter of honor and face, but it was also because he presented the true Phoenix clan from the realm of the gods. The red-scaled youth's expression didn't change. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Huaping. I must win first place in this smelting trial. This is not related to glory. If I lose, then I shall be relegated to a much more minor position in the family. You must help me as much as you can. The red-scaled youth also came from the Hua clan within the realm of the gods. His name was Huanlong. The great families of the realm of the gods placed great importance on tradition and glory. All of them had a natural sense of superiority deeply ingrained within their bones. To them, a heroic young elite from a family clan within the realm of the gods had no choice but to become number 1. If Huanlong was used as a stepping stone by Lin Ming this time, then he would lose all sense of glory and pride. Moreover, Huanlong had originally lost the qualifications to attend the king-level smelting trial in the realm of the gods to begin with, and because of that his heart had been turbulent. He had steeled himself to make a big show here, to show his family clan just how talented he was in order to try returning to the realm of the gods for the next stage of the smelting trial. But if he lost here, then that dream would vanish. Of course, Brother Long, seventh sister, and I will help you as much as we can. Huaping immediately displayed his utter loyalty. he couldn't really be regarded as any decent talent within the realm of the gods' clan. If nothing happened, then he would be assigned by the clan to go out to the middle of nowhere and manage a branch business of arranging training resources. If he could be on good terms with Huan Long, then this would be very helpful to him in the future. Well done. The test has ended here. You can all go to choose your own ancient phoenix totem stone now. You all have 2 hours to choose. 2 hours from now, all of you must show which choice you've made to me. The red-robed old man spoke before turning around and leading everyone deeper into the temple. Chapter 7:24, Burning Heaven Totem Stone. Chapter 7:24, Burning Heaven Totem Stone. There was a great deal of skill involved in choosing an ancient phoenix totem. If one didn't roughly understand the various 36 ancient phoenix totem stones, then choosing one within 2 hours wouldn't be easy, especially for those whose choices were of a lower priority. The 36 ancient phoenix totem stones were either precious artifacts left behind by peerless powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan, or they had been forged in the primal creation chaos of the universe. Either way, they were incomparably precious treasures. Still, if one had to compare them, each one had their own advantages and disadvantages. Even though some had been created by the peerless powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan, there were ones made by patriarchs and ones made by elders. Of course, there were differences between them. Moreover, even if they had been created by the same peerless powerhouses, the ancient Phoenix totem stones, each of them left behind, had still been divided into ordinary works and superior works. There was no defined standard. The red-robed old man led the group to walk down for a quarter hour. Suddenly, in front of them, a great open corridor appeared. This corridor was 300 feet wide and wide enough to fit 10 carriages side by side, still leaving some space. On both sides of this corridor, there were red metal doors. These metal doors were 200 feet high and 100 feet wide, engraved with a variety of images. There were immortal phoenixes, 3-legged golden crows, rising suns, and crimson-colored eyes. The red-robed old man said, "The area where we now are is called the 4 corridors of twisting flame. As the name suggests, there is a total of 4 levels, from the inside to outside. The mysteries and laws contained within the totem stones become much simpler. At the very center is the Chaos Corridor. The Chaos Corridor has 3 chambers, each with a totem stone within. These totem stones were formed at the very beginning of the universe, when all that existed was pure chaos. Thus, these totem stones have a trace of the chaos source energy left over from the creation of the universe. One could consider these objects to be touching upon the very root of the great Tao. If you can completely understand them, then you may become one of people with the deepest comprehension of the laws within the entire realm of the gods. However, this old man shall be honest with all of you. With your current realm, going into those 3 chambers won't have much of an effect on you. Even if your perception is high, you can give up on obtaining any benefits there. Your current boundary is simply far too lacking. Let alone you. Even those trial challengers from the 2nd stage would have trouble perceiving the mysteries within them. Outside the Chaos Corridor is the Sky Corridor. The Sky Corridor has 3 chambers, each one containing an ancient Phoenix totem stone. These 3 totem stones have all been left behind by previous patriarchs of the ancient Phoenix clan. Moreover, they are among their greatest works. In time-worn Phoenix City, their value is only inferior to the Chaos totem stones. Afterwards, outside the Sky Corridor is the Earth Corridor. It has a total of 10 chambers, and the totem stones there have also been left behind by precious patriarchs, the only difference being that they are inferior to the previously mentioned top works. And the outermost corridor is called the Mortal Corridor. There is a total of 20 chambers there. The totem stones there have all been created by previous elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. Moreover, The best of these works are not much worse than those left behind by the previous patriarchs. As the red-robed elder introduced the stone totems to the martial artists, their faces were filled with regret intertwined with longing. Many of them looked at Lin Ming and Huan Long, their eyes filled with envy. The two of them would undoubtedly choose two of the three chambers in the sky corridor. As for the rest, the stronger ones would go to the earth corridor, and the remaining ones would have to go to the mortal corridor. In the mortal corridor were the works left behind by the countless elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. In the realm of the gods, there was a single patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan at one time. Moreover, because their lives were extremely long, all of the previous patriarchs added together were probably only a few hundred. However, elders were different. In every new generation of the ancient Phoenix clan, there were possibly dozens or even hundreds of elders. Even if the totem stones they crafted here were their greatest works, those still wouldn't be able to compare with the patriarchs. As the red-robed elder saw the mixed emotions of the young elites there, he coldly said, "Those who walk the road of martial arts should aim high, but they shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. Every great elder of my ancient Phoenix clan is a heaven-shaking existence within the realm of the gods. Every totem stone they leave behind, even though it may be inferior to that of a patriarch's, is more than enough for you to meditate upon. If you can thoroughly enlighten yourself with them, then you will reach a comprehension of laws equal to a previous elder. Isn't that enough for you?" the red-robed elder asked in a chilly voice. However, all of the martial artists present were thinking otherwise. They only had 3 days to meditate on these totem stones. Just how much could they comprehend in that period of time? If the ancient Phoenix totem stones would be compared to gold, or while they were the gold diggers, then the amount of gold they could mine in 3 days would obviously be larger if it were from a bountiful gold mine rather than a barren one. "Lin Ming, you choose first." The red-robed elder pointed at Lin Ming. "You must decide within 2 hours' time." "Yes, sir," Lin Ming replied. Without further ado, he skipped past the mortal and earth corridors, directly entering the sky corridor. Seeing this, all the martial artists there were filled with envy, although Huan Long appeared calm. The truth was that he was feeling particularly nervous. The heaven corridor had 3 totem stones, and these totem stones were also divided into those better ones and worse ones. Among them, there was one called the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. It had been left behind by the 9th patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. His nickname was Burning Heaven, and he had been one of the top 10 powerhouses throughout all of the ancient Phoenix clan's history. To take on such a nickname, his power could easily be imagined. And what was even rarer was that the laws inherent to that totem stone were extremely suitable for Huan Long. He had long desired to choose this totem stone, but if Lin Ming chosen it first, then Huan Long would suffer a great loss. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ming stepped into the sky corridor. The halls of sky corridor were 200 feet wide, 3 metal doors lined up on a wall. The first door had the image of a phoenix nirvana engraved onto it, along with 2 words, Crimson Divine. The second metal door had the engraved image of a phoenix resting on a parasol tree, as well as 2 words, Sacred Flame, and the third door had the engraved image of a phoenix flying through burning skies along with 2 words, Burning Heaven. Lin Ming was startled just by the images carved upon these metal doors. These engravings each had come from the hands of a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't emit the energy of such formidable laws. Lin Ming decided to start with the Crimson Divine Totem Stone. He pushed open the metal door, entering the chamber. Behind the door was a square space, 200 feet in width and in length. There was nothing except for a 30-foot high altar in the very center of the chamber. On top of this altar was a carved stone totem the size of a square foot. There were many complex engravings on this plain gray stone. Looking upon it for the first time, Lin Ming could feel a faint force field covering it, similar to the Azura force field. This force field and the totem stone both contained traces of lines and images combined in a perfect manner. It was immeasurably mystical. This senior Crimson Divine was definitely a powerhouse with a force field. He fused his fire laws with his force field and carved them into this totem stone. If I can thoroughly comprehend it, then it will be of great help to me, especially since I have a force field, and more than one at that. Lin Ming looked at this totem stone for 2 incense sticks worth of time before reluctantly leaving the Crimson Divine chamber. He only had 2 hours. He couldn't stay in this chamber for too long. The second chamber was the Sacred Flame Totem Stone. It was equally mystical, but it lacked the force field aspect. For this alone, it was less suitable for Lin Ming than the Crimson Divine Totem Stone in the first room. After just an incense stick's worth of time, he left this chamber to enter the third one. This was the chamber with the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. This chamber was also 200 square feet, and the altar in the center was similar. However, the totem stone on this altar was a deep red, and on it there seemed to be hundreds upon hundreds of small flames intertwining with each other. It looked quite ordinary at first, but after staring at it for a while, Lin Ming could see that these small flames were moving. Each and every one of these flames contained a different concept. As the several hundred flames gathered together, they became burning skies that could seemingly scorch away the endless worlds. What a powerful aura! Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He could feel that the aura contained within this totem stone faintly surpassed the last 2. Perhaps this totem stone is the most valuable. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, thinking about whether he wanted to choose the Crimson Divine Totem Stone or the Burning Heaven Totem Stone. At this time, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine's drawling voice sounded out. Lin Ming, I don't understand the fire laws within this totem stone, but this saint knows the name of Burning Heaven. He is a peak character even in the realm of the gods, someone who far surpassed the Demon Emperor. As for those other 2 people, this saint has never heard of them. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. That sounds right, but choosing a totem stone doesn't depend on just how strong the person who engraved it was, but whether the contents of that totem stone suit the individual. Lin Ming meditated on this totem stone for half an hour. Then, at that moment, he suddenly felt a faint, throbbing feeling in the heretical god seed. It seemed as if the engravings on the heretical god seed seemed to grow. Lin Ming was surprised. It was clear that the heretical god seed had an even higher fusion compatibility with this Burning Heaven totem stone. The heretical god force was a cultivation method created by an ancient evil god. A supreme elder from the realm of the gods had stumbled upon a massive lucky chance within the ancient ruins of this evil god, thus obtaining the cultivation method manual. Afterwards, he had died before having enough time to thoroughly perceive it. From that point on, only Lin Ming was aware of the heretical god force. As for who that evil god was, Li Ming had no idea. But what he was sure about was that the evil god was absolutely far more formidable than this Burning Heaven Senior. It was likely that the evil god was an existence that stood at the highest peak of martial artists, a true god. With such a person, the cultivation methods left behind likely approached the very source of all laws to a near infinite degree. Since the Heaven Burning Stone Totem was able to affect the heretical god seed, that proved that the Heaven Burning Stone Totem approached the root of the Great Tao much more than the other 2 totem stones. Compared to Lin Ming's own judgment, he was by far more convinced due to the heretical god seed. Not to mention, perceiving and understanding the process of how the fire laws and force field combined within the Crimson Divine Totem Stone was a very long process. It was by no means something done in a single step. He would have to meditate upon it for at least 10 years, or perhaps even dozens of years to see any effect. I'll choose that one then. Lin Ming made a preliminary decision. He estimated the time and found that he still had a bit more than an hour's worth of time. If it had taken him nearly an hour to look through 3 totem stones, then the others would have a much harder time, especially those martial artists who had to choose a totem stone from the mortal corridor. To find a suitable match among 20 totem stones within 2 hours would not be easy. If their luck was bad, then it was likely they would regret the choice they made. I still have an hour. There's no need to hurry. Since there's no need to go to the Earth corridor, I should go to the Chaos corridor to have a look at what these totem stones forged in the primal forming chaos are like. I wonder if there's anything special about the traces of source energy left within. As Lin Ming thought this, he headed to the Chaos corridor. Chapter 725, Chaos Stone. Chapter 725, Chaos Stone. The Chaos corridor was at the very center of all 4 corridors. It was also the narrowest and the smallest of the 4 corridors and was only 150 feet wide. This corridor had 3 chambers. The doors of these chambers weren't made from red metal, but rather rocks with an extremely ancient appearance. These rocks didn't have any engravings on them, but they emitted a primal breath. Lin Ming was secretly startled. These should be ancient rocks formed at the very beginning of the universe. I wonder just how many countless years they've existed for. Lin Ming muttered to himself as he opened the stone door. A 100-square-foot room presented itself in front of him. This entire chamber was covered with a light layer of black fog. As one looked deeper, one could see that this fog was actually somewhat similar to the black fog in the eternal demon abyss. It was also formed from an incomparably rich accumulation of energy. However, this chaos chamber's black fog seemed to lack any sort of elemental attribute energy. Instead, it could be considered as void. In the center of the faint fog, there was an altar. This altar was made of black stone, and a foot-long square stone was embedded right in its center. The traces of lines on this stone didn't seem as delicate and exquisite as Lin Ming had imagined. Instead, it looked to be very rough. The textures were varied. Some were deep, some were shallow, and there were even some areas that were broken off. Lin Ming continued to look on, but he didn't see anything special about this stone. It was apparent that the traces of source energy left within had already surpassed the scope of Lin Ming's understandings. Legends said that during the forming of the universe, there was nothing but chaos origin energy. The trace lines on the chaos stone reflected the evolutionary process of the universe's source energy as it gradually transformed itself. This sort of chaos energy was also referred to as grand mist energy. Primeval entropy was chaos in itself. Afterwards, this grand mist energy evolved, only then becoming the elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and all others. Thus, grand mist energy was considered the source of all energies. As for martial artists, in the end, what they cultivated was energy, whether it was body transformation, true essence, or demon essence. All of them were just different manifestations of energy. To perceive the various laws and concepts through meditation, that was understanding the root rules for utilizing these different energies. Higher-level combat skills such as force fields, will attacks, and even soul attacks were all different forms and applications of energy. If one could thoroughly understand the evolutionary rules of grand mist energy, then they could become aware of the very source of the great Tao, thus becoming in existence within the realm of the gods with one of the deepest comprehension of laws and concepts. Lin Ming. This thing isn't something that the average person can understand. Not to mention that this saint is just a wisp of a soul. But even if this saint's complete soul was here, or even if this saint's complete body was here, I would still find this thing incomprehensible. Demon Shine rarely admitted his own weaknesses. In truth, as a demon familiar, his perception was never that great to begin with. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to hear Demon Shine's words. He sat there in meditation, gazing upon the traces left behind on this chaos stone from the forming universe. For a long time, he sat there without uttering a single word. "How is it Demonshine asked before immediately shutting up. He didn't know if Lin Ming had managed to comprehend anything within Lin Ming's boundary. The chances of him comprehending the source laws from this chaos stone were near zero. However, miracles did happen. Lin Ming meditated for an entire incense stick worth of time. Finally, he closed his eyes and slowly said, "I am familiar with these lines. It feels like I've seen them somewhere before." That's impossible. I really have seen it. It's just that I can't remember. Lin Ming's first thoughts were of the eternal demon abyss. Within the eternal demon abyss, he had encountered a variety of chaotic scenarios and had seen many things. But as he thought about it, nothing reminded him of this. Just where had he seen this before? Lin Ming, then how will you choose? Will you choose this chaos stone or the burning heaven totem stone? Demonshine asked. I will choose the burning heaven totem stone. Lin Ming decided to give up on the chaos stone. The laws and principles contained within the chaos stone were simply far too mystical for the current him, even if there was a familiar feeling of déjà vu from the chaos stone. It wasn't enough for him to grasp any chance of successfully perceiving it. If that was the case, then it was better for him to go with the burning heaven totem stone. With the support of the heretical god seed, perceiving the burning heaven totem stone should be much more beneficial. Thinking like this, Lin Ming left the Hall of Corridors. You've chosen? The red-robed elder asked. You still have half an hour. If you haven't decided yet, then you may continue looking. Reporting to Senior, this junior has already chosen. Lin Ming bowed. These words caused Hu Wenlong's heart to tighten. The young, red-dressed woman next to him, Huyu, was also tense. Besides Lin Ming, these two people had the best results from the test. Hu Wenlong's comprehension of laws was evaluated at the first-level B grade, and Huyu was evaluated as a first-level C grade. Hu Wenlong was aiming for the burning heaven totem stone. Of the 3 totem stones in the sky corridor, it was the most valuable one. As for Huyu, she decided to choose the crimson divine totem stone. Its preciousness was only inferior to that of the burning heaven totem stone. Not just that, but the force field fused within it was very important for her. Hua, you also had a kind of force field, so this crimson divine totem stone would be very suitable for her. As long as Lin Ming didn't choose the crimson totem stone, then Hu Wenlong definitely wouldn't choose it either. This was because even if Hu Wenlong's talent was higher, he didn't have a force field. What's your choice? The red-robed elder asked. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He slowly and clearly said, the burning heaven totem stone. As Lin Ming spoke, Huyu let out a sigh of relief. As for Hu Wenlong, his body stiffened and his complexion became extremely ugly. The burning heaven totem stone, that choice just happened to collide with Hu Wenlong's. Damn. Hu Wenlong grit his teeth. In truth, he had already been expecting this. The burning heaven totem stone was the most valuable of the 3 totem stones in the sky corridor. Lin Ming had the highest chances of choosing that one. However, expectations were different from reality. With the facts laid right in front of him, he felt a bit depressed. To not be able to choose the burning heaven totem stone now would greatly impact him. The red-robed elder nodded. Lin Ming had made a good choice. The burning heaven totem stone was the most valuable of the 3 totem stones in the sky corridor, and even when compared to the top totem stones within the ancient Phoenix clan's smelting trial sites in the realm of the gods, it wasn't too far off. The red-robed elder recorded Lin Ming's choice onto a jade slip and said, on to the next person. Hu Wenlong, it's your turn to choose. I understand. Hu Wenlong began walking forwards. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was pained, as if his own mother had died. After a little less than an hour of time, Hu Wenlong came out and said, I choose the sacred flame totem stone. The sacred flame totem stone was slightly worse than the crimson divine totem stone. However, since Huanlong didn't possess a force field ability. The Crimson Divine Totem Stone wasn't well suited for him, thus he could only make this choice. Huyu let out a light sigh of relief. She quickly power-walked towards the sky corridor, as if she were afraid that someone would steal away her Crimson Divine Totem Stone. After an incensed stick of time, Huyu came out. "Sir, I choose the Crimson Divine Totem Stone." After Huyu, Huaping, and the rest all chose their own totem stones from the Earth Corridor. As for the martial artists of the lower mortal realms, most of them had to choose from the Mortal Corridor. This was a troublesome decision for them. To choose an appropriate totem stone from over 20 choices was not a simple matter at all. Many people didn't have the chance to carefully consider their choice. Thus, there were some that chose inappropriate ones. All right, everyone may go close up in training now. You have 3 days of time. 3 days from now, no matter how much you have perceived, you must stop. Afterwards, I will naturally assess your results. Those who pass will obtain another chance to enlighten themselves. As for everyone else, they have failed the trial. In the King-level smelting trial, defeat didn't mean you would die. Rather, you would simply be eliminated from the first stage, completely losing any chance of advancing to the second stage of the King-level smelting trial. After the smelting trial began, Lin, Ming, Huanlong, and Huyu all went towards the sky corridor. After a moment of silence, Huanlong walked into the Sacred Flame training chamber without another word, while Lin Ming entered the Burning Heaven training chamber. These 3 days would be the key to success or failure. Lin Ming had already seen the lines on the Burning Heaven totem stone. They were like hundreds of tiny flames, none of them the same, but all of them contained deep and profound mysteries. Lin Ming looked carefully and discovered that when any 2 random flames combined together, there would be a change. If 3 flames joined together, there would be another change. For 5, 6, the more flames that gathered, the more changes there were, and every flame also had a different change. If several hundred flames gathered together, then the possibilities were endless. Patriarch Burning Heaven is truly worthy of being called one of the 10 greatest powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan. I only have 3 days to look at this totem stone, but thoroughly perceiving it in this time period is simply impossible. I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. I'll choose the smallest flame line and try to comprehend the simple changes there first. As Lin Ming thought of this, he entered into the ethereal martial intent, completely immersing himself into gaining insights. In this state of fascination, the small flame seemed to turn into a fiery spear. As the spear swayed to the beat of the flames, the chilling spear point seemed to launch wave after wave of offensive attacks. Unconsciously, the subtle totem engravings on Lin Ming's heretical god seat began to change, becoming increasingly clear and profound. After entering into the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming wasn't able to sense the passage of time. When the totem engravings on the heretical god seed seemed to enter into a new stage, the metal door to Lin Ming's training chamber suddenly burst open. A stern voice sounded out, "Time is up. Everyone must exit now." Hudash. Lin Ming had been awakened from his meditative state, and the incomplete enlightenment had also been interrupted. 3 days already. Lin Ming was surprised. He felt as if even 1 hour hadn't passed. What a pity! It would have been perfect if he had a few more days. As Lin Ming was thinking, he found that the totem engravings on the heretical god seed had turned into a circle with a faint flow of light spinning around it. It was clearly an improvement over the previous totem image. With these 3 days, along with having gazed upon the ancient Phoenix Testament, my comprehension of fire tribute laws has been considerably enhanced. I wonder just what degree my concept of fire has reached now. Lin Ming very much wished to find someone skilled in the concept of fire to compete with. At this moment, a voice sounded out once more. "Everyone meet outside the Hall of Corridors." Lin Ming recalled what was happening as he walked towards the main hall. Outside, he could see that many people were gathering, expressions of confusion on their faces, as if they had awoken from a drunken stupor. They all had their eyebrows knitted together, apparently trying to estimate the harvest they had made. The red-robed elder from before was already waiting here. He said, "You all have 10 days to go back and digest your harvest so far. Afterwards, you will gather back here. I will continue with the test. Those who do not pass will be eliminated." Chapter 7:26, God Transforming Mirror. Chapter 7:26, God Transforming Mirror. Yeah. With the help of a guide, Lin Ming arrived at the assigned dwelling. "Sir Nguyen, this is your basic equipment." The guide passed Lin Ming a spatial ring. As Lin Ming sunk his consciousness within, he saw a simple 10-foot-long wooden case, a set of red clothes and red boots. This wooden case was... Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He had been using a spear for so many years that he didn't even need to open the box to tell that there was a spear within this case. It was purely intuition. Lin Ming enthusiastically opened the case, and a long, fiery red spear appeared under Lin Ming's eyes. The spear edge was a foot long, and it shone brightly with a chilling cold. The spear shaft was made from an unknown metal. It was exceedingly tough, yet flexible at the same time. All sorts of runes and lines were engraved on the barrel of the spear. These patterns undoubtedly contained the power of fire laws. This was a medium-grade Heaven Step treasure. Or was this a high-grade Heaven Step treasure? Lin Ming's eyes shone. He had been using a Heaven Step white spear acquired from a High Lord of Skysplit Tower. He didn't even know what its name was. Beside its toughness, there was no benefit to wielding that white spear. It wasn't like the purple comet spear, able to increase the power of his thunderfire abilities. It was extremely inconvenient for him. But now, this red spear in front of him was obviously useful for enhancing the power of fire. Moreover, it was a treasure ranked even higher. "What rank is this treasure?" Lin Ming asked. Up until now, he only had a few rare encounters with anything above low-grade Heaven Step treasures, so he didn't have much of an understanding toward this. The guide said, "Sir, this is a medium-grade Heaven Step treasure, but in mere terms of toughness, it's on equal standing with a high-grade Heaven Step treasure. It is a standard service weapon that my time-worn Phoenix City issues to new talents. If you don't use the spear, then you may apply for a replacement weapon." Within the ancient Phoenix clan, because there were many people who rode vermilion birds in battle, long pole-type weapons were the most commonly used. This was different from the inheritance of Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming was going through the qualification test for the king-level smelting trial, many of the phantom matches was facing were also using spears. This spear is actually only a standard service weapon. Lin Ming was speechless. This was a spear that every trial challenger who was participating in the king-level smelting trial would receive. It seemed that within the realm of the gods, Heaven Step treasures were only considered common garbage. This was also reasonable. Within the Sky Spill continent, even a life-destruction martial artist like Xian Wuji was able to acquire a Heaven Step treasure, much less a divine sea master. There was no need to even mention the realm of the gods. Here, powerhouses were most likely using saint artifacts or even higher quality weapons. Lin Ming took the red spear in his hand and casually shook it. The spear's shaft trembled with a terrifying contained strength. What a great spear! In terms of resources, martial artists from the lower realms are just like little babies from the slums. They are simply unable to compare with martial artists from the realm of the gods. Besides the long spear, the standard issue clothes were also top-quality goods. Once worn, they felt as airy as silk. Having been woven from divine fire silk, they were actually immune to fire and water, and were also extremely resistant. Even with a normal treasure, one would find it difficult to slice through them. In time-worn Phoenix City, it was light and practical, perfect for talents to use in training. "Sir, if you please, your room is right ahead." The guide bowed. Lin Ming looked up. In front of him was a door leading to a separate miniature dimension. In time-worn Phoenix City, every young elite's residence was their own dimension. The advantage of this was that once the door was closed, the room would then become an absolute isolated space, so that the martial artist inside would not be interrupted during their training time. After settling into this dimension, Lin Ming saw a bookshelf filled with all sorts of jade slips, both large and small. He casually picked one up and swept his perception through it. These were actually fire attribute law cultivation methods, advisory letters, and ancient texts. These jade slips were mostly high-grade cultivation method manuals collected by powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan from various regions. They were given to trial challengers, mainly for them to use as a reference in their own training. Lin Ming looked through a few jade slips. Then he sat down and immersed himself in perceiving insights into the laws and concepts he had gained earlier. The totem symbol atop heretical god seed was as small as a grain of rice. However, Lin Ming could actually make out every single line and change in texture on its surface. These traces were all enlarged tens of thousands of times within Lin Ming's vision, each and every simple, mysterious pattern appearing defined in his eyes. Meditating on the totem engraving on the heretical god seed was much more beneficial and much easier than meditating on the burning heaven totem stone. Lin Ming could already faintly feel that the affinity the heretical god seed held towards the concept of fire had exceeded that of the concept of thunder. Amongst the various major concepts, ones like the concepts of space and time, the concept of eternity, the concept of annihilation, and other such concepts were much more abstract and elusive, and were somewhat more formidable than others. However, the truth was that once one thoroughly comprehended the source of a concept and reached the pinnacle of comprehension with it, then even with one like the concept of fire, one could still achieve heaven-shaking results and become a king of their generation. Who? Lin Ming stretched out his palm, and a fiery flame spear appeared in his hand, its energy quickly solidifying. In the next moment, the flame spear completely condensed into a solid spear. The spear point and shaft both gleamed with a metallic luster, just as if they had been cast from red metal. After inscribing the flame totem, the heretical god seed within me has also evolved. Lin Ming felt his heart shining with a brilliant fighting spirit. He wanted to test his strength in battle and see just how much progress his concept of fire had made. At that moment, a strict voice suddenly rang out in the dimension. 10 days have passed. Everyone gather at the Southern City Temple. The test will now begin. The test is finally starting. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The king-level smelting trial tests were extremely severe. The first test would eliminate 30 to 40% of the martial artists. In the future, tests would only become more and more difficult. Ultimately, only a tiny number of people would make it through the trials. Lin Ming walked towards the Southern City Temple. Here, the red-robed elder responsible for directing the test was already waiting. "Come with me." After everyone had gathered, the red-robed elder led everyone to a separate chamber. Here, there was a massive crystal mirror. The mirror was over 100 feet high and was hundreds of feet wide. It spread across an entire wall. This is the God Transforming Mirror. It is an illusory magic array used for tests. You only need to stand in front of the God Transforming Mirror and touch it in order to start the test. Within the God Transforming Mirror, there are 9 different shifting realms. With your current strength, lasting in the first shifting phase for a quarter of an hour will qualify as passing, and lasting for half an hour will be considered outstanding. Those who fail will need to take the transmission array and leave the smelting trial site, the red-robed elder indifferently said. Hearing this, the heroic young elites became somewhat nervous. If they had a poor performance, then there was the fear of being eliminated. If they had a good performance, then they could only hope to make progress for even better results. For instance, Hu Wenlong, Hu Yu, and the others all carried a great pressure on their backs. Their goal was not only to pass the smelting trial, but also to compete with Lin Ming and overshadow him. We shall start from the trial challengers of the mortal corridor. I will call your name to step forward and start the test. Sheng Gonglu, Chi Hu, the red-robed elder, continuously called out the names of 4 people. As these 4 people stood in front of the God-transforming mirror, all of them were lurching with unease. They followed the red-robed elder's instructors and reached out their hands to touch the God-transforming mirror. In the next moment, all of them fell into a strange, trance-like state, as if they were completely isolated from the outside world. Chapter 7:27, The Red Woman. Chapter 7:27, The Red Woman. There were 9 shifting realms within the God-transforming mirror, but none of the martial artists present knew just what this meant. The martial artists from the lower realms looked at the 4 trial challengers standing in front of the God-transforming mirror, a disturbed and anxious expression crossing their faces. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this test was related to lives. If they passed, they could continue through the smelting trial and even have a chance at approaching the realm of the gods. If they failed, then they would be eliminated. In the future, they would be stuck at the divine sea realm, only kings of the lower realms. After reaching time-worn Phoenix City and experiencing the limitless possibilities of the realm of the gods, none of them were willing to give up this chance. This was similar to a mortal country bumpkin visiting the royal capital and then not wishing to return to the countryside. After experience all that the capital had to offer, they would rather work hard there instead of returning home to become rich farmers. Time passed a minute, a second at a time. After an incense stick of time passed, 2 of the 4 trial challengers standing in front of the God-transforming mirror suddenly shook, drawing back with pale expressions. The red-robed elder indifferently waved his hand. The 2 of you fail. They had failed. The 2 young martial artists were stricken. In their own worlds, they were peak emperor-level talents that stood above all others. But now, after arriving at the smelting trial of the ancient Phoenix clan, the so-called emperor-level talents of the lower realms were now nothing more than a joke, dropping from the top to the bottom. This left a horrible taste in their mouths. After another incense stick of time passed, the other 2 trial challengers also gave a pained cough as their connection with the God-transforming mirror was cut off. At this time, there was still a bit of time before it reached the required quarter hour. The 2 of you also fail. The red-robed elder mercilessly said, "This test is too difficult." All of the present martial artists, especially those that came from the mortal corridor, were becoming increasingly nervous. At this time, the red-robed elder coldly snorted and said, "Crossing the test of the God-transforming mirror is not difficult. If you failed, then that only proves that you have a tenuous grasp of concepts and laws, and that your cultivation is also far too lacking. There is no one else to blame but yourselves." The God-transforming mirror smelting trial has 9 different shifting concepts. If you can persist through the first one for just a quarter of an hour, then you have passed. Half an hour is an outstanding result. Every year, over 60% of the trial challengers can pass the first test, but less than 10% can achieve an outstanding result. As for those that can last 3 hours or even pass through the first concept, that might not even appear once in 50 years. Pass through the first concept. The 4 trial challengers who had just failed felt their hearts jump. The 4 of them had personally experienced just how terrifying the concepts of the first level were, and yet someone who was in their 20s could still pass through it in a single go. Was that even humanly possible? Now then, Yellowright Min, Feng Xiaotian. The red-robed elder began to list out the names of 4 more people. Good luck in there. Lin Ming cheered Yellow Right Min on. He had a good impression of this fellow. Yellow Right Min pumped his fists, his inner tension palpable. The 4 eliminated martial artists had come from the mortal corridor. As martial artists that could only enter the mortal corridor, their strengths weren't too great to begin with. So the chances of them being eliminated here were also correspondingly high. At this time, within the very center of time-worn Phoenix City, there was a grand tower that stood 9 levels high. At the highest balcony of the tower, there was a woman dressed in red, looking down over the entire time-worn Phoenix City. After some time, the red-dressed woman turned around. In front of her, the great doors had opened, and a tall man in a cloak strode in. On his shoulders there was a great flaming bird that looked like a red parrot. It was obviously this old man's contract beast. "Great Elder, you seem to have plenty of free time to come and visit me here," the red-dressed woman tranquilly spoke as she faintly smiled. "Haha, I was just finishing some minor errands. It just so happens that the new little children have come into the city and are participating in their first test. Do you have any interest in going to take a look?" The tall, old man laughed, his voice vibrant and rich with life. The red-dressed woman smiled and shook her head. "There's far too low a chance that any of those children will grow up into someone useful. There's no reason to go fuss over them. If there's an exception, then the Council of Elders will naturally send over a battle array disc. Every few years, time-worn Phoenix City would select a batch of extraordinary youths from the countless worlds. In all fairness, because the ancient Phoenix clan of the lower realms had passed through tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of dilution, their bloodline purity was far inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods. Thus, the chances of a true genius arising from that pack of youths were very small. It was certainly easy for those young elites to reach the Divine Sea, but going any further than that would not be easy. As for entering the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan and joining another family clan there, the chances were simply far too low. You're not wrong, but there is an exception this time. There's a little boy called Nguyen Ming whose fire compatibility is even higher than yours used to be." "Oh, really?" The red-dressed woman's eyebrows shot up. "Is he from the lower realms?" According to the traditions of the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan, if a genius from the realm of the gods had such a high compatibility with fire, then they would have already been sent to the smelting trial site in the realm of the gods. It was impossible for them to be sent to time-worn Phoenix City, which was situated in the lower realms. Of course it's real. He is indeed from the lower realms. It is extremely rare for a martial artist from the lower realms to have such a high compatibility. But, unfortunately, his comprehension of the laws is too poor. When he gazed upon the ancient Phoenix Testament, it took him a full half-incense stick of time before he was able to fuse with the laws. The tall old man said, as he shook his head in regret, "A martial artist's perception represented their ability to comprehend the laws. It was often more important than one's degree of compatibility." Half an incense stick of time. The red-dressed woman was bewildered. That result was just too poor. Even the most basic child from the realm of the gods' Phoenix clan would have such a result. That's too bad. The red-dressed woman lamented. One's compatibility with fire and ability to comprehend fire laws had little to do with each other. Compatibility looked at one's physique, but comprehension of laws looked at a martial artist's soul force and perception. If their compatibility was high, but their perception was low, it was still a waste. The further one walked down the road of martial arts, the more emphasis there was on the soul, will, battle spirit, perception, and other such factors. That's right, but we should look at this little fellow first. If his perception is too poor, and there's no value in training him, then that's fine too. But if he's worthy of some help, then we can wait until he reaches the Divine Sea, and then recommend him to join the main clan within the realm of the gods. Let's go, the red-dressed woman said. As she spoke, the space in front of her easily split apart, revealing a black hole in the void, and the two of them stepped inside. In the testing hall before the God-transforming mirror, Yellow Reitman gave a stuffy cough as he stepped back, his face white. Without bothering with this minor injury, he spun around to look at an hourglass in the corner of the room. There, the sand within the hourglass indicated that a quarter of an hour had passed. Yellow Reitman pass. The red-robed elder blankly exclaimed. Yellow Reitman was overjoyed. He punched the air as he laughed. Ha! I just managed to pass. What great luck! Great luck? That might not be true. As Yellow Reitman was celebrating, a rude and sobering voice suddenly sounded out. The one who spoke was Huaping, one of the martial artists from the realm of the gods, Huaclan. There is more than one test in Time-worn Phoenix City. Just because you pass this time doesn't mean you won't be eliminated in the next one. Huaping poured cold water all over Yellow Reitman's parade. Yellow Reitman's face sunk, his expression becoming gloomy and his originally cheery demeanor suddenly reduced by half. What Huaping said was true, but still, to a lower realm martial artist like Yellow Reitman, every single step they took was always good. If he could obtain some insights, then that was a major harvest for him. It would have an inestimable impact as he continued to walk his path of martial arts. Humph, if you had any skill then, you wouldn't have come to Time-worn Phoenix City. How is it like being kicked out from the realm of the gods? Yellow Reitman venomously lashed back. As Huaping heard this, his expression immediately turned ugly. After Yellow Reitman, the other martial artists from the mortal corridor completed their own tests one after another. The final elimination rate for them was around 80%. Next up were those from the Earth corridor. The heroic youths from the Earth corridor were much stronger. Besides one, everyone else passed, especially those outstanding youths from the realm of the gods. Their results were even better. When Huaping drew back from the God-transforming mirror, all blood drained from his face, the red-robed elder announced his result, a total of over half an hour. An outstanding result. This was the first outstanding result. As Huaping stepped back from the God-transforming mirror, he glanced over at the hourglass and then looked over at Yellow Reitman, his face filled with satisfaction. Even though he wasn't considered too good within the realm of the gods, he could still look down on the lower realm martial artists in Time-worn Phoenix City. As for Yellow Reitman, his ability was inferior, so there was nothing he could say. After Huaping, two other martial artists from the realm of the gods also obtained an outstanding result. As for the Sky Corridor's Huiyu, she lasted for nearly 40 minutes, breaking the current record. At this time, only two people still hadn't been tested. They were Lin Ming and Hu Wenlong. Everyone's eyes focused on them. Hu Wenlong looked at Lin Ming and smiled. Brother Nguyen, how about we go together? All right. Lin Ming calmly nodded. He wasn't sure what sort of test lay within the God-transforming mirror. In terms of just the comprehension of law, he didn't have full assurance that he could defeat Hu Wenlong. Although the heretical god seed was powerful, the time that Lin Ming had been comprehending the fire laws was simply too short. Lin Ming stepped in front of the God-transforming mirror. Stretching out a hand, he touched the surface of the mirror. Then, he immediately entered into a strange trance. Everyone's vision remained on Lin Ming and Hu Wenlong. No one knew that in the space outside of this hall, there were also two pairs of invisible eyes paying attention to Lin Ming and Hu Wenlong. These two pairs of eyes belonged to the tall old man and the red-dressed woman that had been talking atop the 9-layer tower in the center of the city. Both of them were high-level figures within Time-worn Phoenix City. Nguyen Ming, that's him? The red-dressed woman's voice echoed in the void. That's him. The old man nodded. What a faint ancient phoenix bloodline. Moreover, it seems that it was transplanted during the Hotian realm. If I'm not wrong, hasn't the Nguyen family perished? Where did this Nguyen Ming come from? Although the ancient Phoenix clan had countless branches, the red-dressed woman had still completely memorized each and every one of them. The Nguyen family had been exterminated 100,000 years ago. I've already asked the Nguyen family protector about him. After the Nguyen family was exterminated, the ruins of their family were accidentally obtained by a mortal sect within the Sky Spill continent. Afterwards, it was used to establish a sect called Divine Phoenix Island. This sect has taken the vermilion bird and blue wand as their totem. As for Nguyen Ming, he was a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Because of his outstanding talent, he was able to participate and ultimately complete the general level smelting trial. After the temple spirits saw that he had made excellent results throughout, he was gifted a single drop of ancient phoenix blood. Chapter 728, The First Concept, Sea of Burning Fire. Chapter 728, The First Concept, Sea of Burning Fire. Yeah, I see, so that's how it is. Then, it seems this Nguyen Ming can also be considered an outer member of my ancient Phoenix clan. The red-dressed woman's shadowy voice resonated through the void. The realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan was an incomparably massive sect. Within the 3,000 boundless worlds, there were also countless branches and sub-branches. A sect like Divine Phoenix Island, which took the phoenix and its closely related saint beasts as its totem, could just barely be counted as one of the followers and believers of the ancient Phoenix clan. Some of these countless sects in the lower realms were fifth-grade sects or holy lands. Occasionally, there were top talents among these sects that had the qualifications to be chosen by the true ancient Phoenix clan, transplanting a part of their bloodline and becoming an outer member of the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan had developed to the point where there were millions of small and large sects that comprised it. With the 3 great family clans within the realm of the gods added on, it was hard to estimate just how many members the ancient Phoenix clan had. The clan included humans, giant demons, pharaohs, fae, and many other races. In this era, familial bloodlines no longer mattered. There was only a single requirement for being a member of the ancient Phoenix clan, and that was whether or not they had the ancient Phoenix bloodline within their bodies. Thus, Lin Ming's origins had no effect on whether he was considered part of the ancient Phoenix clan. Of course, as a martial artist from the lower realms, if Lin Ming entered the realm of the gods in the future, then, against those at the same level of strength, he would have fewer resources than those from the 3 great family clans. After entering the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen through a layer of water. There was a brief scalding hot feeling, and in the next moment, he had entered into a vast red space. This was a world of burning flames, nothing but endless infernos in a sea of fire. Scarlet plumes rose thousands of feet high, impacting the heavens. The entire sky was filled with red clouds. It was as if the once blue sky had been roasted red by the flames. Hot. It was too hot. This was Lin Ming's first and foremost reaction. Every breath he took felt as if he was sucking flames into his lungs. If a common mortal were to appear here, he would have been charred to death long ago. At this time, red clouds roiled in the skies. These strange movements reflected in Lin Ming's pupils, just like the traces of fire energy from the ancient Phoenix Testament. This scene caused Lin Ming's eyes to shine brightly. So this was the God-transforming mirror. The God-transforming mirror. The ancient Phoenix totem stones and the ancient Phoenix Testament were similar in essence. The ancient Phoenix Testament and the burning heaven totem stone were both objects that recorded the operating rules of flame laws and the energy within them, allowing a martial artist to enlighten themselves through meditation. But the God-transforming mirror expanded on these energy operating rules through the use of an illusory magic array. A martial artist could place themselves within and directly experiences the changes within the fire energy themselves. If the 3 days before were Lin Ming meditating on the burning heaven stone, then this could be considered as having entered the burning heaven totem stone. He was now directly withstanding a baptism within a violent storm of energy. If he could withstand it, live through it, then that proved that his perception was good, enough to pass. Ho dash! A wave of heat passed through him. Lin Ming's clothes, which were supposed to be nearly invulnerable to water and fire, actually started to burn a little. This proved that the temperature was extremely high. The ancient Phoenix clan had a total of 9 fire concepts. Correspondingly, the God transforming mirror also had 9 realms, and the first shifting concept was burning heat. Burning heat was the very fundamental foundation. If one could withstand this concept, then they could finally be considered as truly have stepped through the door of the true concept of fire. The temperature rose higher and higher. Lin Ming had no choice but to revolve his bodily true essence protection to the limit, as well as simultaneously activating the Azura force field to surround his entire body. The Azura force field was a force field domain that could suppress all types of energy. Naturally, it was also able to suppress these burning hot flames. However, as Lin Ming suppressed this heat, he only felt the surrounding burning heat around him suddenly soar by a massive degree. Hoo! Lin Ming's true essence was rapidly consumed, and even then, the surrounding temperatures continued to shoot up. If this continued for much longer, then he wouldn't be able to hold on. I'm stupid. This is a test of my understandings towards the concept of fire, not whether or not I have the power to withstand it. Ignoring the fire and just resisting against it is obviously not an option. I must act according to my understanding of the burning heaven totem stone and adapt to this sea of fire. As Lin Ming thought this, he took a deep breath and resolutely withdrew the protection of his bodily true essence and the Azura force field. For a time, the oppressive waves of heat pushed up against Lin Ming like a waterfall. Lin Ming's fire-resistant clothes melted away. He could even hear the sound of his own skin baking to a tender crisp. Soon after, Lin Ming was left completely naked. With a cracking sound, his spatial ring was also charred black by the purging fires. Of course, this was only a world of illusion. Lin Ming's true body was standing perfectly still and unharmed outside of the God transforming mirror. The vast and endless power of fire poured through Lin Ming's acupoints, crazily raging through his meridians and flushing towards his bones, organs, and limbs. If his comprehension of the concept of fire was too poor, then this fire would have charred all his organs to ashes already. In such a terrifying rush of heat, Lin Ming's mind was as still as ice. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed, and the tiny flame totem on it suddenly began to shine with a dazzling light. With a clear sound, the massive power of fire within Lin Ming's body began to be sucked into the heretical god seed, causing the lines of energy on the heretical god seed to start spinning around. These lines of energy only had a total surface area the size of a grain of rice, but the structures were extremely complex and exquisite. It was like a bottomless pit was born within it, constantly and wantonly devouring the power of fire, ensuring that none of Lin Ming's organs would be injured. In this state, Lin Ming felt the energy within his body blow up like a balloon. Outside of the God transforming mirror, half an hour had quietly passed. All of the martial artists outside were focused on Lin Ming and Huanlong. Half an hour was already an outstanding grade result. Nobody thought that Lin Ming and Huanlong would have failed at this point. With their strength, lasting less than half an hour would have been strange instead. The truly difficult part lay ahead. In the first concept world, the temperature would continue to rise, but a martial artist's ability to absorb and control fire energy was limited. Once they couldn't last any further, they would be incinerated by the sea of flames. Before, Huyu had only managed to last 40 minutes. As for someone that could last 3/4 hours, that was something that rarely happened even in 50 years. 50 years seemed like a long time, but time-worn Phoenix City had over 1 million worlds to choose from, and that wasn't even including the realm of the gods. The pure volume of talents that passed through here in 50 years of time was horrifying. I wonder if Lin Ming will last until the end, or if it will be Hua Wenlong. The surrounding martial artists began murmuring. Of course it will be Hua Wenlong. Lin Ming has a high compatibility with fire, but this test looks at one's comprehension of laws. A realm of the gods martial artists said. That's not necessarily true. The higher your fire compatibility is, the greater the temperatures your body can withstand, and the more power of fire you can withstand too. The one to last until the end might be Lin Ming. A lower realm's martial artist retorted. As a fellow martial artist from the lower realms, he naturally sided with Lin Ming. This was Hua Wenlong and Lin Ming's first battle. It would relate to their future achievements. In the void, the red-dressed woman and the old man had anticipated this sort of competition. When a martial artist stepped foot on the road of martial arts and walked towards the peak, they would inevitably have to march over the bodies of all the losers that fell beneath them. At this time, within the world of the god transforming mirror, Wenlong was fluttering like a wisp of silk in a blazing red storm. The power of burning heat rushed towards him. Half of this energy was rerouted by an invisible power while the other half entered him. Using this method of diverting the energy, it meant that Wenlong would only need to withstand half of the fire energy. Hu, as heat wave after heat wave got partially deflected by Wenlong, he continued to remain calm throughout without the slightest sense of strain. He was confident he would win this battle. This was because when he was in the realm of the gods, he had already experienced the god transforming mirror. This method of diverting the power of fire was also a very high-level legacy of his clan. It wasn't something the average person could learn. Not even Huyu could do it, much less someone like Lin Ming. Although this method of extending the time he stayed in here might seem a bit suspicious, the world only cared about heroes that won. Results were far more important than the means. Then again, this method of diverting from another viewpoint only proved how thoroughly Hua Wenlong understood the laws of fire. Lin Ming, I've already won. I will establish my superiority to you here and now. As long as you don't catch up to me too much, I will take first place in this smelting trial. Meanwhile, on another side of the god transforming mirror, the fire energy within Lin Ming's body had risen to a terrifying degree. Because the power of fire was gathering towards Lin Ming, and the heretical god seed was accumulating all of it within itself, the temperature within Lin Ming's body was even higher than the temperature outside. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed this entire time. His perception was always focused on the red clouds that surged above him, as he constantly attempted to understand the laws that governed the revolution of energy in this world. This world took the most basic revolution of fire as its fundamental law. As Lin Ming was withstanding the baptism of fire, he was beginning to understand just how to break through the concept of the god transforming mirror's first level. As long as he could gather enough energy within his body, he could use his own bloodline as a guide and fuse the laws and concepts of fire, and then detonate all of that energy within himself. This energy would scatter away, in turn burning down the sea of fire instead. This would allow him to break through the first concept, passing the first trial of the god transforming mirror. But to a normal martial artist, they wouldn't able to gather enough of the fire energy within this burning heat world before their body could no longer withstand it. Even if their ancient Phoenix bloodline was much purer and denser than Lin Ming's, or their understanding of concepts and laws were greater than Lin Ming's, they still wouldn't be able to burn away this world. But to Lin Ming, this was not a problem because he had the heretical god seed within him. The power of fire that he could withstand far outstripped the average martial artist. Lin Ming's body was completely filled with the power of fire. The heretical god seed was just like a miniature sun, as it emitted blinding rays of golden light. On the surface of the heretical god seed, the engravings of flames became even brighter. The energy had already reached 95% capacity, then 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%, climbing without end. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. The heretical god seed was like a storm within him. It could blow apart at any time. Outside of the god-transforming mirror, Lin Ming's body began trembling. Blue veins stuck out from his body like wriggling worms, and great beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ming, it seems he might not be able to last much longer. Some martial artists noticed the changes in Lin Ming's appearance. Compared to Lin Ming, Huanlong seemed much more at ease. His breath was even, and there wasn't the slightest bit of sweat on his forehead. Looking at the hourglass, there was still some sand left until the 3/4 hour mark. It's only been around 2.5 quarter hours of time, yet Lin Ming seems as if he had reached his limit. If this continues, he won't be able to last for 3/4 hours of time. Some martial artists began talking amongst themselves, but in the great hall, the red-robed elder's eyes actually shrank. He looked at Lin Ming, a curious light in his eyes. Chapter 729, Breaking Through the First World. Chapter 729, Breaking Through the First World. Time passed slowly. As Lin Ming stood before the celestial shifting mirror, his fists were tightly clenched together, and the blood vessels on his arms were pumped up as if they could burst apart at any second. All of his clothes were already soaking wet with sweat. It seemed as if he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. But besides Lin Ming, Huanlong only had a few beads of sweat dropping down his face. It was apparent that he could continue for a while longer. Nguyen Ming has reached his limit, a martial artist from the Earth Corridor said. If there isn't an accident, then Huanlong should be able to last for 3/4 hours of time, enough to meet the rare 50-year standard of time-worn Phoenix City. But Nguyen Ming should only be able to last for several more breaths of time at most. Although he's lacking just a bit, nearly reaching that time is also quite good, especially since Nguyen Ming is a martial artist from the lower realms. Several martial artists began discussing amongst themselves. In this first round of the trial, Huanlong had the upper hand, but the first stage of the king level smelting trial wasn't something completed in a short period of time. It was unknown just who the final winner would be. Huaping snickered as he saw Lin Ming approaching his limits more and more. He said, "This Nguyen Ming shouldn't push it if he can't hold on." When the other martial artists couldn't stand it any further, the most that happened to them was that their faces whitened a bit. None of them looked like this fellow does right now. What's he doing? If he can't persist, then he can't persist. What's the point of putting up a futile struggle? Humph! To be able to persist even when he's reached his limits just means that Nguyen Ming has a firm will. If you tried, you would have simply failed. Yellow Right Min bluntly retorted. Huaping sneered in disdain, no longer speaking, obviously not wanting to bother with this nonsense. After 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming's entire body flushed red. On the area where his palm touched the celestial shifting mirror, a faint flame slowly rose up. Everyone present noticed this slight change. But regardless if they were a martial artist of the Earth Corridor or Sky Corridor, none of them was clear on what was happening. In the void, the tall old man's eyes widened with interest. This little boy, with just his trivial middle revolving core cultivation, wants to use his body to direct the fire and move the fire attribute energy within the first world, ultimately burning it away. How daring of him! The red-dressed woman faintly smiled. She said in a soft whisper, His affinity towards fire is amazingly high, so it's easier for him to move the power of fire in that world. There's a chance he'll succeed, but it is indeed asking for too much. Let's continue watching. No matter what, that bold decisiveness is to this old man's liking. He's not like that Wenlong kid who's just trying to play some tricks and delay for time. The old man shot a look at Wenlong, obviously viewing him with disdain. Haha, it's also quite good for Wenlong to reach this level, and it's not as if what he did is against the rules. Now, we can only look to know whether or not Nian Ming will be able to succeed. At this time, within the world of the celestial shifting mirror, the accumulated energy within Lin Ming's body had reached its limit. The heretical god seed was completely full. The totem engravings on the seed began to emit a brilliant golden light. Not only that, but even Lin Ming's dantian was filled with a massive amount of fire energy. These energies were all absorbed by the black hole revolving core within his dantian, forming a whirlpool of fire that covered everything in a hazy red fog. His dantian began to burn. When a martial artist entered the Xiantian realm, the dantian became the source and the very origin of all their energy. However, it also became their greatest weakness. The flame that existed within the dantian was core fire. If one wasn't a fire attribute martial artist, then it was simply impossible to start this sort of core fire. This sort of fire, if sent out from the source of a martial artist's energy, would contain the most formidable power. Use his bloodline as the guide. Ignite the core fire. Fuse it with the power of fire within the heretical god seed, and then scorch away the heavens and the earth. Bang! With a deafening sound, all of the highly compressed fire energy within the heretical god seed completely broke out. In that moment, it was like the flame totem on the heretical god seed had become the eyes of a phoenix, the dazzling golden rays of light piercing through the limitless void. Lin Ming's entire body began to burn. The flames around him coalesced into a titanic phoenix that let out a keening wail as it flew out. The ferocity of that flame shook the heavens and shattered the earth. The sea of fire boiled with excitement. Countless amounts of fire energy was sucked into this phoenix. Surging tides of crimson energy blew into the sky, forming a massive red whirlpool that seemed to swallow the heavens. Lin Ming was a revolving core martial artist. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to burn down a world with his power alone. He could only use his body to control the power of fire, quickening the power of the world, and using the pre-existing fire energy to destroy all of creation. This was a utilization of the fire laws, as well as the only way to break through the first realm of the celestial shifting mirror. Ka. A crack appeared in the void. At this moment, Lin Ming's entire body was wreathed in flames. Both of his eyes smoldered with fires of the burning heaven. An intense pain snapped out from his dantian, and he felt as if all of his meridians and even his soul was being seared black by this fire. This sort of pain directly linked to his spiritual sea. It was potent enough that it seemed capable of sweeping away his consciousness. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shudder. Within his spiritual sea, black flames rolled upwards. But at that moment, a spear-shaped battle spirit howled forth, slashing down onto this python of black fire, directly turning it away. I used my own bloodline as the guide, and spurred the power of fire within this world to burn everything asunder. The pain in this celestial shifting mirror was illusory to begin with. It simply cannot harm me. In that instant, between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the flame-shaped mark left behind by the blood of the ancient phoenix emitted light as if it were a rising sun, and a golden phoenix howled out. This phoenix was smaller than the phoenix that rushed into the world earlier, but it was even more incandescent, brilliant, and pure. This was the result of Lin Ming fusing the laws of his life's bloodline along with the power of fire from the heretical god seed. The golden phoenix, melted into the phoenix formed from the fire of the world, turning everything into a burnished golden red. Bang, bang, bang. The void continued to collapse, and large pieces of space deconstructed before him. A space storm swept out. This chaotic power of space actually fused with the flames. It was like a wind that turned up the intensity of the fires, making it even fiercer. In that moment, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. If a space storm fused into flames, it could actually be like the wind, making the intensity of the fire even more ebullient. After realizing this, Lin Ming's heart was overturned by monstrous waves. He was too clear just what this discovery meant. This was the same as fusing together different laws. Fire and thunder had similar origins, but even so, Lin Ming had spent a considerable amount of time and effort to understand the concept of thunder fire. The concept of space was amongst the most elusive and mystical concepts. Moreover, it wasn't generally associated with the concept of fire. To fuse these two concepts together was much, much harder. Yet here, Lin Ming had seen with his own eyes the fusion of a space storm and fire. This was also the fusion of concepts. So, it's like this. Lin Ming steadily looked on. Although the world within the celestial shifting mirror was nothing more than an illusion, the energy traces contained within still originated from the chaos stone. These traces were engraved by the principles of the universe, recording the rules to mobilize the most essential energy. In other words, all of the phenomena occurring in the dreamland of the celestial shifting mirror embodied the source laws of the universe. How much you could comprehend all depended on your own ability. Bang, bang, bang. 70% of the first world space broke apart, the fire escaping into the void. Lin Ming wholeheartedly watched all of these changes occur, even as blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. This blood was instantly scorched away by the fire around him. Yet Lin Ming didn't seem to feel any of this. So the fire concept of burning heat. This is a chance of fusing the power of fire and the power of space. I get it. I understand it now. Lin Ming took a deep breath and roared out, "First world, break for me." With a resonant shout, the golden red phoenix behind him issued a clarion cry. As for the edges of the space, the world began deconstructing. The sea of fire collapsed, and space turned into a great vortex, swallowing all. For a time, outside of the celestial shifting mirror, Lin Ming's body trembled. The flame mark between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling golden light, even as blood leaked out from his eyes. This isn't good. Nguyen Ming has overdrawn himself. A martial artist from the Earth corridor shouted out in surprise. The celestial shifting mirror was an illusory magic array that shouldn't have any dangers. It wasn't like a killing array. Generally speaking, if a martial artist died within the celestial shifting mirror, there still wouldn't be any problems with their true body. It would only be their consciousness that would be frightened a bit. However, there were always exceptions. When a martial artist invested too much of his mind and surpassed their limits, it was possible that their spiritual sea could be damaged, and they could fall to their obsessions. Some lower realm martial artists wanted to forcefully pull Lin Ming back from the celestial shifting mirror, but they were actually stopped by the red-robed elder's shout, "No one move." As soon as this voice fell, Lin Ming's body shook, and he was ejected out from the celestial shifting mirror. Lin Ming took a step back. His face was white as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked as if he had exhausted nearly everything he had. "Brother Nguyen, are you all right?" Yellow Right Men shot forwards to help support Lin Ming. The other martial artists from the lower realms also took a half step forwards to ask about his injuries. "Brother Nguyen, have a mind-calming pill." A martial artist handed out a bottle of pills. If one persisted within the celestial shifting mirror for too long, it was easy to wound one's spiritual sea. Eating a mind-calming pill would be helpful to restoring the spiritual sea. Brother Nguyen has done well. Although you just barely missed 3/4 hours, your result is enough to be proud of. Lin Ming pushed away the bottle of mind-calming pills and took a deep breath. He suppressed the restless blood tumbling within his body, and without even sparing a glance at Wenlong, said to the red-robed elder, "In this test, Junior has gained some insights. I would like to immediately go close up in seclusion and meditate on them." "Good. Then go." The red-robed elder smiled and nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Lin Ming bid his farewell and instantly launched his movement technique to fly back to his own dimension as soon as possible. All of the martial artists left behind were bewildered. Huaping curled his lips in disdain. He sneered. What kind of insights? He's probably afraid of being embarrassed, so he found an excuse to leave. He only had half an incense stick of time until he would have reached 3/4 hours. Wenlong will inevitably reach that time. If Nguyen Ming stayed behind, he would have just lost face. Hearing these words, Yellow Right Min was incensed. He coldly snorted, saying, "Huaping, what kind of garbage are you spouting? You only lasted in there for 2/4 hours. You are also far from reaching Brother Nguyen's heights. It's true that I can't match up to him, but I am not his match to begin with." Huaping glanced at Wenlong. However, just as he did this, he noticed something strange. At the area where Lin Ming had stood, where his right hand had touched the surface of the celestial shifting mirror, there was actually a small web of cracks that clearly spread out. These cracks were repairing themselves at a very slow pace. The celestial shifting mirror, how could it have cracked? Chapter 730, A Strike to Shatter the World. Chapter 730, A Strike to Shatter the World. After Huaping spoke out, the other martial artists present also noticed the crack on the surface of the celestial shifting mirror. Wasn't the God transforming mirror engraved with the principles from the forming of the universe? How could it have cracked? All of the martial artists present were curious about this exact same question. But at this time, as Huyu looked at the God transforming mirror, she felt a growing horror in her heart. As someone that could be considered decently talented within the Hua clan, she had a good understanding of the God transforming mirror. The God transforming mirror was indeed a divine object that was engraved with the source energy laws. But the core of the celestial mirror, as well as the crystal wall that comprised its surface, were not true divine treasures from the formation of the universe. Rather, they were created by an array formation master. When the world of the God transforming mirror was broken, then the mirror itself would also break. The one who created this mirror had already considered this situation from the start. With the liquid flame crystal inside the main body of the God transforming mirror, even if there were cracks produced on it, it could slowly melt and reform itself with a self-repairing function. Nguyen Ming passed the test of the first concept. This is... Huyu sucked in a deep breath, her eyes flashing with astonishment. The God transforming mirror had a total of 9 worlds within it. These 9 worlds all corresponded with 9 different kinds of concepts. These 9 different concepts nearly encompassed all the complete mysteries of the fire laws. Of these 9 concepts, each one was more difficult than the last. If one could pass the 6th or the 7th concept, then they could become a holy lord within the realm of the gods. If one could rush past the 9th concept, then that would mean they had fully comprehended the source laws of fire, having a strength as if they were a god of fire incarnate. This was the origin of the God transforming mirror's name. Cross through 9 levels of concepts, break through the mortal coil, and transform into a god. And now Lin Ming had already broken through the first concept. Huyu found this completely unbelievable. If Lin Ming was a favored son of heaven from some great clan in the realm of the gods, then she wouldn't have found this surprising. However, Lin Ming was an obvious newcomer to the concept of fire that had just arrived recently. his comprehension of the fire laws was inferior to even that of a child from the realm of gods. He had used half an incense stick of time with the ancient Phoenix Testament in order to fuse with its laws. The disparity was simply too great. The only aspect worth noticing was his compatibility with the power of fire. But depending on just this alone, it was impossible for him to have burned away the world of the first level. Huiyu was shocked, but as for Huaping and the others, they hadn't ever experienced this God-transforming mirror before, so they had no idea what a crack on the surface meant. Although they thought that it was extraordinary for a crack to appear on the surface of the God-transforming mirror, the crack had already healed itself to an unnoticeable degree in just half an incense stick of time. Thus, they didn't believe that this matter was too important. But at this time, Wenlong's body shook. With a pallid face, he stepped back from the God-transforming mirror. He had finally reached his limits, unable to withstand the concept of the first world. Wenlong didn't look to the hourglass first. Instead, his first action was to turn to his side, and he saw that the area where Lin Ming once stood was now empty. Obviously, he had been defeated first. He won. Wenlong's lips curved up in a smile. Then he turned to look at the hourglass. The 3/4 hours mark had already been filled, and a bit of sand was now drifting down. He had made the 3/4 hours mark. As Wenlong saw this, he was ecstatic. That meant he was a genius seen only once every 50 years. To last within the mirror world for 3/4 hours of time, that was a result rarely seen, even in 50 years. Although Wenlong had used some tricks in order to obtain this honor, he still hadn't violated any rules. What he relied on was his comprehension of the fire laws. The results had been quite effective. With such a title, it was highly likely that he would be chosen to enter the realm of the gods for the second stage of the smelting trial. Brother Long, 3/4 hours. You are the first one in this test to break through 3/4 hours of time within. This is a rarely seen result even within 50 years in time-worn Phoenix City. Huaping hurriedly ran up and congratulated Wenlong. Naturally, he couldn't miss such an opportunity to flatter him. That's right. Brother Long, we've tried so hard to just reach 2/4 hours. We thought this was already quite good, but compared to Brother Long, our results are just too shameful. None of us can even compare. That's right. You've really broadened my horizons. Several other martial artists from the realm of the gods also complimented in unison. Although this sort of flattery was obviously opportunistic, Wenlong was in an excellent mood, and being praised like this made his thoughts flow incomparably smoothly. Although he couldn't conceal the smile on his face, he humbly said, "My luck is just good. Once this smelting trial has ended, I ask everyone to come to the ancient Phoenix restaurant and share some glasses of wine with me." There was only a single restaurant in time-worn Phoenix. The ingredients inside were all fire tribute spiritual goods. The wine itself was millennia-aged fire tribute wine brewed from heavenly treasures. Just eating a meal that was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Of course, the price itself was so high that it left one speechless. Ancient Phoenix restaurant. Since Brother Long is so kindly treating us, then we won't be disrespectful. A martial artist from the realm of the gods happily said. Nobody would miss an opportunity to flatter Wenlong and eat such a sumptuous feast of fire tribute spirit foods. The group from the realm of the gods was jumping in joy. But at this time, the red-robed elder extracted a scroll from his spatial ring and rolled it open with a thunderous sound. Without expression, he said, "I will now announce the results." Hearing the red-robed elder speak, the current martial artists felt their hearts gripped with fear. The first stage of the king-level smelting trial was assessed from the totality of scores combined together. After each test, the examiner would give every candidate a score. This score was related to these martial artists' future role and status in their clans. It was of utmost importance. Wenlong faintly smiled. confident in himself. He wasn't worried about his results, since he could last for 3/4 hours and obtain the title as being a genius rarely seen in 50 years. It was only natural that his results would be correspondingly outstanding. A perfect score is 10 points. The score is judged by me. All those that fail have 0. The red-robed elder indifferently said. With a large stroke of a pen, he directly wiped off all the names of the martial artists that had failed from the scroll. This red-robed elder normally had an icy expression, and he rarely gave any advice or direction to these candidates. As an official in charge of the tests, he tried to remain as fair and unbiased as possible. It was only when Lin Ming burnt down the first world that a rare and tiny smile crossed his face. Yellow Right Min, barely passing 1 point. 1 point. Yellow Right Min was flabbergasted. If a perfect score was 10 points, then 1 point was simply too shameful. Well, at least he had passed. Tung Qing, barely passing 1, 2 points. Yun Lan, barely passing 1, 3 points, as the red-robed elder read out each name. The martial artists who were called out all had ugly complexions as they heard their scores. A perfect score was 10 points, but there were only a few that surpassed 2 points. The highest so far had obtained 2, 3 points. This was too great a blow on their mentality. Then, the red-robed elder read out the name of Hu Ping. Hu Ping came from the realm of the gods, and he had also gone to the earth corridor. Moreover, he had lasted for 2/4 hours. His result should be extraordinary. After the red-robed elder read Hu Ping's name, Hu Ping tensed, his heart lifting up. He leaned forwards to listen more carefully. Hu Ping 3, 2 points. Hu Ping suddenly wilted. For better or worse, he still had an outstanding result. What sort of standards were they setting here? Out of a total of 10 points, he had only obtained 3, 2 points. How could they actually say that his result was outstanding? Huiyu for 3 points. Besides Lin Ming and Huo Wenlong, Huiyu was the only other trial challenger who had gone to the Sky Corridor. She obviously found it hard to accept this score of 4. 3 points. This old man Jun is really too harsh. Every single grade he's given out is exactly by the book, not even half a point more. In the void, the tall old man shook his head. These little kids would have to return to the realm of the gods and report their results. Out of 10 points, they only managed to obtain 3 to 4 points. This would be quite hard to admit. Some examiners would stretch out the rules in compassion and invariably increase the number of points by 1 or 2 so that the score seemed more attractive. But this stodgy examiner obviously doesn't care about that at all. Haha, that's also good. These young children should know just how great the disparity is between them and others. Destroying all that vaunted arrogance in their hearts will only do them good. The red-dressed woman smiled. The world was too vast, and there were far too many outstanding heroic youths. A single genius wasn't worth anything at all. If they were blinded by their own halos, then that would only end up harming themselves. Huo Wenlong. Old man Jun spoke his name. The martial artists present pricked up their ears. Just how many points did Huo Wenlong obtain? 6 1 points. As these words were spoken, all of the martial artists present were dumbfounded. Huo Wenlong also frowned. This score was just too low. He was known as a 50-year talent of time-worn Phoenix City. He had lasted inside that world for 3/4 hours, and yet he only obtained 6, 1 points. Then, who deserved to be graded more than 6 points? Hu Ping couldn't help but send a true essence sound transmission to his companions. Which brain-dead idiot came up with these scoring criteria? Are 7, 8, 9 points just there for show? His sound transmission also included Huo Wenlong. Although these words seemed disrespectful, in truth it matched Huo Wenlong's current feelings. This was also Hu Ping's goal. Huo Wenlong was irate. He would have to report this score back to his clan. If it was too poor, then he would be laughed and even if he obtained first place. It would mean all he did was compete with a bunch of garbage to obtain first place. However, what came out of his mouth was, "Hoping, don't be disrespectful to the seniors that came up with the rules. There is always a reason for it. Just because we can't obtain a higher score doesn't mean others can't either." As Huan Long spoke to hear, Old Man June then slowly said, "Nguyen Ming, 8, 9 points." As the voice fell, Huan Long froze where he stood. Just as he said, just because we can't obtain a higher score doesn't mean others can't either. That Old Man June had actually given a higher score. Moreover, the one who had obtained this score was Nguyen Ming, 8, 9 points? How was that possible? Did I just hear it wrong? How could Nguyen Ming obtain 8, 9 points? A realm of the gods martial artist cried out. This was a great injustice. Instructor, there must have been a mistake. Huan Long only obtained 6, 1 points. Nguyen Ming's results were even worse than Huan Long's. Yeah, what's going on here? It wasn't just the realm of the gods martial artists, but even those from the lower realms were confused. They looked at Old Man June with puzzled eyes. Old Man June waved the sleeves of his robe and coldly said, "Humph, you gaggle of ignorant juniors. There is no limit in this universe. There is always someone better. How could any one of you nobodies question this old man's evaluation? Nguyen Ming managed to defeat the world, breaking it apart, but you lot barely managed to linger around underneath the fire laws. The difference is greater than the heavens and earth. In fact, the scores I've given you all are far more than what you deserve. Now go close up and start training. Immediately." With that, Old Man June rolled up the scroll and turned around to leave in a single motion, leaving behind a group of baffled martial artists. Defeat the world. What the actual F***CK. Chapter 731, Fusing Concepts, Creating a Move. Chapter 731, Fusing Concepts, Creating a Move. Defeat the world? The ordinary martial artists present didn't understand what Old Man June's words of defeating the world meant. However, Huan Long had a decent status in the realm of the gods as an outstanding youth. He naturally knew what it meant to defeat the world of the god transforming mirror. This was the same as Lin Ming rushing past the first level concept of the god transforming mirror in a single go, directly passing into the second level concept. The 9 concepts of the god transforming mirror corresponded to the 9 mysteries behind the laws of fire. The further one went, the closer they approached the source laws of all fire. Comprehend 7 to 8 concepts and become a holy lord. Thoroughly comprehend the 9 levels of concepts and reincarnate as a god of fire, of the god transforming mirrors concepts. Even breaking through the first level was extremely difficult, especially for those young heroic elites who hadn't reached the life-destruction realm yet. In the entire time-worn Phoenix City, this might not happen for even 100 years. Huan Long looked over at the god-transforming mirror, and then at the spot that Lin Ming had just been standing. And indeed, he saw that there were several cracks visible in the god-transforming mirror. Although most of these had already restored themselves, the faint white marks proved that they had existed. Break the world, and thus break the god-transforming mirror. This boy, just how had he done this? Huan Long found this hard to accept. This wasn't something that could be done with just a higher level of compatibility. This proved that Lin Ming's laws of fire had improved tremendously after meditating on them. Only a few days had passed. Could it be that his perception wasn't poor, but rather that he hadn't come into contact with the fire laws before, thus his comprehension of them was only at the most basic level? As Huan Long realized this, he felt a cold chill creep up his back. If this were true, then any wish he had of chasing after Lin Ming was just a joke. As Huan Long was imagining these scenarios, Huyu had already flown back to her training area. She had been far too stimulated by this. As a young elite from the realm of the gods, Hui Yu was arrogant in her own right. Although her affinity with fire was lower than Lin Ming's, she still believed that at the start her comprehension of fire laws exceeded Lin Ming. But now that might not be true anymore. This placed a great pressure on her mind. "Brother Long, what's the matter?" A realm of the gods martial artist asked weakly. They had faintly guessed that something was wrong. It most likely had something to do with that crack that Lin Ming had left behind. They weren't idiots. Knowing that old man June had given Lin Ming a high score, they were able to think it over and approximate the situation. "Humph." Huo Wenlong coughed, and without a single word further, flew towards his own training area. Since things were like this, that lofty dinner at the Ancient Phoenix restaurant was also naturally canceled. To defeat the world and rush past the first concept of the God-transforming world, this result truly made Huo Wenlong feel as if he was being suppressed from all angles. "That kid's pretty good." In the void, the tall, old man nodded with satisfaction. "I thought it would be a bit too difficult for him to break through the world, but to think he actually succeeded. His willpower is strong. Otherwise, with just his meager understanding of the laws of fire, it would have been impossible to control the power of that world. This time could be considered an accidental harvest. Nguyen Ming comes from my time-worn Phoenix City. We can be considered as having a bit of fate together. I will deliver to him the complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, as well as the first 3 layers of the Ancient Phoenix Code. As for how he develops in the future, that will all depend on him." As the red-dressed woman spoke, she casually formed a seal and passed on a message. Towards a genius like Lin Ming, the red-dressed woman would only casually direct him without supporting him too much. First, she had no obligation to do so. Secondly, this world was simply too vast. There were as many talents as there were grains of sand in an infinite desert. To last 3/4 hours in the first test could be called a 50-year talent of time-worn Phoenix City, but to break through the first world could be called a 100-year talent. However, this was only the Ancient Phoenix clan. In the countless other great sects, they all had their own extraordinary youths. And in the realm of the gods, there were even more than that. There were countless heroic young elites, but in the realm of the gods, within the 3,000 great worlds and more, there were only some 3,000 world kings and tens of thousands of holy lords. These world kings and holy lords were accumulated over a period of tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, let alone a 100-year talent of time-worn Phoenix City. Even a 10,000-year talent would have a near-zero chance of becoming a world king. There were many talents that started out extremely dazzling, like rising stars, but later they perished, or perhaps they were lost in the masses of people. The old man said, "This brat should have his own destiny to be able to reach this step. Let's not disturb him, and let his fate freely take its course so he can develop his own destiny to the limit." The world was endless. It was a common phenomenon for talents to all have their own destinies. Otherwise, among the countless beings that existed, how could anyone reach the front of the pack? All right, I'm looking forward to see how he grows. I hope that he has a faint chance of at least becoming an outer court elder-level character. As the 2 people finished speaking, their figures vanished from the void, no one knowing that they ever came. At this time, in his chamber, Lin Ming had completely entered into a meditative state. His mind was flooded with the images of the world collapsing amidst that monstrous storm of fire. He recalled that massive red phoenix formed from the power of the world that fused together with the golden phoenix that came from combusting his own bloodline, tearing apart space itself. Then, that space storm has combined with the firestorm. The concept of space and the concept of fire had, in that moment, perfectly fused together. This was the convergence of the source power of the universe. containing the most fundamental source energy and principles. It was only under a great lucky chance that Lin Ming was able to see this. The concept of space and the concept of fire were two concepts that Lin Ming had learned early on in his road of martial arts, especially Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of space, that surpassed even his comprehension of the concept of fire. His mind constantly deduced the changes in energy. Lin Ming entered into the ethereal martial intent state, entering a completely enlightened condition. Although the ethereal martial intent had no sort of combat efficiency, its benefits were extremely obvious towards Lin Ming's cultivation speed, especially in this sort of situation. With this martial intent, Lin Ming was able to completely concentrate and reproduce the scene when the world collapsed. The power of fire and space wove together in Lin Ming's mind. Then, Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his hand. All around his body, fire origin energy concentrated into a shining red light that sparkled around him. The heretical god seed within him howled, and the flame totem emitted a dazzling golden red light. Fire origin energy also began to revolve according to the totem, forming a vortex of red energy. Power of space fuse. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Space around his palm began to warp. The power of space escaped his hand and gathered into the fire. The red vortex became increasingly intense, and the color gradually turned black, forming a black storm. Chi, chi, chi. The energy vortex howled. The energy contained within was compressed to an unbelievable degree, surging as if it would explode at any moment. The surrounding space became unstable, and a small crack suddenly appeared in the thin air before instantly fading away. This was Dash. Lin Ming's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy. This was the tearing of space. He had finally reached the boundary of tearing space. With Lin Ming's original strength and comprehension of the concept of space, he had only been able to distort space. As for tearing space apart, that was another level altogether. Originally, the three great masters of Xian Wuji, Nanyun Wang, and Abbot Whitebrow, along with several dozen life-destruction powerhouses, had barely managed to make a connection through a space barrier in a world on the edge of collapse. But to make a tear in stable space, that was another difficulty altogether. The stability of time-worn Phoenix City's dimension even exceeded the world of Sky Spill Continent. If Lin Ming could create a small tear in the space here, then once he returned to the Sky Spill Continent, he could form an even larger crack. If a weaker martial artist were to bump into this space crack, their body would be ripped apart. Ka. Lin Ming's control of this energy became increasingly unstable. With Lin Ming's understanding of the laws and concepts, he immediately lost control of this energy vortex. It was ready to implode at any time. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light. A long red spear jumped into his arms, and the power of fire and the turbulent vortex of space energy poured into it. The entire spear turned a deep, dark red, the color of surging magma from deep underground. The power of space and fire had finally fused together. Bury the heavens. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. On the shaft, black and red fused energy intensely twisted together. In this moment, the great desolate halberd art flashed in his mind. He remembered the power of the spear skills from the slaughter path. Bang! A spear thrust out. The power of space and fire erupted. A black demonic flame scorched the void. Chi. Around the point of the spear, space was burnt by the power of fire. Little tiny dots of space fragments shot out, vibrantly revolving around the spear like blood-drinking seals. To use space fragments to replace blood-drinking seals. Blood seal twisting murder. A spear shot forth like a meteor several hundred feet forwards. Countless cracks were cut open in space, like an invisible beast maw that was ready to bite. Lin Ming looked back and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This move was definitely his strongest attack so far. With a single thrust, the black flames burned through the void. In addition to the attack of the space crack, the striking power against others could be imagined. Lin Ming's talent in using the great desolate halberd art wasn't too great. After all, it wasn't a style that he had created. Lin Ming's talents lay in his martial intent, soul force, and battle spirit. In the slaughter path, he wasn't too talented. Thus, the power he could pull out from the blood-drinking seals he formed was limited. Especially as Lin Ming's strength rapidly rose, the blood-drinking seals could no longer keep up with him. But now, by replacing the blood-drinking seals with space fragments, Lin Ming was able to use his superiority in the concept of space. Simultaneously, he could fuse the power of fire into his attack. This was an attack that could manifest the absolute pinnacle of Lin Ming's strength. This was why a self-created move was best suited for oneself. As for the foundation for Lin Ming's self-created moves, that was the massive amount of shattered memories from the magic cube. There were simply far too many styles that he understood. With this, he began stepping onto the road of becoming a martial arts grandmaster. From Thunderfire Annihilation at the start to Chasing Thunder, Chasing Sun, Penetrating Rainbow, and now to Bury the Heavens, Lin Ming's self-created moves had become increasingly mighty. Lin Ming examined his own body. That strike just now had consumed the majority of the fire energy within the heretical god seed, and the golden flame totem had also dimmed much more. What a great Bury the Heavens! It can break apart the void. It is truly deserving of its name. This is my strongest move. Once I perfect it and fuse my battle spirit with it, my chances of coping with Xian Wuji will greatly increase. As Lin Ming thought of this, his eyes flashed with a shining fighting spirit. Chapter 732, 9 Layers of the Vermilion Bird, Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Chapter 732, 9 Layers of the Vermilion Bird, Forbidden Divine Chronicle. This time, Lin Ming had already closed up for a total of 5 days. As he was readying to leave his seclusion, he heard a cold metallic voice echo out in the void. "Nguyen Ming, please release the spell on the gate." Lin Ming was startled. He opened the door and saw that there were 2 red-dressed maids standing outside of his dimension. One of these maids carried a jade tray, and on top of this tray was an exquisite box wrapped in red silk. These 2 young maids both had a cultivation at the early Xiantian realm. Looking at their age, they were no more than 20 years old. "Sir Nguyen, these are the jade slips that my mistress bids me deliver to you. Please accept them." As the young maid spoke, she lifted the cover on the wooden box, revealing 3 jade slips, 2 of them blood red, and 1 of them emerald green. These jade slips were far larger than those used in the Sky Spill continent. Oh, Lin Ming was overjoyed. He took one up and swept through it with his perception, his mind jumping with happiness. This was the complete set of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method, a total of 9 layers. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was the most core cultivation method of the Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming had completed the general level smelting trial, he had obtained the first 8 layers. Finally, he now had completed the entire set. The 9 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was considered an excellent cultivation method even within the realm of the gods. Lin Ming received the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Then he looked at another jade slip. This was impressively the Ancient Phoenix Code, and the first 3 layers of that arcane skill too. The Ancient Phoenix Code. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Without a doubt, the Ancient Phoenix Code was a more advanced, higher-level arcane ability than the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. When Lin Ming was first taught the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Mu Qinyu had said that it along with the Blue Huan Abstract Phantom Code, were two cultivation method manuals of the Ancient Phoenix Forbidden Manual. If one could completely cultivate the complete Ancient Phoenix Forbidden Manual of the Ancient Phoenix clan, then one could be reborn in a nirvana of flames, becoming endless and indestructible. Of course, this was only the thoughts of Divine Phoenix Island. As to whether or not this was actually true, Lin Ming had no idea. Now, it seemed that this Ancient Phoenix Forbidden Manual was likely this Ancient Phoenix Code. The third jade slip was smaller than the first two. This jade slip wasn't a fiery red like the other two, but a deep green color. It was just like a jade pendant that a woman would usually wear. As soon as Lin Ming picked it up, he sucked in a breath of air. This third jade slip actually contained teachings and experiences of fire laws that some great senior had left behind. Roughly glancing at it, Lin Ming was already able to estimate just how valuable these experiences were, although it wasn't as mystical and profound as the Chaos Stones. Its advantage was that it was much more detailed, and understanding it would be far easier. This sort of jade slip was absolutely priceless. This was because only a great master who had reached the large success of the concept of fire could possibly record it. It was impossible to duplicate. This was just like someone trying to engrave a detailed seal that another person else had left behind. Even if they had it in front of them, they still wouldn't be able to reproduce it in absolute detail. Thus, because of these requirements, other similar jade slips with experiences of concepts were extremely rare. Sir Nguyen, the first two jade slips are gifted to you. The third jade slip can only be borrowed by you for a total of 20 days. Do not think that this is too little. My mistress has recorded down a total of 12 jade slips detailing her experiences in the laws of fire. This jade slip only contains the experiences of the most fundamental fire laws. Within the entire time-worn Phoenix City, there are countless people who wish to have the chance to perceive this jade slip through meditation. The second maid lightly said, "Thank you, two fairy maidens. I am very grateful for this. May I inquire as to who your mistress is?" Lin Ming wasn't surprised that he was only given 20 days to meditate on this jade slip. How could such a rare jade slip possibly be wantonly given to him? Let alone this was also one detailing her experiences in the concept of fire. Even the Ancient Phoenix Code and Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine chronicled in his hands were incomparably precious. This was because a supreme elder needed to practice this cultivation method to the corresponding layer in order to record them in these jade slips. Someday, if Lin Ming were to become a holy lord or world king within the realm of the gods, any casual thing that he created would also become a precious treasure to the world. Hearing Lin Ming's cautious and polite question, the two maids tittered. They said, "Our mistress is known as Fairy Fong. She is the supervisory envoy of time-worn Phoenix City." Supervisory envoy. Lin Ming silently remembered this in his heart. Normally speaking, a supervisory envoy was someone sent down from headquarters to manage matters. This Fairy Fong was most likely sent down from the realm of the gods to supervise time-worn Phoenix City. Her status was possibly higher than the city lord. At the bare minimum, she should be on par with him. "Well then, Sir Nguyen, we won't disturb your seclusion any further. We will excuse ourselves first." As the two maids were about to leave, Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred. He quickly asked out loud, "I have a quick question. Can I lend this Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Ancient Phoenix Code to my fellow clansmen to cultivate?" Lin Ming thought of giving these two cultivation methods to Divine Phoenix Island in the future. In a sense, those of Divine Phoenix Island could already be considered as clansmen. There is no problem with the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. However, you will need to apply for the Ancient Phoenix Code. That will be decided by the lords of time-worn Phoenix City. After the two young maids spoke to hear, they quickly bowed and excused themselves, leaving behind Lin Ming alone with the 3 jade slips in his little dimension. With a deep breath, Lin Ming closed the spell on the door to his dimension. He took out the third jade slip detailing the laws and concepts of fire and read the small preface. This jade slip contains details of the first two fire concepts of the ancient Phoenix clan, the concept of burning heat and the concept of annihilation. Do not believe in the words of others as much as you believe in yourself. The concepts of fire vary from individual to individual. The path that others walk down might not suit you best. Only when you blaze your own trail can you aspire to reach the peak of martial arts. This was what Fairy Feng had personally written. Lin Ming agreed with this small preface. If something wasn't his to begin with, then it would be difficult to use. For instance, the great desolate halberd art and golden rock shattering the void could not reach their maximum potential in Lin Ming's hands. Likewise, only Lin Ming could display the greatest power behind Bury the Heavens. This was because one needed to comprehend the laws of space and fire, and also have the heretical god seed as support. Lin Ming quickly read on, rapidly absorbing the insights into the laws that Fairy Feng had left behind. He eagerly read everything, remembering the mysterious patterns and images within, and enlightening himself of the inherent mysteries of the source laws and their changes. The first fire attribute concept, burning heat, this was the very basis of all fires, the foundation of all fire laws. The second fire attribute concept, annihilation. This was the energy of fire, the embodiment of fire's striking power. What would the third fire concept be? All the way up to the ninth. Time unknowingly passed. As Lin Ming experimented with his moves, the totem engraving on the heretical god seed began to subtly change. He couldn't help but add more and more details to Bury the Heavens, making his move even more perfect. When Lin Ming had used the elementary form of Bury the Heavens to tear apart the first world, he had completely exhausted all of his strength, and was then thrust out from the god transforming mirror. This time, after improving Bury the Heavens, he should have enough strength left over to look at the second world of the god transforming mirror. This was also the world of the second concept, annihilation. I wonder what the fire annihilation laws are like. If I can look at the law of annihilation, I should be able to gain a much deeper and profound understanding of the concept of annihilation, as written in the jade slip left behind by Senior Fairy Feng. As Lin Ming was in closed-door seclusion meditating over the jade slip of fire laws that Fairy Feng had left him, Huanlong and the others weren't dawdling about either. Every trial challenger that passed through the god transforming mirror was granted additional time to continue perceiving the laws of fire. Because Huanlong's result was outstanding, he had obtained 5 extra days. Huyu was only slightly inferior to Huanlong and was granted 4 days. As for Huaping and the other realm of the gods' martial artists, they were all given the same time as the rest, 3 days. These 5 days were extremely precious to Huanlong. After being galvanized by Lin Ming, Huanlong completely invested himself into meditating on the concepts and laws. His perception was not bad to begin with either. In these 5 days, Huanlong's understanding towards the first concept, the law of burning heat, had reached a completely new level. After having a much greater assurance in himself, Huanlong then went for a new test at the god transforming mirror. For this test, Huyu, Huaping, and the others were also participating. Finally, Huyu managed to persist for 3 more incense sticks of time. As for Huaping, he managed to persist within for an extra half incense stick more of time. As for Huanlong, he lasted for another incense stick of time, reaching a total of 4 incense sticks of time. 4 incense sticks of time. Although he hadn't been able to defeat the first world, Huanlong had found the key point to breaking past the first world. Moreover, what delighted Huanlong the most was that after breaking through 4 incense sticks of time, he had obtained an additional 2 days' time of meditation. Although this wasn't considered too long, every second was precious to Huanlong. With this chance, he could again meditate on any problems that he had encountered during this new test round within the God transforming mirror. 7 days, no, 5 days. At most, I need 5 more days to break through the first world. Nguyen Ming's method of breaking through the first world should be different from mine. What he used should be absolute strength, but I use the impeccable laws in order to do so. Although I'm slower than him by several days, in terms of the method of breaking through the first world, I should be even more skilled. The disparity between us shouldn't be that great. When Long repeated this to himself, he had never given up his thoughts of surpassing Lin Ming. If he ever lost that sense of pride, that natural dignity of his, then he would have lost everything. Moreover, in the common opinion of the realm of the gods, concepts and laws were much more respected than absolute strength. This was because absolute strength became increasingly hard to enhance the further one went. But as for concepts and laws, the further one went, the closer one would approach the root of all energy in the universe, and their power would also exponentially grow. I will definitely emerge victorious. Affinity to fire is inborn. It is decided at a martial artist's birth depending on their physique and bloodline. It was extremely difficult to change. But concepts and laws all depend on perceiving them under the heavens. The further I go, the greater my advantage will be. Although there is a gap that exists between us now, that doesn't mean that this gap will remain in the future. If I give up now, then that is the same as admitting defeat. As Huowen Long thought this, he turned to walk back to his dimension to digest what he learned and to use the last 2 days as a chance to perceive more. But as he was leaving the hall, he saw Lin Ming walking in. That boy is also here to participate in the second test of the God transforming mirror. Huowen Long's vision narrowed, and his feet stopped as if they had rooted themselves to the floor. As he turned around, he saw that Lin Ming was indeed standing before the God transforming mirror. His arrival had also attracted the attention of Huoping and Huiyu. Lin Ming had closed up in a single go for so many days, and now he had finally emerged. As Old Man Jun, who was responsible for administering the test, saw Lin Ming, he knowingly smiled. He took out a recording jade slip and said, "Begin." Chapter 733, Second World of the God Transforming Mirror. Chapter 733, Second World of the God Transforming Mirror. Lin Ming slowly stretched out his hand and touched the God Transforming Mirror. Everyone honed onto Lin Ming's every action and movement. Huiyu and Huoping were silent, and even Huowen Long felt his heart hanging as he clenched his fists. As he saw Lin Ming fall into a trance, Huowen Long's eyes filled with a burning fighting spirit. "Nguyen Ming, let me see just how much progress you've made." These 20-some years of his life could have been considered smooth sailing, so far until he had been kicked down to the lower realms. Now, Lin Ming was the greatest opponent he had encountered yet. Lin Ming arrived once again in the first world of burning heat. The sea of fire still billowed beneath his feet, and the skies were still full of surging red clouds. As he looked up, he could see the red clouds shifting around according to the laws and concepts of fire. As they reflected in Lin Ming's pitch-black pupils, faint golden lines appeared, just like the totem seal engraved on the heretical god seed. Lin Ming took a deep breath, stretched his body, and sank downwards, bathing in the sea of elemental fire. He didn't feel the least bit of burning heat. Instead, he was like a fish swimming in the ocean, comfortable and satisfied. A massive amount of fire energy gathered into Lin Ming's acupoints, flowing through his limbs and meridians before converging onto the heretical god seed. The crimson-colored heretical god seed became even more dazzlingly beautiful. Energy constantly gathered. The totem engraved onto the heretical god seed began to shine out with a brilliant golden light. A vortex of energy formed within Lin Ming. As Lin Ming's dantian burned, The black hole revolving core in his body lit up with a scorching red flame. 40%, 50%, 60%. As the fire energy within the heretical god seed reached 60%, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if 2 bolts of lightning were contained within them. 60% capacity was enough. CA. The red spear seemed to jump out from the spatial ring and into Lin Ming's hands. It was as if it had a mind of its own. Lin Ming's entire body burst into a conflagration of shining flames. The ancient phoenix mark between his eyebrows seemed to come alive as a massive red phoenix soared out from Lin Ming, directly flying into the horizon. "Bury the heavens!" Lin Ming loudly shouted, his spear suddenly thrusting forwards. In that moment, the surrounding power of fire seethed with lawless turmoil, and the vast sea of fire beneath him was split asunder by his spear. A vortex of flame swirled back, and a golden bloodline phoenix rushed out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, fusing into one being with that red phoenix flying in the air. At this time, Lin Ming had already become one with his spear. He was like a flaming meteor, racing across the skies and instantly flying out hundreds of miles away. Ka. Where the spear light traveled, space, red clouds, the sea of fire, everything was split in half by Lin Ming's spear. Space collapsed. The turbulent space flow swept up together with the fire energy, turning into an endless black storm that blotted out the entire world. Countless spinning space fragments shot out, completely breaking the void. Wherever they went, outside of the god transforming mirror, with a light snapping sound, a web of cracks began to spread out from where Lin Ming's palm touched the mirror. It was like a small snake unfurling itself, instantly spreading half a foot. Old Man Jun's eyes instantly lit up. In 20 breaths of time, in just a mere 20 breaths of time, this young boy had broken through the first world. And looking at the extent of the cracks, the destruction of the first world was even more thorough than the last time. This speed of progress was amazing. Nguyen Ming, 100 feet away, Wenlong gripped his fists together so tightly that they began to crackle. He took just 20 breaths of time to break through the first world, but I could only last within for a few incense sticks of time before I couldn't withstand it anymore. Is the disparity between us really that great? If Wenlong was once proud of how long he could stay within the first world, but now staying in the first world for a long time was only his shame. He's depending on brute strength to break through the world, while I am relying on unraveling the laws in the crimson clouds of the first world in order to break through. Still, the difference shouldn't be so great. Wenlong clenched his teeth as he saw that Lin Ming was about to attempt the second world of the god transforming mirror. All geniuses had prideful hearts to see a rival blossom in glory in front of them that would obviously leave a bitter taste in their mouths. "Brother Long, are you leaving?" As Huaping saw Wenlong was turning to leave, he caught up with him. "Where is Brother Long going?" "Training. I'm going to close up." A fire had been lit in Wenlong's heart. Rather than looking at other people's results, it's better to diligently train. Wenlong strode out, leaving a gulping Huaping by himself. Huaping decided to stay and observe Lin Ming so he could report the situation back to Wenlong. Wenlong should at least understand his opponent. As Old Man Jun saw Wenlong's reaction, he remained expressionless. He only lit a sound-transmitting talisman to inform Fairy Feng and the time-worn Phoenix City Lord that Lin Ming had taken only 20 breaths of time to break past the first world. At 9-layer tower, in the center of time-worn Phoenix City, a tall, red-clothed man was sitting by an octagonal table, drinking tea. As he obtained this news, he placed his teacup down, his eyebrows pricking up as he said, 20 breaths of time to break past the first world? Not bad. This tall, red-clothed old man was the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City. 20 breaths of time in the first world. He should be able to experience the second world, Fairy Fong said from across the red-clothed old man. The second world is where the true terror begins. How long do you think Nguyen Ming can last? I don't think he'll even pass 5 breaths of time in there, the red-clothed old man said as he leaned over to sip some tea, eyeing Fairy Fong. I can't say. Fairy Fong shook her head. I'll have to see. Perhaps he might last longer than you guessed. At this time, within the hall of the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming had already stepped into the second world, the second concept of fire laws, annihilation. Fire was the power of annihilation. It could burn down forests, burn down houses, and burn down lives. Even rock and steel and other inflammable objects would melt and vaporize as long as the temperature of the fire was high enough. When fire reached the limit of its temperature, it could break down everything into ions, twisting space itself. Within the 5 elements, in terms of the power of annihilation, fire and thunder were the mightiest. This is the second world. Lin Ming discovered that he was standing on a bed of hot red molten rock. He was surrounded by great rivers of lava. Large chunks of dark red rocks floated in these rivers even as they seethed with heat, forming isolated islands or even more dangerous areas. Plop, plop, every bubble of air that popped up from the lava emitted a thick stench of sulfur. These gases were astoundingly hot. A martial artist with insufficient cultivation would have their lungs burn away. As Lin Ming swept out his perception, he became aware that this was no ordinary lava. This lava was at least 10 times hotter than lava from the mortal world. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ming suddenly heard deafening sounds from above, like great thunderclaps. As he looked up, he could see that thousands of crimson shining lights lit up the sky. These lights were just like vorpal swords shooting towards Lin Ming at incredible speeds. Those are meteors. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen a similar scene before in the divine phoenix mystic realm. The power of these meteors, the density, and their speed was countless times higher than those meteors in the divine phoenix mystic realm. This was truly a world of the annihilating power of fire. The sizes of the meteors were too massive. It could be said that the entire world was filled with howling meteors. To avoid them was impossible. He could only choose a relatively sparse location. Bang! The first meteor landed, smashing into the rivers of lava and raising waves of molten rock tens of thousands of feet high. The earth shattered, and terrifying shock waves swept up, overwhelming the world and blotting out the sky. Lin Ming's complexion changed. There was nowhere to hide. There were meteors that were dozens of feet, hundreds of feet, and even thousands of feet wide. Their power was just too horrible. This was like the strike from a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. Although it might not directly strike Lin Ming, he still couldn't withstand it if it landed near him. The power of these meteors was enough to destroy a great city large enough to house millions of people. Even if Lin Ming was 1,000 feet away, he feared he would find it impossible to escape being injured. For a moment, Lin Ming felt as if his chest had been struck. He desperately revolved all of his true essence to protect himself, but he was still sent flying back like a piece of straw. His organs were messed up, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for him having already opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates, and also having eaten the profound gold divine fruit to temper his body, then this strike would have instantly flattened Lin Ming into a pulp. Puff! Lin Ming landed in the lava, in the area where the meteor landed. The surrounding rock islands in a radius of several miles had been blown away, leaving nothing else but a sea of lava. With an extreme burning heat enveloping him, Lin Ming's body instantly ignited. The temperature here was far more terrifying than the first world. Chaotic and tyrannical fire energy wantonly broke into Lin Ming's meridians. If it weren't for the suppression from the heretical god seed, Lin Ming would have been severely wounded from this alone. Lin Ming grit his teeth, summoning his true essence, and flew out from the lava. But before he could even catch his breath, another meteor had already smashed into the earth. Without further ado, Lin Ming plunged back into the sea of lava. Bang! Even though he was deep in the lava, Lin Ming still couldn't block the incoming shockwave. He was tossed into the sky with the lava, vomiting great mouthfuls of blood that instantly charred to ashes in the air. In the chaos, Lin Ming looked up into the sky. In the heavens, he could see a thick red fog that covered the world. Within this fog, there were massive chunks of crushed stone that burned brilliantly red like stars. These red stones spun around in the thick red fog, controlled by the mysterious rules of this world. As they moved, some scattered and some dispersed, forming meteors that then fell towards the earth. This was the origin of meteors. Lin Ming only saw this for several breaths of time before another group of meteors came falling down. A series of deafening explosions left Lin Ming's mind in a daze. The last meteor had nearly been half a mile wide, crashing down to the earth only 300 feet behind Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming could no longer bear the explosive power of the meteors. His body was torn apart by the shock waves, and in the next moment, he was thrust out from the God-transforming mirror. Lin Ming's face was pallid as he drew back. He was still able to recall the image of the sky in the second world. Without a doubt, it was impossible to use absolute strength to destroy the second world. This second world contained the laws of annihilation. Even though those meteors were so powerful, they still hadn't been able to destroy the world, much less something like Lin Ming's attacks. The disparity is too great. The second world is of a completely different rank from the first world. With my strength, how could I possibly break through it? Lin Ming was completely unable to think of a method. Chapter 734. Heaven Step Fire Essence. Chapter 734. Heaven Step Fire Essence. 7 breaths of time. That's also quite good. That's 2 more breaths of time than what I estimated. Within the 9-layer tower in the center of time-worn Phoenix City, the city lord smiled as he spoke. I never thought that 100,000 years after the Nguyen family was destroyed, they could actually rely on the divine Phoenix mystic realm they left behind to find such a promising little boy like this Nguyen Ming. There must have been a great lucky chance that led to his current results. Fairy Foam tranquilly responded. It was far too normal for geniuses to come across lucky chances. Of those lower realm martial artists that were able to walk through the streets of time-worn Phoenix City, 99% of them had come across some great lucky chance. As for the realm of the gods' martial artists, although they might not have encountered some lucky chance, the truth was that being born in the realm of the gods itself was already a kind of lucky chance. As for those supreme elders in the realm of the gods, it wasn't strange for them to encounter many lucky chances. Instead, it would be stranger if they hadn't. The time-worn Phoenix City Lord said, "Who cares about his lucky chances? What I like is this boy's will. Haven't you discovered that his will far surpasses the ordinary person? Of will, talent, and perception, the further down the road of martial arts you go, the more important will and perception become. I'm feeling good about this boy. Perhaps in the distant future, he might have a small chance of becoming an elder-level character with the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan. I will give him some more resources to support him, and then see just how he grows. If we interfere with him too much, it might actually negatively affect his destiny instead." As Lin Ming drew back from the God-transforming mirror, Old Man Jun said with a satisfied expression, "You lasted in the world of annihilation for 7 breaths of time. You have obtained the qualifications to perceive the ancient Phoenix totem stone for 4 days. In addition, since you defeated the first world the first time, that is another 7 days of meditation. That is a total of 11 days that you may use. As Old Man June spoke, Huaping was scared silly. 11 days. He only earned the qualifications to perceive through meditation for 3 days. You had earned 4 days, and Huanlong had earned 5 days. The three of them together only then more or less matched Lin Ming's time. Moreover, when that Old Man June said that Lin Ming still had 7 days from breaking through the first world, that meant that he hadn't even used his allotted time. From before, he hadn't even used his time, and yet he had already made such progress. After he used his time, then wouldn't he be even more of a freak? Huaping gulped. He took out a sound-transmitting talisman and passed on the news before leaving. Just as Huanlong was about to enter his dimension, a flame flashed in front of him, and he heard Huaping's message. His eyelids twitched, and then he pinched the sound-transmitting talisman to pieces. Gritting his teeth, Huanlong stepped into his own dimension and immediately began training. At this time, Lin Ming had already gone towards the sky corridor. He was prepared to meditate on the burning heaven totem stone. 11 days time was enough for his understanding of the ancient phoenix totem stone to go up to yet another level. Just as he was about to open the spell binding the door to the burning heaven totem stone's room, a true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in his ear. Nguyen Ming, come to the central tower of time-worn Phoenix City. Lin Ming was startled. He had been at time-worn Phoenix City long enough to know that the central tower was the city lord mansion of time-worn Phoenix City, was the senior fairy Feng. Lin Ming pondered over this for a moment before walking towards the central tower. In just an incense stick of time, he arrived at his destination. The central tower had 9 floors, and every floor was 111 feet high, so the total height was 999 feet. The ancient Phoenix clan worshipped the number 9. After 9 was 10. After 99 was 100. After 999 was 1,000. 9 naturally returned to 1, symbolizing samsara. From 9 to 1, this was representative of a phoenix being reborn through nirvana. When Lin Ming reached the central tower, there was already a guide waiting for him at the bottom. The guide brought Lin Ming directly to the top of the 9th floor. Lin Ming opened a wooden door made from 10,000-year parasol tree wood. As Lin Ming entered the hall, he saw a woman in a red dress sitting on a phoenix throne. Next to her was an old man with red hair. The red-dressed woman looked between 30 to 40 years old, but her entire body emitted a noble and grandiose aura. As for the red-haired old man, although he seemed shabby, his eyes actually shined with a dazzlingly sharp light. Lin Ming was completely unable to see through the cultivation of these two. Junior Nguyen Ming greets the seniors. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. He had already guessed the identity of these two. The red-dressed woman was the supervisory elder, Fairy Feng, and the old man was the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City. Nguyen Ming, you should have already guessed my status. I am the supervisory envoy of time-worn Phoenix City, Fairy Feng, and by my side is the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City, Guru Blue Flame. My time-worn Phoenix City is one of the 3 king-level smelting trial sites that the ancient Phoenix clan within the realm of the gods set up in the lower realms. Besides us, there is also the Sacred Flame Phoenix City and Fushi Phoenix City. As someone who comes to my time-worn Phoenix City, you can be considered a disciple of my time-worn Phoenix City. The 2 of us have a touch of fate with you. We have watched your test within the God-transforming mirror, and your results were excellent. However, you must remember that the universe is limitless. There are always higher peaks, and those above you. You must not slack off. As a martial artist from the lower realms, you are far from reaching the standard of the realm of the gods. The vast world of the realm of the gods far surpasses anything you could imagine. Yes, this disciple will remember this. Lin Ming bowed. In truth, he didn't need Fairy Foam to remind him of this. He was well aware of just how horrifying the realm of the gods truly was. 3,000 boundless worlds, a total of 1 billion worlds, was constantly sending outstanding elites to the realm of the gods. As for the Sky Spill continent, the world was ruined in some catastrophe 100,000 years ago, causing it to fall from the once lofty heights it enjoyed. Thus, the other worlds probably sent up even more geniuses than anyone could imagine if one outstanding elite flew up every 100 years. Then out of 1 billion worlds, in just 100,000 years, 1 trillion geniuses would ascend. Moreover, these individuals were all geniuses amongst geniuses, unrivaled powerhouses of their era that stood at the very pinnacle of their worlds. And besides these people, those from the realm of the gods were even more terrifying. Those people were the descendants of supreme elders from the realm of the gods. Their starting points were far greater than the martial artists from the lower realms. This time-worn Phoenix City that he had come into contact with couldn't even be considered the tip of the iceberg of the realm of the gods. Very good. As a disciple of my time-worn Phoenix City, it is my responsibility to give you guidance. That being the case, I shall now give you 2 lucky chances. As Fairy Fong spoke, she flicked her finger, and 2 red lights flew into Lin Ming's hand. This was a jade slip and a jade box. Lin Ming glanced through the jade slip. This was also a detailed record of experiences regarding the fire laws, but its level of exquisiteness and profoundness far surpassed the jade slip that Fairy Fong had bestowed upon him earlier. It seemed that these 2 jade slips came from the same origin. There were many places that they confirmed and filled in the blanks of the other. If he could meditate on both of these together, then he would have twice the results with half the effort. Fairy Fong said, "This is a jade slip left behind by an elder of the ancient Phoenix clan before he underwent nirvana. He was also my first mentor. Now, I allow you to temporarily use this for reference. However, you must return this jade slip to me before you leave time-worn Phoenix City." As Lin Ming listened to this, he was stunned. This was a relic left behind by Fairy Fang's first mentor? Then, the degree that Fairy Fong valued this jade slip could be imagined. Lin Ming deeply bowed, marking this kindness in his heart. Although Fairy Fong said that directing him was her responsibility, to him, this was a massive lucky chance. It is better to walk than to read. This records in this jade slip are only for you to reference. Only when you begin to comprehend your own style will you gain the ability to reach higher boundaries of martial arts. But there is also another lucky chance. Open it up and take a look. Yes. Lin Ming reverentially put away the jade slip and opened the jade box. As the jade box opened, a rich fire energy escaped. An explosive burst of animus filled the air as if it wanted to tear Lin Ming apart. In that moment, the heretical god seed began to faintly tremble. It seemed to be extremely excited. Lin Ming was floored. Could this be flame essence? Lin Ming looked down. Within the jade box, there was a cocoon that glowed like a fire burning in the center, lighting up the outside with a crimson brilliance. This was really a flame essence. Not just that, but it was an extremely high-ranking one. Fairy Fong said, "This is a medium-grade, heaven-step flame essence called the Burning Star Flame. It will be greatly beneficial to you for perceiving the concept of annihilation." Burning Star Flame. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. To burn down a star, that was pretty boastful. Fairy Fong noticed what Lin Ming was thinking and faintly smiled. She said, "The name of this flame essence only represents how it was formed, not its level. Although the flame essence in your hand is named the Burning Star Flame, the truth is that its level is too low to burn down a star. Above a flame essence is the even stronger flame elemental. To the present you, absorbing this medium-grade, heaven-step flame essence is also very reluctant. This is already considering that your compatibility with fire is extremely high. you are far from the level of being able to come into contact with a flame elemental. As Lin Ming heard fairy foam speak, he was suddenly enlightened. The fallen star flame that he had already absorbed was a flame essence that was produced during the landing of a meteor. The rank of flame essence that a small meteor could form was naturally low, but if it was formed when two stars collided, then it was hard to imagine just what rank of flame essence would be born. Although there were very harsh conditions for the formation of a flame essence, the universe was so vast that the total number of flame essences was extremely terrifying. Moreover, once a flame essence was born, it was extremely difficult to destroy. After accumulating for several hundred millions of years, or even billions of years, the number of flame essences would reach impressive figures. Fairy Foam said, "The annihilation world within the God-transforming mirror is not something the burning heat world can compare with. Above burning heat is annihilation. You can give up any idea of breaking through the annihilation world with absolute strength alone. You must thoroughly comprehend the fire laws in order to do so. Absorbing the burning star flame will be helpful to you perceiving the laws of annihilation. But remember, a flame essence is like a weapon. It is only an external factor. Your will, your understanding of laws, those are your greatest strengths. If you can persist within the annihilation world for 20 breaths of time, then come back and look for me. I will then give you some more guidance." "Yes, Senior." Lin Ming deeply bowed again before excusing himself. He didn't go to the sky corridor to meditate on the ancient phoenix totem stone again. Instead, he returned to his own dimension, sealed the door, and began his closed-door seclusion. Lin Ming took out the sealed jade box from his spatial ring, a medium-grade heaven-step flame essence. Towards Fairy Foam, this was nothing at all, but if this were placed in the sky spill continent, it was enough to drive every fire attribute life destruction martial artist crazy. Even fire attribute divine sea supreme elders would be red-eyed with jealousy. Above a flame essence is actually a flame elemental. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was also within his expectations. Just like how a saint artifact was above the rankings of treasures, the 9 grades of flame essences only matched those of the lower realms. Within the realm of the gods, there were naturally more powerful and terrifying existences. I wonder how much my strength will increase after I absorb this burning star flame. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. Chapter 735, Peak of the Middle Revolving Core Realm. Chapter 735, Peak of the Middle Revolving Core Realm. Lin Ming sat down and began to undo the seal on the burning star flame. There were a total of 9 seals. Even when Lin Ming had only undone 3 seals, the entire jade box directly melted into a puddle and extraordinary heat waves flooded the air. Luckily, Lin Ming was in his own dimension. If he was in a house, then he feared the entire structure would have been set ablaze. As the 7th and 8th seal were undone, the flame essence blazed with a blinding light. He could feel a scorching pain in the retinas of his eyes. Finally, Lin Ming undid the 9th seal. Purple-red flames instantly soared upwards for several moments, gathering into a mass of burning purple flames that howled in the air as if it were a ferocious monster. There was a deep rumbling sound, as if a meteor were crashing into orbit from tens of thousands of miles in the air, whistling as it tore through the atmosphere, dragging a raging tail of flames behind it. So this is the burning star flame. Lin Ming looked at the brilliant mass of flames that twisted in front of him. In the center of this cluster of flames, there were a number of purple stripes with deeper hues that revolved in the center. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and he touched his perception on these purple strips. He discovered that these purple strips was fire energy, so highly concentrated that it had become liquid. This was a phenomenon that would only occur with a heaven-step flame essence. And beyond that, Once flames reached the level of a fire elemental, the fire energy would solidify into a crystal core of fire energy as if it were a true seed. After absorbing this flame essence, a trace of the flame essence's energy would remain in his body, becoming energy that nourished his revolving core, helping it to grow even more. Of course, this was only if one's comprehension of laws was high enough, and if one's revolving core foundation was solid enough. Otherwise, it would easily lead to instability. Normally speaking, a martial artist could only have one flame essence within them. In order to absorb a new flame essence, they would have to discard the old one. To discard a flame essence that they had raised and fused with for more than a year, that would naturally cause one to lose a certain portion of their strength. But Lin Ming had no such problems. With the heretical god seed, he could continue to freely absorb flame essences. With a deep breath, Lin Ming directly pressed that mass of purple flames towards his heart. As it touched his body, the purple flames sent out a deafening roar that echoed through the world, the volume 10 times louder than before. It was like an ancient great beast existed within the flames, roaring as it faced Lin Ming, unwilling to be swallowed up just like this. Lin Ming coldly snorted and began twisting his fingers together. True essence erupted, and layers upon layers of nearly endless true essence locked onto that group of purple flames with the laws of fire supporting it. Roar! The burning star flame seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It began to crazily struggle against Lin Ming's shackles. In the instant that it touched Lin Ming, the heretical god seed began violently trembling, releasing faint cries like an awakening dragon. The burning star flame appeared as if it had encountered its absolute nemesis and suddenly appeared much more despondent. Dash. The heretical god seed formed a massive vortex that ruthlessly sucked up all the fire energy from the burning star flame. Even so, a massive amount of fire energy escaped outwards, filling Lin Ming's limbs and body with a magma-like heat. Sweat rapidly dripped down from Lin Ming's forehead. This brutally sadistic energy was to a degree he could completely withstand. In the end, Fairy Fong had underestimated Lin Ming's ability to control fire energy, and this was because she didn't know about the existence of the heretical god seed. She had also misjudged the speed at which Lin Ming comprehended fire laws with the help of the heretical god seed. Even if it were a higher-level flame essence than the burning star flame, Lin Ming also had a certain confidence that he could successfully absorb it. Of course, the main reason that Fairy Fong gifted the burning star flame to Lin Ming was to help him in understanding the concept of annihilation. The rank of the burning star flame was not that important to begin with. A flame essence was only an external force. It could be replaced at any time in the future. But laws and concepts were different. They were something that truly belonged to oneself. From this alone, this burning star flame suited Lin Ming far more. Without knowing how much time had passed, a faint red light began emitting from Lin Ming, covering him in layers like a cocoon and completely enveloping him. As the heretical god seed absorbed the power of fire, the black hole crystal core in Lin Ming's dantian was also recklessly swallowing the power of fire. Although Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle revolving core realm not too long ago, his foundations were unbelievably solid. After being repeatedly baptized by the energy of time-worn Phoenix City and beginning to comprehend the source laws, his cultivation speed had reached an astonishing rate. He was rapidly approaching the late revolving core realm. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. After half a day passed, the energy within Lin Ming's body began to churn violently. The absorption of the burning star flame had reached the final stage. The fire energy within his meridians and dantian had been compressed into essence. If a normal revolving core martial artist wanted to absorb a heaven-step flame essence, that would simply be suicide. So much energy in their bodies would cause them to burst open, dying in a bloody and horrible manner. After an hour passed, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open, his eyes like sharp swords that pierced through the void. Gather! Boom! A tide of red energy erupted outwards from Lin Ming, causing the space around him to vigorously shake. Lin Ming's body turned clear red, as if he were formed from a blood agate. At this point, he had completely absorbed the burning star flame. Lin Ming let out a light breath. His entire back was soaked in sweat. Just absorbing the burning star flame would have left him exhausted. But as he absorbed the burning star flame, he had also borrowed its energy to nourish his dantian. The difficulty of doing both these things together was much greater. In terms of his dantian, the revolving core crystal nucleus had become a size larger, and it also spun around at a higher speed. Although he had been able to break through to the late revolving core realm, the difference wasn't too great. Lin Ming's cultivation now rested at the peak of the middle revolving core realm. On the other hand, near his heart, the burning star flame had been completely absorbed by the heretical god seed, turning into a crystal core that shone like a star. It revolved around the heretical god seed. The lower-level flame essence that he had absorbed before, the earth core crimson flame and the fallen star flame, had all been completely absorbed by the burning star flame, turning into smaller star-like crystal cores that spun around the burning star flame. It was as if the heretical god seed were the sun, the burning star flame was a planet, and the earth core crimson flame and fallen star flame were moons. These sort of revolution matched the movements of the heavens, faintly interlinking with the laws of the heavens. Peak of the middle revolving core, along with a medium-grade heaven step flame essence added in. With the flame essence as a reference for the law of annihilation, I should return to the sky corridor to meditate on the burning heaven totem stone there. 11 days later, when I returned to attack the second world of the god transforming mirror again, I wondered just how far I would be able to go. Lin Ming gripped his fists together and headed towards the sky corridor. My apologies, Sir Nguyen Ming. The sky corridor's burning heaven totem stone training chamber is currently occupied. There should still be half a day until it is open again. As Lin Ming arrived at the sky corridor, he was stopped by a guard. It's no problem. I'll wait. According to the records, Sir Nguyen Ming, you have 11 days of meditation time? The guard was surprised for a moment. A double-digit figure of 11 days was quite exaggerated. Sir Nguyen, may I inquire as to how many days you would like to register for? All of it, Li Ming said without hesitation. All of it? Are you sure? The guard was startled. A martial artist normally cherished every chance. Every second they had to meditate on the ancient phoenix totem stones. They would meditate on them for 3 to 4 days at a time, and then leave to absorb what they learned, only then returning again to meditate on the ancient phoenix totem stones some more. The guard never imagined that Li Ming would use 11 days in a single breath. To undergo high-intensity enlightenment for 11 days was difficult. It would easily lead to wasted time. Yes, I would like to use all my time, Lin Ming said, without a trace of doubt in his voice. All right. The guard recorded down the time. Lin Ming sat in meditation outside of the sky corridor. After a period of time, someone finally walked out from the burning heaven totem stone chamber, looking a bit reluctant. This other martial artist was at the life-destruction realm. Lin Ming expressionlessly walked into the chamber, beginning his 11 days of enlightenment. On the totem stone, those hundreds of small flames that combined into infinite mysteries were still as enigmatic as before. Underneath Lin Ming's gaze, these flames seemed to dance, their ghostly movements swaying along to the heavenly Tao laws that he witnessed in the world of annihilation. All the images reflected in Lin Ming's pupils before being engraved onto the golden totem on the heretical god seed, permanently recording themselves there. But near the heretical god seed, from the crystal core formed by the burning star flame, and also from the golden totem, a faint red light began to shine. Time slowly passed. Lin Ming was like a sculpture as he sat unmovingly in front of the ancient phoenix totem stone. 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 9 days. Oh, that little fellow Nguyen Ming used up his entire 11-day enlightenment period all at once. In the center tower of time-worn Phoenix City, Guru Blue Flame had just obtained this news. Although he had taken a slight fancy towards Lin Ming's potential, that didn't mean he would always be concerned about him. Yes, it's been 9 days already. I was just informed of this matter. Using up 11 days at once isn't too wise. Separating the days and using the spare time in between to figure out the problems would have a much better effect. On the other side of Guru Blue Flame, Fairy Foam pressed her slender eyebrows together. That's the normal case, but this Nguyen Ming kid isn't stupid. He definitely knows what is best for himself, and he certainly has his own ideas about what he is doing. Guru Blue Flame indifferently said, as he took a sip of tea. Fairy Foam slightly nodded. That's true, but I only fear he is too confident in himself. 11 days all grouped together. Even if his perception is high, he would simply exhaust his mind, leading to fatigue. 3 days ago, Ho Wenlong also defeated the First World. And he did, so by thoroughly comprehending the laws of power there, finally reversing the revolution of laws so that the fire energy caused the world to collapse from the foundation onwards. This method of breaking past the First World is even more sophisticated than what Nguyen Ming did. Ha! Guru Blue Flame placed his cup of tea down, laughing. From your words, it seems as if you're worried that someone will surpass Nguyen Ming. Ho Wenlong is also a disciple of my time-worn Phoenix City. It's good for both of them if there's a bit of friendly competition. Then again, it's far too early for Ho Wenlong to think of defeating Lin Ming. He can only last for 3 breaths of time in the second world. And I wonder what sort of results Nguyen Ming will show this time. As Fairy Foam thought this, she was actually anticipating his progress. Then 2 more days passed. The time has come. Please exit. A voice like a thunderclap sounded out in Lin Ming's ears, startling him from his meditative state. Slowly his eyes opened. In that moment, the inverted images of the evolution of celestial bodies appeared in his eyes. Countless stars falling from the heavens, burning, combusting, exploding with the power of fire, directly impacting into the endless blue skies. 11 days. I wonder with my current understanding towards the concept of annihilation, just how long can I last within the God-transforming mirror? Lin Ming took a deep breath and stood up. He had made many comprehensions within the God-transforming mirror that he wished to verify for himself. Chapter 736, Leaving Seclusion. Chapter 736, Leaving Seclusion. Nguyen Ming has left seclusion? In time-worn Phoenix City, the other martial artists had already heard this news. There were even some martial artists that had returned to time-worn Phoenix City a second time for the smelting trial that were piqued by Lin Ming's situation. I wonder if Nguyen Ming will go directly to the God-transforming mirror. A martial artist said, his voice tinged with envy and worship. He should go close up for another period of time. There are many martial artists that will have numerous new comprehensions after enlightening themselves with the totem stones. They need to thoroughly digest everything they've learned so that their grasp of it is greater. How long will Nguyen Ming last this time? Can he break through the second world? Break through the second world? Don't be silly. How simple do you think the second world is? The God-transforming mirror has a total of 9 different worlds. If you can break through the 6th and 7th, then your power is equivalent to a holy lord. If you break through the 9th, then you are the incarnation of a fire god. If you want to break through the second world, you would need strength at least equal to a divine sea powerhouse from the mortal worlds. Nguyen Ming is talented, but his cultivation is only at the revolving core realm. How can he possibly break through the second world already. If he can last for a few breaths more of time, then that's believable. But anything beyond, that would be too freakish. Power to contend with a divine sea powerhouse from the mortal worlds, the martial artists present were startled as they heard this. Although the mortal worlds were nothing compared to the realm of the gods, a divine sea powerhouse was still a top-level existence within those lower realms, and they were still at a level that these young martial artists couldn't match yet. As everyone was discussing Lin Ming, they actually received the news that he had gone straight to the God-transforming mirror. He didn't go back into seclusion, but instead rushed directly there. This Nguyen Ming fellow is too confident in himself. I wonder what he managed to comprehend these past 11 days. I really envy him. Besides masters like Lin Ming and Hu Wenlong, most martial artists here didn't have the chance to close up for such a long period of time. In fact, they had very few chances to enlighten themselves with the totem stones. When they could no longer perceive the laws through meditation, they could only come out from their dimensions and watch the revolution of energy laws of time-worn Phoenix City, obtaining some minor understandings from experience. At the entrance to the God-transforming mirrors hall, old man Jun smiled as he looked at Lin Ming and said, "You came straight here instead of closing up for some more?" Lin Ming replied, "These past days, this disciple has a few things that he wishes to try. I can't wait any longer." In these past 11 days, Lin Ming had achieved an extremely high degree of understanding towards the concept of burning heat and had even seen through the next level to the concept of annihilation. With so many new comprehensions, he wanted to determine whether these were true or not, and could only do so by testing them in the world of the God-transforming mirror. Although Lin Ming was well aware that his progress would be even better if he closed up some more, to Lin Ming, this sort of progress wasn't important. What was important was enhancing his understandings of laws and concepts. The God-transforming mirror is in use. It will be ready in less than an hour. In time-worn Phoenix City, there was only a single God-transforming mirror, and all the martial artists needed to use the God-transforming mirror in their smelting trial. Although the time for each use was very short, one would often encounter a situation in which the God-transforming mirror was being occupied by others. After calmly waiting for an hour, old man Jun lit up a sound-transmitting talisman to Fairy Fong, informing her that Lin Ming had come to the God-transforming mirror. This was the first smelting trial test after Lin Ming came out of seclusion. Thus, he naturally attracted the attention of a massive number of martial artists. However, Hu Wenlong and Hu Yu hadn't come. After all, looking at someone else bathe in glory wasn't too comfortable for them. Not to mention that Hu Wenlong was also in seclusion perceiving the laws too. With a hand touching the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming instantly entered into a trance. First world, break. In the God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming grasped his red long spear and immediately used Bury the Heavens. By consuming just 40% of his strength, the first world directly collapsed around him. In just 6 breaths of time, he had broken through the first world. Old man Jun's eyes brightened. This was a result that defied the will of the heavens. At the location where Lin Ming's palm touched the God-transforming mirror, a small crack appeared. This crack was even larger than the last one. It was nearly a full foot long. 6 breaths to break through the first world, creating a crack in the mirror a foot long. The martial artists who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Lin Ming's progress was simply too quick. None of them could think of catching up to him, so they simply didn't bother comparing with him. The second world. Lin Ming stood at the bank of roiling rivers of lava. As he looked to the sky, the vast expanse of the heavens was covered in a chain of red stars. Giant meteors were born from this chain of stars, howling as they came crashing down. This world held the annihilation concept of fire. The power of space in this world was nearly indestructible. With Lin Ming's strength, he couldn't even shake it, much less tear it apart. If he wanted to destroy this world, then he could only rely on the law of annihilation to reverse the chain of stars, breaking the balance between those glowing red lights, and cause the world's power of annihilation to implode in on itself, eventually collapsing. But Lin Ming's understanding towards the concept of fire hadn't reached such heights yet. His understandings of the laws weren't even close. Not just that, but his strength was insufficient to reverse the chain of stars to begin with. So breaking the second world was simply a dream. The reason he came to this second world was to substantiate the comprehensions he had made. Whoosh! The first meteor came howling down, dragging a long tail of flames behind it. Lin Ming had no intention of dodging it. This rain of meteors was simply too dense. No matter where he tried to hide, he would still be caught up in the shock waves of the explosions. Lin Ming flourished his long spear, the image of the falling meteor reflecting in his ink-black eyes. Bang! The meteor crashed into the ground. The earth was torn apart, and massive amounts of lava sprayed into the air, raising giant waves thousands of feet high. As the shock waves recklessly burst out, the images of the dancing flames of the burning heaven totem stone appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Burning heaven totem stone, annihilation of the heavens. The most exquisite law contained within it was the concept of annihilation. Break for me! Lin Ming gave a loud shout. The long spear in his hands was like a red flood dragon as it pierced forth. An azure spear light followed behind it, directly impacting into violent waves of lava. A flash like a birthing sun shined out. In that instant, the waves of flames were split apart by Lin Ming. In terms of strength, these meteors that were hundreds of feet wide and had power comparable to that of a supreme elder from the realm of the gods. Even the shock waves were not something that Lin Ming could withstand. However, what happened was that Lin Ming had torn apart these shock waves, opening a haven of safety for himself within the raging energy. This was the cleverness of laws. If Lin Ming could thoroughly realize the annihilation laws of the second world, then he could rise from weakness here and find a path to live. After breaking apart the first waves of turbulent lava, Lin Ming's face flushed red with blood. Without even time to catch his breath, there was another deafening explosion as the second meteor impacted the ground. Lin Ming summoned his true essence, raising his spear. Chasing sun, with a spear thrust, he flew 10 miles across the skies. The surging seas of lava were once again pierced through by Lin Ming. Then the third meteor. This meteor was far larger than the last two meteors. It was nearly half a mile wide. When it crashed into the ground, the entire earth shook and countless shattered stones, and even the core of the world itself seemed as if it would be destroyed. Lava shot up, reaching into the heavens. As Lin Ming faced these turbulent waves of flames, he released the heretical god force to its limit. The heretical god seed howled as compressed true essence poured out. Bury the heavens. A spear thrust out. Lin Ming reversed the power of space, and with his understanding of the concept of fire, this nearly 1,000-foot wall of lava was torn apart by him. In these 3 penetrating attacks, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of energy, but his ability to restore himself was similarly astounding. Lin Ming thrust forth his spear the 4th time. Penetrating rainbow. Bang, bang, bang. Meteors continued to howl as they came roaring down. The earth was torn apart, hundreds of massive pits appearing in the ground. All of the rock islands had long been crushed to bits. Lava rained down on everything, covering the world. Strike after strike came piercing out. Lin Ming was like a flood dragon swimming in a sea of lava, chasing sun, chasing thunder, penetrating rainbow, bury the heavens. All of these moves were used repeatedly again and again. And this entire scene fell into Fairy Fong and Guru Bloflame's eyes. This boy, he's using the meteor shower in the God-transforming mirror's second world as a place to gain experience. Guru Blue Flame smiled, his tone filled with appreciation. Out of Lin Ming's various moves, the truth was that Chasing Sun was the most suitable for breaking through the concept of fire. Chasing Sun was itself a move purely based off the concept of fire, and its strength was decent too. As for Bury the Heavens and Penetrating Rainbow, while these moves were stronger, the use of energy was also that much greater. In an extended battle, Lin Ming should have used Chasing Sun in order to minimize the amount of energy used and make the greatest progress. But Lin Ming didn't do this. From Chasing Sun to Bury the Heavens, he used different moves every time. He even used Chasing Thunder, which didn't have a matching concept during the weaker shock waves. This was because only when one used different moves in different situations would one have a more profound comprehension of the annihilation laws. He did this all in order to verify the truths he had comprehended in the sky corridor. Doing this would certainly cause a far greater consumption of energy and affect his final results to a certain degree. If Lin Ming was a vain person who only desired fame, then he wouldn't have done as such. Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Foam were both characters that had lived for over 10,000 years. With their vision, they naturally saw what Lin Ming was attempting. Thus, this was why Guru Blue Flame appreciated Lin Ming's decision. 20 breaths of time. Nguyen Ming's endurance is far better than what I imagined. Fairy Foam generously praised. His endurance comes from his body transformation achievements, a dual cultivation of body and essence. There aren't many heroic young elites in the realm of the gods that would attempt this. To reach this step at such a tender age, he must have experienced a great deal of pain, but also a great deal of lucky chances. I think that he shouldn't be able to last much longer, perhaps up to 30 breaths of time. As Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Foam spoke, several more breaths of time passed. Lin Ming had already consumed 60% of his true essence. His forehead was dripping with large beads of sweat, and the ancient phoenix flame mark between his eyebrows was dark red like blood. Bang! Another meteor, half a mile wide, smashed into the ground. Lin Ming's body was tossed up like a leaf. As he drew back, he thrust out his spear several times, demolishing the shock waves of flames. However, the aftershocks still rushed into his meridians, minorly wounding him. 25 breaths of time, 26 breaths of time, 27 breaths of time, 30 breaths of time. The meteor shower became increasingly dense. Lin Ming's pupils were filled with the phantom of flames. The red long spear in his hand was scorched deep red, and even though Lin Ming was proficient in the laws of fire, there were still multiple burn wounds on his body. 31 breaths of time, 32 breaths of time. Lin Ming's inner true essence rapidly depleted. When one had 100% of their physical strength remaining, it was possible to easily defeat an opponent. However, when one only had 20 to 30% of their strength remaining, even if they gave it their all, they still might not be able to wound their opponent, and they would even consume more strength at a faster rate. At 33 breaths of time, a massive meteor, nearly a mile wide, came crashing down. For a time, it was like the sea of lava completely flipped upside down. The sky turned completely red, and the lava nearly reached the chain of stars hanging in the heavens. Lin Ming could no longer withstand this. His vision went black, and he instantly passed out. Final result: 33 breaths of time. Chapter 737, The Final Test. Chapter 737, The Final Test. A result of 33 breaths of time was astonishing, but to the martial artists who hadn't yet experienced the second world, it wasn't as horrifying as they thought. This was because they could only contrast this with Wan Long's result of 3 breaths of time. 33 breaths of time to 3 breaths of time. That was a difference of 11 times. Nguyen Ming, Come to the 9-layer tower in the center of Time-worn Phoenix Tower. As Lin Ming withdrew from the God-transforming mirror, Fairy Feng's true essence sound transmission sounded in his mind. Yes, Senior. Lin Ming nodded. Before this, Fairy Feng had bade him to see her again, once he could surpass 20 breaths of time in the second world. Fairy Feng was wearing a red dress as before. Every movement she made gave off a noble, lofty temperament. Her appearance was that of a 30 or 40-year-old young married woman, beautiful, curvaceous, and in the prime of her life. But the truth was that she was an existence that had been alive for over 10,000 years. Fairy Feng raised her hand, and several red lights shot into Lin Ming's palm. When Lin Ming looked down, he saw that they were 3 array discs and a jade slip. Take a look. Lin Ming nodded and input some true essence into one of the array discs. A phantom scene suddenly popped up, playing in the air. Meteors came crashing towards the earth, dragging long tails of flame behind them. And in the sea of lava, a young, red-clothed man stood there, a long spear in his hand, as he faced the might of the world alone. Bang! A meteor smashed into the ground. Waves of roiling lava shot up into the sky, but that red-clothed youth calmly broke through the waves, his clothes not even disturbed in the least, an easygoing look on his face. This person was... Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. In this scene, this red-clothed youth's comprehension of the laws far surpassed him. Lin Ming continued to watch. The more he saw, the more charmed he became. It was only after an incense stick of time passed that the images were interrupted. Senior, the person in this scene is... This is from tens of thousands of years ago, the scene of my honorable master in the second world of the God-transforming mirror. Now, this array disc will be lent to you. I hope that you will be able to obtain some insights from it. But remember, what others have comprehended may not necessarily be suitable for you. You must form your own comprehensions from this array disc. As Lin Ming heard this, he felt overjoyed. He would be able to obtain a great deal of inspirations from this array disc. He gave a deep bow and reverentially said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. There are also 2 other array discs. Take a look at them." Lin Ming activated the second array disc. Another series of phantom images appeared. This was still the second world of the God-transforming mirror. But the character in this scene was a red-dressed woman. She looked somewhat similar to Fairy Feng. Upon closer inspection, this was actually a scene of a younger Fairy Feng in the God-transforming mirror's second world. Lin Ming took a deep breath, feeling grateful to Fairy Feng from the bottom of his heart. Fairy Feng said, "This is a recording of my experience in the God-transforming mirror's second world. Compared to my honorable master, I am much more foolish and slower than him. Still, this should be of some help to you. These 2 array discs will be lent to you for a month. Afterwards, return them to me. As for the 3rd array disc, and also that jade slip, they are gifted to you. Go ahead and take a look at them." Lin Ming activated the 3rd array disc. He thought that this would be the phantom images of another senior in the God-transforming mirror, but he never thought that it would actually be the scene of himself within the second world. Lin Ming was happy and surprised. If he could watch his own moves from the vantage point of a spectator, then it would be easier to find any problems. Not to mention that he also had Fairy Feng and her honorable master's array discs as a reference comparison. As for that last jade slip, Lin Ming swept his perception through it. There were only several hundred words written inside in Fairy Feng's writing. The notes pointed out some deficiencies in his moves. Fairy Feng must have casually written them down after watching him in the second world just a while ago. What sort of unbelievable cultivation boundary was Fairy Feng at? Even if she casually gave him some pointers, this was still enough to give him a great deal of inspiration. Nguyen Ming, I wrote down ways to correct some of your problems in that jade slip, but I hope that you do not look at this jade slip at the start. Instead, look at the 3 array discs to improve yourself first, enlightening yourself, and understanding your own style will give you the most profound advantage. As for the words I have written, lay them down for now. I hope that by the time you have finished meditating on the array discs and looked at the jade slip, you will have discovered that you have already corrected the problems listed within. Well, this is the limit of guidance I shall give to you for now. Go back and close up. By the time you have been at time-worn Phoenix City for 100 days, there will be a messenger from the realm of the gods coming down to inspect the situation of your smelting trial. When that time comes, I hope that you will be able to show excellent results. Someone from the realm of the gods will take a look at your assessment 3 times, at 100 days, 200 days, and 300 days. The first assessment at 100 days is the most difficult. If you can show amazing results, then that will also be your final assessment, and you may obtain the rewards for completing the first stage of the King level smelting trial, as well as returning to your Sky Spill continent. At that time, your fate with me shall be considered finished. In the future, if you enter into the realm of the god Ancient Phoenix clan, then perhaps we shall also have a chance to meet again. Now leave. Yes, Senior. This junior shall forever engrave this kindness into my heart. Lin Ming was very grateful to Fairy Feng and Guru Blue Flame for their guidance. For them, these were only minor matters not even worth mentioning. Perhaps every time they meet a good seedling in a round of the smelting trial, they would also do these things. But for Lin Ming, this help would allow him to lay a much more solid foundation in a shorter time, allowing him to achieve more magnificent results in the future. Lin Ming bade Fairy Feng farewell. Then he returned to his own dimension and sealed it with a spell, adamantly putting out a notice that he would refuse all visitors as he started his closed-door seclusion. 3 phantom image array discs, the several jade slips that Fairy Feng had given him containing experiences of laws and concepts, as well as what he had learned from meditating on the Ancient Phoenix totem stone. All of this required time to fully absorb. For a month and a half, Lin Ming completely isolated himself, no longer going out. During this time, Lin Ming's progress was slower than when he had meditated on the Ancient Phoenix totem stone. However, this was ultimately the process of consolidating his foundation. As Lin Ming meditated on the fire laws, a faint trace of the source energy was kept in his dantian, constantly nourishing the revolving core there. After 50 days passed, Lin Ming still hadn't taken a single step out of his dimension. During this time, Wenlong had already managed to persist for 20 breaths of time in the second world, Huiyu for 10, and Huaping had also just managed to break through the first world. Up to now, 5 martial artists had managed to break through the first world. Besides Lin Ming, every single other person was a martial artist from the realm of the gods. On the 55th day of Lin Ming's seclusion, a red spirit boat appeared in the skies above time-worn Phoenix City. This spirit boat was half a mile long, and images of phoenixes undergoing nirvana in a sea of fire were engraved onto the hull. The spirit boat was pulled by 9 golden crows, releasing phoenix-like cries as they flew, emanating a grandiose aura. The spirit boat stopped above the 9-layer tower at the center of time-worn Phoenix City. A man wearing red armor and carrying a golden war lance stepped out. "Ha ha, old buddy, you've come to personally manage the assessment this time?" From within 9-layer tower, Guru Blue Flame flew out to greet the spirit boat. He was apparently old friends with this red-armored warrior. The red-armored warrior loudly laughed. He said, "Blue Flame, long time no see. You're looking so much better already." "Bah, what are you talking about? This old man is always looking great." As Guru Blue Flame spoke, he actually sighed with emotion. "Ever since I was injured in the war with those other clans, I've been slowly recuperating in time-worn Phoenix City, giving some casual pointers to these juniors. I've only returned to the realm of the gods 3 times in the last 3,000 years. I'm afraid I haven't seen you for an entire 2,000 years. Close enough, Time passes too fast. The red-armored warrior sighed, a hint of sadness tinting his voice. He was over 12,000 years old. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had passed. It was natural to feel surging emotions. Have your old wounds recovered yet? They're no longer a problem. Although this old man can't rebirth myself in a nirvana of flames, recovering from some old injuries isn't a problem. Guru Blue Flame stroked his beard, laughing as he said, "That's right. You're here this time to manage the 100-day assessment." "That's right. I just had a sudden inspiration to see if there were any good seedlings about. After they mature in the future, perhaps they might join my army." The red-armored warrior was an army general from the ancient Phoenix clan in the realm of the gods. If there were any outstanding young elites here who wanted to join the army, they would naturally come under his command. Speaking of good seedlings, there really are a few here. Huayu and Huanlong are both from the Hua clan. Huayu can now last for 10 breaths of time in the second world, and Huanlong can last for 20. 20 breaths of time? The red-armored warrior didn't seem surprised. He nodded and said, "That's nothing impressive, but it's not too bad either." The red-armored warrior's frigid and imperious tone was well within Guru Blue Flame's expectations. He laughed, saying, "Old buddy, your judgment is too high. This is the lower realms, not the realm of the gods. But still." As Guru Blue Flame spoke here, he deliberately drew out his words, tempting the red-armored warrior and stirring his interest. It was only then that he said, speaking of someone more outstanding than Huanlong, "There really is someone like that. Nguyen Ming is from the lower realms, but now he is able to persist in the God-transforming mirror's second world for 33 breaths of time." 33 breaths of time? The red-armored warrior's eyebrows pricked up, but there still wasn't any surprised expression on his face. "That's decent, but not too surprising. I can only say that perhaps there might be some hope in this assessment." Guru Blue Flame revealed an expression that he had already anticipated this reaction. With a great deal of satisfaction, he said, "What I mentioned was his last result. But recently he has closed up in seclusion. After he exits, you can take a long, hard look at just how good his performance is. Perhaps after he enters the realm of the gods, he won't bother to join your army as cannon fodder." As the red-armored warrior listened to Guru Blue Flame talk, he glared back and said, "What are you saying? My army is comprised of elites of the ancient Phoenix clan. How could they possibly be cannon fodder? In fact, this time, when I went to Sacred Flame Phoenix City, I did indeed find a good seedling willing to join my command in the future." Sacred Flame Phoenix City? Guru Blue Flame curled his lips in disdain. "Are you talking about that little loser city in the middle of nowhere? All they produce is a few big kittens every year. How could they possibly compare to my time-worn Phoenix City? I can hold my hands behind my back and still defeat them." Sacred Flame Phoenix City and time-worn Phoenix City were the same, both of them king-level smelting trial sites in the lower realms. Naturally, these two king-level smelting trial sites were ruthless in fighting each other for the top position, none willing to admit they were inferior to the other. Generally speaking, time-worn Phoenix City had the most minor advantage, but it wasn't as exaggerated as Guru Blue Flame mentioned. The red-armored warrior thought this was quite funny. He said, "Leather can't be broken by blowing through it. That youth truly is excellent." He managed to last in the second world for 45 breaths of time. In addition, he also made good progress in the 100-day assessment. Chapter 738, Blood of the Ancient Phoenix. Chapter 738, Blood of the Ancient Phoenix. 45 breaths of time. As Guru Blue Flame heard the number 45 he felt his heart thump for a moment. What horrible luck! 45 breaths of time was already defying the heavens. How could Sacred Flame Phoenix City have been such lucky bastards and picked up such a talented person this time around? In the lower realms, there were 3 king-level trial sites of the ancient Phoenix clan: Fushi Phoenix City, Time-Worn Phoenix City, and Sacred Flame Phoenix City. It was already very rare for a talent like Huan Long to be produced, but to last for 45 breaths of time before the 100-day assessment, that was even rarer. After 30 breaths of time, the meteors that came falling from the sky would vastly increase in terms of force. When Lin Ming had reached 33 breaths of time, he had perished there because he had encountered a giant meteor nearly a mile wide. If a meteor's diameter increased from half a mile to a mile, the weight would be nearly 8 times that of the original. Thus, the explosive impact force would also increase by nearly 8 times. Thus, after 30 breaths of time, the difficulty would increase at an exponential rate. As for how long Lin Ming could last in that situation, Guru Blue Flame lacked assurance in his heart. How about it? Not bad, right? After this young man that can last for 45 breaths of time reaches the divine sea and ascends into the realm of the gods, he will join under my command as a soldier. A faint smile hung on the red armored warrior's lips as he waited for Guru Blue Flame to wither away. 45 breaths of time isn't even worth a fart. Nguyen Ming can easily accomplish that. Since he had already started bragging, Guru Blue Flame naturally had to hunker down and continue until the end. This old fellow would rather die than lose face, the red armored warrior secretly mused to himself. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile. How many breaths of time do you think Nguyen Ming can last for then? At least, as Guru Blue Flame spoke to hear, he made some grabbing motions with his hands. At least 50 breaths of time. Guru Blue Flame didn't dare to exaggerate too much. In his opinion, 50 breaths of time was still very possible. Since you've said so, then if it is any less, you must bring out your 30,000-year vermilion fruit wine, so that us brothers can drink a cup together, the red armored warrior said, as he licked his lips. He was, after all, a lover of wine, and Guru Blue Flame's 30,000-year vermilion fruit wine had been brewed and kept in a cellar for over 30,000 years. It could be said to be a top-grade wine. CKU, you want to rob me while my house is on fire? I've kept that wine for over 1,000 years without bearing to drink any of it, Guru Blue Flame shouted. The two of them had a very good relationship together. Thus they would play such jokes on each other. At this time, a clear and delicate voice rang out, General Smoke, how about I make a bet with you? If I win, then you will reward Nguyen Ming some of the ancient Phoenix bloodline, according to regulations. How about it? The red armored warrior looked up and saw the red-dressed Fairy Fong standing not too far away, a pleasant smile on her face as she looked in his direction. The red armored warrior quickly stood up and cupped his fists together in greeting. Since Fairy Fong has spoken, then if Nguyen Ming does indeed show outstanding results, according to clan rules, I can indeed apply for a corresponding ancient Phoenix bloodline reward. Then I thank you very much. Fairy Fong faintly smiled. These recent years, the realm of the gods' ancient Phoenix clan had become increasingly strict regarding control and distribution of its ancient Phoenix bloodline resources. Without the red armored warrior's application, it was truly hard to obtain some. In any case, Lin Ming was a heroic young elite from her time-worn Phoenix City. In the future, if Lin Ming even had a faint chance of becoming an elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, then that was a matter worth celebrating for time-worn Phoenix City. General Smoke, since that's the case, I shall then start the smelting trial. Fairy Fong stood up, leading the red armored warrior over to the hall of the god transforming mirror. Nguyen Ming, the 100-day assessment from the realm of the gods has begun. Inside his dimension, Lin Ming heard a true essence sound transmission echo in his ears. Lin Ming had closed up in seclusion for over 50 days, meditating over the various laws array discs, and jade slips. He had already passed the time limit for the items that Fairy Fong had lent to him, but she didn't seem to have any intention of taking them back. Instead, she let Lin Ming meditate on them, until today, when the 100-day assessment of the realm of the gods had begun. Lin Ming awoke from his enlightened state. As his eyes opened, they seemed to flash with a faint light of the laws. How long have I been in meditation? You've immersed yourself in the ethereal martial intent for 55 days already. Altogether, it has been a total of 100 days since you've come to time-worn Phoenix City. Within Lin Ming, Demon Shine's soul slowly answered him. 55 days, got it. Lin Ming stood up. The 100-day assessment could be said to be taken at the 100-day mark, but the truth was that it could be done ahead of time. Some martial artists in the King level smelting trial would apply to take the 100-day assessment at only 70 to 80 days in, finishing it and completing the stage of the King level smelting trial. The earlier the assessment was, the more difficult it became. To complete the smelting trial at 70 days was much more dazzling than doing so at 100 days. Afterwards, at the 200-day assessment, the difficult would again drop down a scale. As for the 300-day assessment, that wasn't even worth mentioning. By the time Lin Ming arrived in the Hall of the God Transforming Mirror, Old Man Jun, Fairy Fong, Guru Blue Flame, and even Huo Wenlong, Huiyu, and the others had all gathered there. Lin Ming noticed that there was a red-armored martial artist standing in front of the God Transforming Mirror, smiling at him. Without a doubt, this person was the messenger from the realm of the gods. After Lin Ming came, more and more people began to stream in. These were all the most outstanding disciples currently in time-worn Phoenix City. As for the others who hadn't been able to break through the first world, yet they didn't even have the qualifications to take this 100-day assessment. Everyone, I shall first make introductions. When everyone finally arrived, Old Man Jun stood up. This is Guru Blue Flame, the city lord of time-worn Phoenix City. This is Fairy Fong, the supervisory envoy of time-worn Phoenix City. And this is General Smoke, a messenger from the realm of the gods, as well as the official who will be conducting this 100-day assessment. Old Man Jun introduced everyone one at a time. Lin Ming had already seen Guru Blue Flame and Fairy Fong, so he wasn't too surprised, but the other disciples were bewildered, whether it was the time-worn Phoenix City Lord or the supervisory envoy. Both of them were extremely top-level characters. To see such legendary characters, this naturally gave birth to a sense of excitement in their hearts. The red-armored warrior, known as General Smoke, faintly smiled and said, "Everyone here are the most outstanding young heroes of this year's smelting trial. My management of the assessment is extremely strict. To be honest with all of you, your chances of passing this assessment are close to zero. But the truth is that this is unimportant. This assessment is mainly to decide your current smelting trial situation, and my score will also be added to your final results. In the future, if you decide to serve in my ancient Phoenix clan, then this score will become a reference of your strength." As the red-armored warrior spoke, the several martial artists from the realm of the gods became nervous. If this score was included in their final result, then that means it would also be noticed by their various family clans. This would greatly affect their future development, for better or for worse. First of all of you shall undergo a test in the God Transforming Mirror. Only those that can last for 15 breaths of time in the second world have the qualifications to continue with the assessment. As the red-armored warrior said these words, Hu Ping and the other martial artists' hearts instantly dropped to their stomachs. They also knew what was happening here. Besides Huo Wenlong and Nguyen Ming, everyone else had basically only been called over to increase numbers and embarrass themselves. One only had the qualifications to start the assessment if they could last for at least 15 breaths of time in the second world. Hu Ping had just broken through the first world 10 days ago. It would already be a miracle if he could last 3 to 4 breaths of time in the second world. The other disciples from the realm of the gods with results similar to Huaping also had bitter expressions. After all, this assessment simply didn't have anything to do with them at the moment. The test begins. As Old Man June announced this, he then stepped forwards and called out the names of Huaping and 2 other disciples from the realm of the gods. The 3 of them had only been called here to draw up the numbers. One of these 3 had only just broken through the first world yesterday. These 3 people stepped forwards to carry out the test. However, no miracle occurred. None of them were able to last past 5 breaths of time, and all of them were eliminated. Old Man June was not surprised at any of these results, although he knew perfectly well that all of them would fail. This was also a very good smelting trial chance for them. This test would broaden their horizons, preventing any pearls of regret from surfacing in the future. Now then, Nguyen Ming, Hua Wenlong, Huiyu, come up. Within the entire time-worn Phoenix City, there were only 6 martial artists that had broken through the first world of the god transforming mirror. 2 smelting trial tests. That was just enough for 3 trial challengers each. Whether it was Hua Wenlong or Huiyu, both of them were uptight and apprehensive. This assessment would affect their future status and their trajectory in their clan. Lin Ming was the calmest. He didn't care too much about the result. After going into seclusion, he had gained a great deal of comprehensions and wanted to confirm them in the god transforming mirror. Just as Lin Ming arrived in front of the god transforming mirror, a true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. Young boy, I am Guru Blue Flame. I know that the last time you went in the god transforming mirror, you were testing out your moves, so your result wasn't as high as it could have been. Now, this old man will be frank with you. You are currently the leading star in my time-worn Phoenix City. I want to ask you to honestly and completely display your full strength and use your abilities to their greatest effect, lasting as long as you can. I want this fellow from the realm of the gods to see just how fierce my time-worn Phoenix City is. If you can't last for 50 breaths of time, then this old man will come stir up trouble with you. Lin Ming had wanted to confirm some truths about his moves, but after hearing Guru Blue Flame's true essence sound transmission, he was surprised. He didn't even have time to respond before Guru Blue Flame continued to say, "It doesn't matter if you test your moves here. There will be time in the future assessments for you to experiment. Moreover, Fairy Fong has already applied for some blood of the ancient phoenix for you. Whether or not you can obtain any, all of this will depend on your own abilities." What blood of the ancient phoenix? Lin Ming was shocked. Is this blood of the ancient phoenix to be transplanted into this junior? Of course. What else do you think it is for? Of course, this is only if you have a good performance. Hearing Guru Blue Flame's confirmation, Lin Ming glanced at Fairy Fong and saw that she was giving him an encouraging smile. Lin Ming's mind immediately filled with a brilliant fighting spirit. Although he had the support of the heretical god seed, his bloodline was constantly becoming an increasingly great weak point. If he could obtain more blood of the ancient phoenix, then his ability to perceive the fire laws would be astronomically better. It seemed that in this test he would have to put forth his true and greatest strength. As for confirming truths of laws he had learned, that could all be placed on the back burner. Test begin. As the red armored warrior spoke, Lin Ming, Hua Wenlong, and Huiyu all placed their hands on the surface of the god transforming mirror. First world break. Lin Ming was in a trance for merely 3 breaths of time before the smooth surface of the god transforming mirror cracked underneath his palm like a growing spider web. The first world had already been easily broken by him. General Smoke's eyes shined. He used absolute strength to break through the first world, and moreover he only needed 3 breaths of time. This boy is quite interesting. Hee, just you wait and see. Guru Blue Flame said with a content smile. If this boy lasts less than 50 breaths of time, then I'll take out my vermilion fruit wine. But if he does, then don't think of keeping any of your own wine collection. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.